The Case for God. 6 Philosophical Arguments Explored. In the quiet moments of human existence, standing beneath a star-scattered sky, holding a newborn child, confronting our own mortality, or simply pausing in wonder at the fact that anything exists at all, we find ourselves drawn to questions that have haunted and inspired humanity since our ancestors first gazed upward and inward. Does God exist? Is there a transcendent intelligence behind the curtain of reality? Or are we, as Bertrand Russell suggested, merely accidental collocations of atoms in a universe without purpose or design? These questions refuse to fade with the march of scientific progress. If anything, advances in cosmology, biology, neuroscience, and philosophy have made these ancient inquiries more pressing, more fascinating, and perhaps more answerable than ever before. The debate between theism and atheism is not a relic of pre-scientific thinking, but a living, vital conversation engaging some of the brightest minds across disciplines. This exploration examines 6 of history's most compelling philosophical arguments for God's existence. Some rely on observations of the natural world, others on the nature of morality or consciousness, and still others on pure logical reasoning. Together, they represent humanity's most sustained intellectual attempt to address the ultimate question: is there a God? We'll encounter the design argument, which looks at the intricate complexity of life in the universe and asks whether such sophistication could arise without an intelligent architect. We'll explore the fine-tuning argument, which reveals that our universe operates on a knife's edge of precisely calibrated constants. Change any one by the smallest fraction, and life becomes impossible. The ontological argument takes a radically different approach, attempting to prove God's existence through pure reason alone, independent of any observations about the world. The moral argument examines our deepest intuitions about right and wrong, questioning whether objective moral truths make sense without a transcendent foundation. The argument from consciousness confronts perhaps the most perplexing mystery in all of science. How does subjective experience arise from physical matter? Finally, the argument from personal experience considers the billions of individuals throughout history who claim direct encounters with the divine. What makes this inquiry perpetually fascinating is that it sits at the intersection of everything that matters most to us: the nature of reality, the meaning of human existence, the foundation of morality, the destiny awaiting us after death, and whether the universe itself has purpose or is merely an accident of physics. These arguments don't exist in ivory towers. They shape how people live, what they value, and how they understand their place in the cosmos. As we examine each argument, we'll encounter both powerful supporting evidence and serious challenges. Intellectual honesty demands that we present the strongest versions of these arguments along with the most thoughtful objections. This isn't an exercise in propaganda, but an invitation to genuine philosophical exploration. Whether you approach these questions as a convinced theist, a committed atheist, or an uncertain agnostic, engaging seriously with these arguments enriches our understanding of reality and ourselves. The stakes couldn't be higher. If even one of these arguments succeeds, it would constitute perhaps the most significant discovery in human history. If they all fail, that too tells us something profound about the universe and our place within it. So let us begin this intellectual journey with open minds, rigorous thinking, and a sense of wonder at the sheer mystery of existence itself.
The design argument: accident or architect? Stand on any beach and pick up a stone, smooth and rounded by millennia of weight of action. Now, imagine finding, beside that stone, a watch. Intricate gears meshing precisely, springs calibrated perfectly, all working together to measure time with remarkable accuracy. You would never conclude that the watch, like the stone, was shaped by random natural forces. The watch bears unmistakable marks of intelligent design, complexity, purpose, and the precise coordination of parts serving a function. This intuition lies at the heart of the design argument, also called the teleological argument, from the Greek telos, meaning purpose or end. It's perhaps the most intuitive and widely understood argument for God's existence, appealing to our direct observations of the natural world. The argument's basic structure is elegantly simple. The universe, and especially living things, exhibit features that are best explained by intelligent design rather than unguided natural processes. Just as a watch implies a watchmaker, so the intricate designs of nature imply a cosmic designer. Historical foundations, from ancient Greece to modern times. The design argument boasts an impressive philosophical pedigree. Ancient Greek philosophers, particularly the Stoics, argued that the order and regularity of the heavens pointed to divine intelligence. Cicero, the Roman statesman and philosopher, articulated a version of the argument in his work On the Nature of the Gods, asking, "What could be more clear or obvious when we look up at the sky and contemplate the heavens than that there is some divinity of superior intelligence?" But the argument reached its most famous formulation in 1802 with William Paley's Natural Theology. Paley's watchmaker analogy has become the paradigmatic expression of design reasoning. Walking across a heath, he imagined finding a watch upon the ground. Even if he'd never seen a watch before, the complexity and evident purpose of its mechanism would compel the conclusion that it was created by an intelligent designer, not formed by natural forces. Paley then drew an explicit parallel to biological organisms, which display even greater complexity and apparent design than any human artifact. Consider the human eye, one of Paley's favorite examples. This remarkable organ contains over 2 million working parts. Light enters through the cornea, passes through the aqueous humor, is focused by the lens, which automatically adjusts for distance, travels through the vitreous humor, and strikes the retina, where approximately 130 million photoreceptor cells convert light into electrical signals. These signals travel through the optic nerve to the brain's visual cortex, where they're processed into the three-dimensional, full-color, motion-enabled experience we call sight. The lens automatically focuses, the iris adjusts to varying light conditions, and the entire system is protected and cleansed by eyelids and tear ducts. Could such an intricate system arise without intelligent planning? Paley thought the suggestion absurd. The eye's complexity and functional integration seemed to cry out for explanation in terms of purposeful design. And the eye is just one example among countless others. Consider the bacterial flagellum, a molecular motor that allows bacteria to swim. This nanoscale machine includes a propeller, motor, and rotary joint operating at up to 100,000 revolutions per minute. Or consider the coagulation cascade, the series of precisely coordinated biochemical reactions that cause blood to clot, preventing us from bleeding to death from minor cuts while avoiding dangerous clotting in our bloodstream. The modern intelligent design movement. In recent decades, the design argument has been revitalized through the intelligent design movement. Rather than relying primarily on analogies, ID proponents have developed more sophisticated arguments grounded in information theory, probability, and biochemistry. One of the most influential concepts is Michael Behe's notion of irreducible complexity. A system is irreducibly complex if it requires several precisely matched, interacting parts to function, such that removing any single part causes the system to cease functioning altogether. Behe argues that such systems cannot evolve through gradual Darwinian processes, which work by accumulating small beneficial modifications. If a system only works when all parts are present, the intermediate stages, with only some parts, provide no survival advantage and thus wouldn't be preserved by natural selection. Behe's favorite example is, again, the bacterial flagellum. This molecular machine requires approximately 40 protein parts, all working together in precise coordination. Remove any essential part, and the flagellum doesn't simply work less efficiently, it doesn't work at all. How, Behey asks, could such a system evolve gradually when the intermediate stages provide no functional advantage? William Dembski contributed another key idea concept, specified complexity. Dembski argues that we can reliably detect design when we observe patterns that are both complex, unlikely to arise by chance, and specified, conforming to an independent pattern. For instance, the sequence JKLMNOPQRS is complex but not specified. It's random. The sequence ABCDEFGHIK is both complex and specified. It follows the alphabetical pattern. When we encounter specified complexity, particularly in information-rich systems like DNA, Dembski argues we're warranted in inferring intellectual design. And DNA provides perhaps the most compelling modern example for design proponents. Our genetic code is a genuine information storage system using a four-letter alphabet, ATGC, arranged in sequences that spell out precise instructions for constructing proteins, regulating cellular functions, and building entire organisms. The human genome contains approximately 3 billion base pairs, equivalent to about 750 megabytes of data. More remarkably, this information is stored with extraordinary efficiency and density. A single gram of DNA can theoretically store 215 petabytes, 215 million gigabytes of data. Where, design proponents ask, does information come from? In our universal experience, meaningful, functional information, whether in books, computer code, or blueprints, always traces back to intelligent minds. We've never observed information-rich systems arising through purely unguided material processes. If we discovered a message written in the sand, we'd immediately infer intelligent authorship. Why then should we treat the vastly more sophisticated information in DNA differently? The Darwinian challenge, natural selection as designer. The design argument's greatest challenge arrived in 1859 with Charles Darwin's On the Origin of Species. Darwin proposed a mechanism, natural selection operating on random variations, that could produce apparent design without an intelligent designer. The process is elegantly simple yet remarkably powerful. Organisms reproduce with slight variations. Some variations confer survival or reproductive advantages in particular environments. Organisms with advantageous traits are more likely to survive and reproduce, passing these traits to offspring. Over many generations, this process can produce increasingly complex and well-adapted features. Crucially, each intermediate step provides some advantage, allowing evolution to climb Mount Improbable, in Richard Dawkins's memorable phrase, gradually rather than leaping to the summit in a single bound. Consider the evolution of the eye, long considered a knockdown argument for design. Darwin himself acknowledged that the idea of the eye evolving seemed absurd in the highest degree. Yet he went on to show how it could happen through gradual stages. We can observe these stages in existing organisms, light-sensitive cells found in many simple organisms, simple eye spots in flatworms, pinhole cameras in nautilus, and increasingly sophisticated lens eyes. Each stage provides some advantage over the previous one. Better light detection enables better navigation, predator avoidance, and prey capture. Computer simulations have shown that a sophisticated eye could evolve from light-sensitive cells in fewer than 500,000 generations, a geological eye blink. What about irreducible complexity? Critics argue that this concept misunderstands evolution. Systems can evolve through a process called scaffolding, where parts serving one function are co-opted for another. The classic example is the bacterial flagellum. Recent research has shown that many of its protein components are found in other molecular machines, particularly the type 3 secretory system, which bacteria use to inject toxins into other cells. The flagellum might have evolved by modifying and elaborating this existing system, with intermediate stages serving different functions than the final structure. Furthermore, evolutionary biologists point out that what appears irreducibly complex often isn't. Remove a part and the system may not cease functioning entirely, it might simply work less efficiently. And in evolution, less efficient can still provide a survival advantage over not having the system at all. A half-formed wing might not enable powered flight, but could still help an animal glide from tree to tree, escaping predators or accessing food sources. A light-sensitive patch might not provide detailed vision, but still helps an organism detect the shadows of approaching threats. The appearance of design versus actual design. This leads to a crucial philosophical question. How do we distinguish between actual design and the appearance of design? Richard Dawkins famously wrote that biology is the study of complicated things that give the appearance of having been designed for a purpose. For Dawkins and many evolutionary biologists, Darwinian evolution explains this appearance without an actual designer. Natural selection is a blind watchmaker, an unintelligent process that nevertheless produces functional complexity. Design proponents respond that this answer assumes what it needs to prove. Yes, evolutionary mechanisms can account for some biological complexity, but can they account for all of it, particularly the origin of the first self-replicating systems and the information-rich structures of molecular biology? The appearance of design is so overwhelming, so persistent across all scales of biological organization, that perhaps we should take it at face value rather than as an elaborate illusion. Consider an analogy. If archaeologists discovered stone tools on an unexplored island, they would conclude that intelligent beings had visited the island, even if no other evidence of habitation existed. They wouldn't propose that erosion and geological processes had, by chance, shaped stones into forms resembling tools. The tool's functional specificity would warrant a design inference. Why, design proponents ask, should we apply different standards to biological machines that are vastly more sophisticated than any stone tool? Moreover, the design argument doesn't necessarily compete with evolution. Many theistic evolutionists accept that evolution occurred, but argue that God designed the evolutionary process itself, fine-tuning the laws of nature and initial conditions to produce life. On this view, evolution is God's method of creation, much as an architect might use certain construction techniques to realize a vision. The argument then shifts from whether life shows design to whether the elegant laws and processes enabling evolution themselves require explanation in terms of purpose and intelligence. Beyond biology, cosmic design. The design argument extends beyond biological systems to the broader cosmos. The universe itself exhibits remarkable features that suggest purposeful arrangement. The laws of nature are mathematically elegant and precisely calibrated. The universe is rationally intelligible, capable of being understood through mathematics and scientific investigation. Why should a purely material universe be comprehensible to human minds? Why should the language of mathematics, developed by humans for human purposes, turn out to describe physical reality with such uncanny precision? Einstein famously marveled that the most incomprehensible thing about the universe is that it is comprehensible. This comprehensibility, some argue, suggests that mind is fundamental to reality rather than an accidental byproduct. A universe designed by intelligence would naturally be intelligible to intelligent beings. A purely material universe arising from mindless processes has no reason to be comprehensible. It just is what it is, indifferent to whether conscious observers can grasp its workings. Furthermore, the universe seems oddly hospitable to life despite life's extreme fragility. We'll explore this in detail in the next section on fine-tuning, but the point is worth noting here. The design argument can apply to the cosmic level as well as the biological.
Perhaps the deepest mystery isn't just that life shows signs of design, but that the entire universe seems structured to enable and support life, as if the cosmos itself was designed with observers in mind. Assessing the design argument. So where does this leave us? The design argument remains intuitively powerful and continues to convince millions of people worldwide. Our immediate pre-theoretical response to encountering complex functional systems is to infer intelligent design.
Every instance of design we've directly observed, from pocket watches to computer programs, has an intelligent designer. The inference from observed instances to similar unobserved instances seems reasonable. However, the argument faces serious challenges. Darwin's mechanism provides an alternative explanation for biological complexity, one that's been repeatedly confirmed through observation, experiment, and the fossil record. While debates continue about evolution's scope and limitations, the basic principle that natural selection can produce functional complexity without intelligent guidance is well established. Yet perhaps the most honest assessment is that the design argument hasn't been definitively refuted so much as balanced by a competing explanation. Whether one finds design or natural selection more compelling often depends on broader philosophical commitments. Those inclined toward naturalism, the view that nature is all that exists, will naturally favor evolutionary explanations and view apparent design as illusory. Those inclined toward theism, the view that an intelligent God exists, will see evolution itself as possibly designed and view biological complexity as genuine rather than merely apparent design. The argument's strength may ultimately lie not in providing knockdown proof, but in raising profound questions that resist easy dismissal. Why does the universe contain functional complexity at all? Why are the laws of nature so mathematically elegant? Why is the universe rationally intelligible? Why does life exist against such overwhelming odds? These questions don't compel belief in God, but they open space for theistic explanations and suggest that the universe might be more than a cosmic accident. The fine-tuning argument. A universe on a knife's edge. Imagine you're about to face a firing squad of 100 expert marksmen. The order is given, shots ring out, and somehow, impossibly, all 100 bullets miss. What would you conclude? That you're extraordinarily lucky, or that something more than luck was at work? Perhaps the rifles were tampered with, or the marksman secretly sympathetic to your cause, or the whole execution staged. The sheer improbability of your survival would demand explanation beyond, "I just got lucky." This scenario captures the essence of the fine-tuning argument. The universe, it turns out, operates on a staggering knife's edge. The fundamental constants of nature, the initial conditions of the cosmos, and the laws of physics themselves are calibrated with such breathtaking precision that altering any of them by the tiniest fraction would render life impossible. The universe appears exquisitely fine-tuned for the existence of life. Like the miraculously unsuccessful firing squad, this fine-tuning cries out for explanation. The constants that make life possible. To understand fine-tuning, we must first appreciate how delicately balanced our universe is. Physics recognizes several fundamental constants, fixed numbers that appear in physical laws and determine how nature operates. These include the gravitational constant, the electromagnetic force constant, the strong and weak nuclear force constant, the cosmological constant, the ratio of electron to proton mass, and many others. Here's what makes this remarkable. If any of these constants were slightly different, the universe would be drastically, catastrophically different, and life as we know it couldn't exist. Consider the strong nuclear force, which binds protons and neutrons together in atomic nuclei. If this force were just 2% stronger, all hydrogen would have been converted to helium shortly after the Big Bang. Without hydrogen, there would be no water, no long-lived stars, no chemistry as we know it. If the strong nuclear force were 2% weaker, atomic nuclei wouldn't hold together at all. Only hydrogen atoms could exist. No complex elements, no molecules, no possibility of life. Or consider gravity, the weakest of the four fundamental forces, but the one that shapes cosmic structure. If gravity were slightly stronger, stars would burn much hotter and exhaust their fuel rapidly, giving life no time to evolve. If gravity were slightly weaker, stars wouldn't ignite at all. The universe would remain a cold, dark, lifeless expanse of matter and energy. The cosmological constant, associated with the energy of empty space, provides perhaps the most stunning example. This constant determines the expansion rate of the universe. Theoretical calculations suggest that the cosmological constant could have been enormous in magnitude. Yet its actual value is astonishingly close to zero, about 120 orders of magnitude smaller than quantum field theory predicts it should be. If it were even slightly larger, the universe would have expanded so rapidly that galaxies, stars, and planets could never form. If it were negative by a similar magnitude, the universe would have collapsed back on itself shortly after the Big Bang. The precision here defies comprehension. Imagine trying to throw a dart across the entire observable universe, some 93 billion light-years in diameter, and hitting a target 1/trillionth the size of a single atom. That's roughly the precision we're talking about with the cosmological constant. Physicist and agnostic Paul Davies writes, "The impression of design is overwhelming. Fine-tuning at every scale. The fine-tuning extends far beyond these fundamental constants. The initial conditions of the universe, the distribution of matter and energy at the Big Bang, must also fall within extraordinarily narrow ranges. Too much irregularity, and matter would have clumped into black holes. Too little, and no galaxies would have formed. The actual value falls in a startlingly narrow Goldilocks zone. Not too much, not too little, but just right." Even the properties of individual elements exhibit fine-tuning. Carbon, the basis of all known life, has energy levels positioned with seemingly providential precision. A slight shift in these levels, and carbon couldn't form in stellar furnaces. Similarly, the universe's fine-tuning seems to require explanation beyond "we got lucky." Moreover, the "we're here so the conditions must have been right" response confuses an explanation with a prerequisite. Yes, our existence requires fine-tuning, but this doesn't explain why the fine-tuning exists. Imagine you're dealt a royal flush in poker. The odds are about 650,000 to 1 against. You couldn't hold those cards if you hadn't been dealt them, but that doesn't explain why you were dealt them. If it happens once, it's luck. If it happens repeatedly, you'd suspect the game was rigged. Design suggests that an intelligent agent deliberately set the constants to their life-permitting values. Just as finding a machine with dozens of precisely adjusted dials working together would suggest an intelligent operator, finding a universe with dozens of precisely calibrated constants working together suggests an intelligent designer. This explanation has intuitive force. Throughout our experience, precisely calibrated systems that serve specific purposes, from Swiss watches to spacecraft, invariably result from intelligent design. The universe appears to exhibit the same hallmarks, precise calibration serving the specific purpose of enabling life. Critics, however, raise the question, who designed the designer? If God's fine-tuning of the universe requires explanation, doesn't God's existence require explanation too? Theists typically respond that God, as a necessary being, requires no explanation beyond himself. His existence is self-explanatory in a way the universe's specific characteristics are not. Whether this response satisfies depends partly on broader metaphysical commitments about what kinds of things can be explanatorily ultimate. The multiverse alternative. The most prominent alternative to design is the multiverse hypothesis. Perhaps our universe is just one of countless universes, possibly infinite in number, each with different constants and laws. In this vast multiverse, every possible combination of constants occurs somewhere. We naturally find ourselves in one of the rare life-permitting universes because we couldn't exist in any other type. The multiverse hypothesis comes in several varieties. The many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics suggests that every quantum event spawns multiple universes, each representing a different outcome. Eternal inflation theory proposes that different regions of space-time inflated differently, creating separate bubble universes with potentially different physical laws. String theory suggests a landscape of perhaps 10 to the 500 different possible universes, each corresponding to different ways the theory's many dimensions could be configured. The multiverse has remarkable explanatory power. Just as Earth's habitability doesn't require explanation if there are trillions of planets, we naturally find ourselves on a habitable one, so the universe's life-permitting features don't require explanation if there are trillions of universes. What seemed impossibly lucky in a single universe scenario becomes entirely expected in a multiverse scenario. However, the multiverse hypothesis faces significant challenges. Evidence problem. By definition, other universes in the multiverse are causally disconnected from ours. We can't observe them, even in principle. The multiverse thus seems scientifically unfalsifiable. If we can't test it, is it really science rather than speculative metaphysics? Explanatory power. The multiverse explains fine-tuning by positing an enormous, possibly infinite number of unobservable entities. This seems profligate by Occam's razor, which counsels us to prefer simpler explanations. Is countless unobservable universes really simpler than one intelligent designer? The inverted gambler's fallacy. Philosopher John Leslie points out a logical problem with multiverse reasoning through another analogy. Imagine entering a room and observing someone roll double sixes on dice. Should you conclude that countless others have been rolling dice elsewhere and you just happened to enter when double sixes appeared? Or that this is the first and only roll? The fact that you observed a rare outcome doesn't make it more likely that many unobserved trials occurred. Similarly, observing a fine-tuned universe doesn't necessarily make a multiverse more probable.
The fine-tuning of the multiverse. If a multiverse exists, it operates according to some mechanism: eternal inflation, quantum branching, string theory, or something else. These mechanisms themselves involve laws, constants, and initial conditions. Are these fine-tuned? If so, we've simply pushed the problem back one level. If not, we need an explanation for why the multiverse generating mechanism takes its specific form. The Boltzmann brain problem. In an infinite multiverse, every possible combination of matter appears infinitely many times. This includes Boltzmann brains, isolated conscious observers that spontaneously fluctuate into existence, complete with false memories and sensory experiences. In an infinite multiverse, such random observers vastly outnumber observers like us, who evolved through normal physical processes. This means we should expect to be Boltzmann brains, which implies all our observations and reasoning are unreliable. This seems to undermine the entire framework. The anthropic principle. Closely related to multiverse proposals is the anthropic principle, which comes in weak and strong versions. The weak anthropic principle, WAP, simply observes that our existence places constraints on what we can observe about the universe. We must find ourselves in conditions compatible with life. The strong anthropic principle, SAP, suggests that the universe must have properties that allow life to develop at some point because observers are necessary. The WAP is uncontroversial, but explanatorily weak. It tells us we must observe life-permitting conditions, but doesn't explain why such conditions exist. The SAP is more controversial and seems to attribute causal power to the mere possibility of observers, which many find mysterious or incoherent. Some anthropic reasoning seems to commit what's called the inverse gambler's fallacy. The fact that we observe fine-tuning doesn't reduce its improbability or diminish the need for explanation. If a lottery has 1 trillion participants and you win, your winning is explained by the large number of participants. But if you're the only participant and you still win against trillion-to-1 odds, that requires explanation. The question is whether we're in a single universe or multiverse scenario, the very thing at issue. Recent scientific developments. Recent discoveries have only intensified fine-tuning debates. The 1998 discovery that the universe's expansion is accelerating, driven by the mysterious dark energy associated with the cosmological constant, reinforced how precisely balanced our cosmos is. The Higgs boson discovery in 2012 confirmed predictions about mass generation, but also raised new fine-tuning questions about why the Higgs field has its particular value.
Advanced computer simulations of cosmic evolution have shown how sensitive structure formation is to parameter changes. Vary the constants even slightly, and simulations produce universes wildly different from ours, typically either quickly collapsing, remaining formlessly diffuse, or containing only the simplest elements. Meanwhile, string theory, which many hoped would explain the constants' values, has instead revealed a vast landscape of possible configurations, each corresponding to a different possible universe. This discovery has pushed some string theorists toward multiverse explanations, though others see it as a disappointing failure to achieve the theory's original goal of uniquely determining the laws of physics. Philosophical implications. The fine-tuning argument raises profound philosophical questions. What is the nature of scientific explanation? Can we legitimately infer unobservable causes, whether God or other universes, from observed effects? How should we reason about probabilities when dealing with unique events, like the existence of our universe? What role should considerations of simplicity, elegance, and explanatory power play in theory selection? For many, fine-tuning provides powerful evidence for design. The universe looks exactly as we'd expect if an intelligent creator intended to produce life. The alternative explanations, necessity, chance, or multiverse, face serious difficulties. Given the choice between one designer and infinite unobservable universes, design seems more economical. For others, fine-tuning remains a fascinating puzzle, but not proof of God. Science has repeatedly explained apparent design through natural mechanisms. The multiverse, while speculative, may ultimately be confirmed through indirect evidence or emerge naturally from our best physical theories. And perhaps deeper principles will eventually explain why the constants must have their observed values. What's undeniable is that fine-tuning has transformed the God debate. It's no longer sufficient to point out that natural selection can explain biological complexity. The universe itself, at the most fundamental level, exhibits features demanding explanation. Whether that explanation ultimately involves intelligence or unguided natural processes remains one of the deepest open questions in all of science and philosophy. Standing under the night sky, contemplating the precisely calibrated constants that make our existence possible, one can hardly avoid a sense of profound wonder. We inhabit a universe balanced on a knife's edge, where the tiniest changes would erase all possibility of life, consciousness, and meaning. Whether this reflects divine intent, infinite cosmic abundance, or some yet undiscovered principle, it reminds us that existence itself is a staggering mystery worthy of our deepest reflection. The ontological argument, proving God through pure reason. Most arguments for God's existence begin with observations about the world, complexity in nature, fine-tuning of constants, moral intuitions, conscious experience. The ontological argument takes a radically different approach. It attempts to prove God's existence through pure reason alone, without relying on any empirical observations whatsoever. If successful, it would demonstrate that God's existence can be known with the same certainty as mathematical truths, through logical analysis of concepts alone. This ambitious project has fascinated and frustrated philosophers for nearly 1,000 years. The argument's audacity is breathtaking: to prove the existence of the Supreme Being simply by thinking carefully about what such a being would be like. Yet for all its apparent sophistication, the argument contains a simplicity and directness that continues to attract both defenders and critics. Few philosophical arguments have generated such sustained controversy or resisted definitive refutation so persistently. Anselm's original formulation. The ontological argument originated with Saint Anselm of Canterbury in the 11th century, presented in his work Proslogion. Anselm begins with a definition: God is that than which nothing greater can be conceived, the greatest conceivable being, surpassing all others in every perfection. Even atheists, Anselm notes, understand this concept. They know what God means even while denying God's existence. Here's where the argument becomes fascinating. Anselm claims that existence in reality is greater than existence merely in the mind. A being that exists only as an idea is less great than one that actually exists. Think of a perfect island. An island that actually exists is greater than an equally perfect island that exists only in imagination. Now the trap springs shut. If God exists only in the mind, then we can conceive of something greater, a being exactly like God but which also exists in reality. But this contradicts our definition of God as the greatest conceivable being. Therefore, God must exist in reality, not just in the mind. To deny God's existence leads to contradiction. The argument structure can be laid out more formally. 1. God is, by definition, the greatest conceivable being. 2. A being that exists in reality is greater than a being that exists only in the mind. 3. If God existed only in the mind, we could conceive of something greater, the same being existing in reality. 4. But nothing can be greater than the greatest conceivable being, from premise 1. 5. Therefore, God must exist in reality, not just in the mind. The argument's appeal lies in its apparent demonstration that God's existence follows necessarily from the very concept of God, much as 2 plus 2 equals 4 follows necessarily from the concepts of numbers and addition. If sound, it would show that atheism is not just false, but logically incoherent, like claiming that triangles have 4 sides. The fool's objection. Anselm anticipated objections. In his work, he addresses the fool, referencing Psalm 14, "The fool says in his heart, 'There is no God.'" How can anyone coherently deny God's existence if, as the argument purports to show, such denial is logically contradictory? Anselm's contemporary, the monk Gaunilo, offered a famous rebuttal known as "On Behalf of the Fool." Gaunilo proposed a parallel argument to demonstrate the ontological argument's absurdity. Imagine a perfect island, the greatest conceivable island, with magnificent beaches, perfect climate, abundant resources. By Anselm's reasoning, this perfect island must exist, because an island existing in reality is greater than one existing only in the mind. But clearly, we can't prove islands into existence through conceptual analysis alone. Therefore, something must be wrong with Anselm's reasoning. Anselm responded that his argument applies uniquely to God, the absolutely greatest being, and cannot be extended to contingent things like islands. God is supposed to be necessary, existing in all possible worlds, while islands are contingent, existing in some possible worlds but not others. The argument trades on this distinction, though whether Anselm successfully defended it remains debated. Kant's devastating critique. For centuries after Anselm, philosophers wrestled with the ontological argument. Descartes reformulated it in the 17th century, comparing God's necessary existence to a triangle's necessary three-sidedness. You can't conceive a triangle without 3 sides, and you can't coherently conceive God without existence. But in the 18th century, Immanuel Kant delivered what many considered a fatal blow. Kant argued that the ontological argument commits a fundamental error, treating existence as a property or predicate that things can have or lack, like color or size. But existence isn't a property, Kant insisted. It's the precondition for having properties at all. Consider 2 identical $100 bills, except one exists and the other doesn't. The existing bill has no additional properties beyond the non-existing one. Both are rectangular, green, bear Franklin's portrait, and have the same purchasing power in concept. Existence doesn't add anything to the concept. As Kant memorably put it, being is evidently not a real predicate. The real contains no more than the merely possible. 100 real dollars do not contain the least coin more than 100 possible dollars. If existence isn't a predicate, then arguing that a being with existence is greater than one without existence involves a category error. You can't compare existing and non-existing things with respect to properties. Because non-existing things don't have properties, they simply don't exist. Kant's objection seems devastating. Most philosophers concluded that the ontological argument was a sophisticated confusion, a cautionary tale about the limits of pure reason. The argument became primarily of historical interest, studied as an instructive failure. The modal ontological argument, a resurrection. Yet, the ontological argument refused to die. In the 1970s, philosopher Alvin Plantinga revitalized it using modal logic, the logic of possibility and necessity. Plantinga's version is technical and complex, but its basic structure can be grasped. Modal logic distinguishes between necessary truths, true in all possible worlds, e.g. mathematical truths, logical laws, contingent truths, true in some possible worlds but not others, e.g. Joe Biden is president, impossible propositions, true in no possible worlds, e.g. square circles exist. Plantinga defines God as a maximally excellent being, one having omniscience, omnipotence, and moral perfection. A being is maximally great if it has maximal excellence in all possible worlds, that is, if it exists necessarily. The argument proceeds. 1. It's possible that a maximally great being, God, exists. 2. If it's possible that a maximally great being exists, then a maximally great being exists in some possible world. 3. If a maximally great being exists in some possible world, then it exists in all possible worlds, by definition of maximal greatness as necessary existence. 4. If a maximally great being exists in all possible worlds, then it exists in the actual world. 5. Therefore, a maximally great being exists in the actual world. The crucial move is step 1. Is it possible that God exists? Plantinga argues that unless you can show this is impossible, that the very concept of God contains a logical contradiction, you should grant its possibility. And if it's even possible that a necessary being exists, then that being must actually exist, because necessary beings exist in all possible worlds, including the actual one. This is philosophically sophisticated, but also somewhat dizzying. The argument seems to conjure God into existence through modal sleight of hand. Critics object that step 1 simply assumes what needs to be proved. Why should we grant that a necessarily existing, maximally great being is even possible? Perhaps such a being is impossible, like square circles, conceivable in a superficial sense, but logically incoherent upon analysis. Plantinga acknowledges this. He doesn't claim to have proven God's existence to all rational observers. Rather, he argues that belief in God can be rationally acceptable. If you already find the concept of God coherent and possibly true, the modal ontological argument shows that you're rationally committed to believe in God actually exists. Gödel's ontological proof. Another fascinating modern version comes from Kurt Gödel, perhaps the greatest logician of the 20th century. Gödel worked on his ontological proof privately for years, and it was only published after his death. His version uses even more sophisticated modal logic, defining God as a being possessing all positive properties. Gödel's proof is formally rigorous, proceeding through carefully defined axioms and theorems. He defines positive properties, argues that necessary existence is a positive property, and proves that if a godlike being is possible, then it necessarily exists. The proof is mathematically elegant, and coming from Gödel, who revolutionized logic with his incompleteness theorems, it commands respect. However, Gödel's proof faces similar objections. The crucial axioms, particularly about positive properties, seem chosen specifically to generate the desired conclusion. Critics argue that the proof's validity depends entirely on accepting these controversial premises. Gödel himself apparently viewed the proof as more of a logical exercise than a genuine demonstration of God's existence. The continuing controversy. Why does the ontological argument continue to fascinate despite centuries of criticism? Several factors contribute. Intellectual challenge. The argument operates at the intersection of metaphysics, logic, and philosophy of language. Understanding it requires grappling with deep questions about existence, possibility, necessity, and the relationship between concepts and reality. It's philosophically rich, rewarding careful study even for those who ultimately reject it. Evidentiary independence. Unlike other theistic arguments, the ontological argument doesn't depend on contested empirical claims about fine-tuning, design, or miracles. It purports to prove God's existence through pure logic. If successful, it would be immune to scientific developments that might undermine evidential arguments. Modal sophistication. Modern versions using possible world semantics and modal logic are technically sophisticated. They can't be dismissed as simple-minded or pre-scientific. They represent serious philosophical work engaging with cutting-edge developments in logic and metaphysics. The difficulty of definitive refutation. Despite widespread rejection, the argument has never been conclusively refuted to everyone's satisfaction. Kant's critique, while influential, didn't end debate. Modal versions sidestep some traditional objections. The argument keeps resurfacing in new forms, suggesting something deeper than obvious fallacy. Yet most philosophers remain unconvinced. The argument seems too clever by half, attempting to prove a momentous existential claim through conceptual analysis alone. Even if the argument is logically valid, its soundness depends on controversial premises that non-theists have little reason to accept. And there's something unsatisfying about proving God's existence through abstract reasoning divorced from experience, revelation, or empirical evidence. Philosophical lessons. Whether or not the ontological argument succeeds, it teaches important philosophical lessons. The limits of conceptual analysis. Can we discover substantive facts about reality through analyzing concepts alone? Or do claims about existence require empirical investigation? The ontological argument pushes this question to its limits. Existence and predication. What is the logical status of existence? Is Kant right that it's not a real predicate? Or can existence meaningfully be compared across possible and actual entities? These questions matter beyond theology, affecting philosophy of language and metaphysics generally. Necessity and possibility. What does it mean for something to be metaphysically necessary or possible? How do we determine what's possible? These questions, raised acutely by the modal ontological argument, are central to contemporary metaphysics. The relationship between logic and reality. Can logical possibility translate into metaphysical possibility? Can pure reason reveal the structure of reality, or is reason limited to analyzing our concepts, leaving empirical questions to experience and science? The ontological argument represents philosophy at its most ambitious and controversial. Whether it succeeds or fails, it demonstrates the power and peril of pure reason. It shows that simple questions, does God exist, can lead to profound explorations of logic, language, existence, and the nature of reality itself. And it reminds us that some of humanity's deepest questions resist simple answers, demanding sustained intellectual engagement and humility about the limits of our understanding. For those inclined to believe, the argument provides rational support, showing that theism isn't mere wishful thinking but can be grounded in careful philosophical reasoning. For skeptics, it illustrates the need for careful analysis when evaluating arguments, particularly those that seem to prove too much through purely conceptual means. And for everyone, it stands as a testament to the enduring human drive to understand ultimate reality through the power of reason itself. The moral argument, the foundation of right and wrong. Close your eyes and imagine this scenario. A man enters a preschool and begins shooting young children. Your immediate response is moral horror. This is wrong, not just unfortunate or socially unacceptable, but objectively, deeply, horrifyingly wrong. Now ask yourself, what grounds that moral judgment? Why is torturing children for fun wrong, not just for you or your culture, but really wrong?
Wrong whether anyone believes it or not, wrong even if an entire society endorsed it. This question lies at the heart of the moral argument for God's existence. The argument contends that objective moral truths exist, facts about right and wrong that hold independently of human opinion, and that such truths require a foundation in something beyond the natural world. If morality is objective, the argument goes, God provides the most coherent explanation for its existence. If moral truths are grounded in God's nature, then God's existence provides the best account for why objective morality exists at all. The phenomenology of moral experience. We all have deep moral intuitions. Some things strike us as genuinely right or wrong, not merely matters of preference or cultural conditioning. Consider these statements. Torturing infants for entertainment is wrong. Helping someone in desperate need is praiseworthy. The Holocaust was evil, not just culturally disapproved. Justice matters. Innocent people shouldn't be punished for crimes they didn't commit. Basic human rights should be respected. These aren't just expressions of personal taste, like I prefer chocolate to vanilla. They feel like genuine truths about reality, as objective as mathematical facts. C.S. Lewis, in his famous work, Mere Christianity, observed that when people argue morally, they appeal to standards they expect others to recognize. If someone cuts in line or breaks a promise, we don't just say, I dislike that. We say, that's not fair, or you shouldn't do that, implying a standard beyond personal preference. Moreover, we recognize that entire societies can be morally wrong. We condemn Nazi Germany's genocide, antebellum America's slavery, and ancient Rome's gladiatorial slaughter. But if morality were merely cultural convention, these judgments would be meaningless, like criticizing the ancient Greeks for not playing baseball. The fact that we make cross-cultural moral judgments suggests we implicitly believe in objective moral standards transcending cultural boundaries. Even moral progress assumes objectivity. When we say humanity has made moral progress, abolishing slavery, extending rights to women and minorities, developing humanitarian law, we're measuring different societies against a common, timeless standard. But there can be no progress or regress if there's no fixed destination. A compass indicates north only if there's an objective north to point toward. Similarly, moral progress only makes sense if there's an objective moral truth toward which we're moving. The argument structure. The moral argument can be formulated in several ways, but here's a common one. 1. If God does not exist, objective moral values and duties do not exist. 2. Objective moral values and duties do exist. 3. Therefore, God exists. Premise 2 appeals to our deep moral intuitions, our conviction that some things are genuinely right or wrong. This premise is difficult to deny without radical skepticism, which few people can consistently maintain. Even the most hardened moral skeptic typically reverts to objective moral language when personally wronged or when confronting clear moral atrocities. The controversial premise is one. Why would the non-existence of God entail the non-existence of objective morality? This requires careful examination. Naturalism and the problem of moral objectivity. Naturalism, the view that nature is all that exists, that there's nothing supernatural, dominates contemporary philosophy and science. But naturalism faces a challenge, explaining objective morality in purely natural terms. In a naturalistic universe, humans are products of evolutionary processes driven by survival and reproduction. Our moral instincts evolved because they provided survival advantages. Cooperation, reciprocity, and basic fairness helped our ancestors flourish. We feel that murder is wrong because tribes with such prohibitions outcompeted those without them. This evolutionary account explains why we have moral beliefs and feelings, but it doesn't establish that these beliefs track objective moral truths. Our ancestors might have evolved moral intuitions that were useful for survival without those intuitions being objectively true. As philosopher Michael Roos, an evolutionary ethicist, admits, morality is a biological adaptation no less than our hands and feet and teeth. Considered as a rationally justifiable set of claims about an objective something, ethics is illusory. Consider an analogy. We have evolved preferences for sweet and fatty foods because they provided survival advantages in environments where such foods were scarce. But we don't think these preferences reveal objective truths about what's good to eat. They're just artifacts of our evolutionary history. Why should moral intuitions be different? Furthermore, if evolution had proceeded differently, we might have very different moral intuitions. We could imagine species that evolved strong instincts for infanticide, aggressive territoriality, or rigid hierarchical domination. Would those instincts be true for those species? The evolutionary account seems to lead to moral relativism. Whatever instincts evolution happened to produce would be correct for creatures with those instincts. The is-ought gap. There's a deeper philosophical problem identified by David Hume in the 18th century, the is-ought gap. You can't derive what ought to be from what is. Descriptive facts about the world, including facts about human evolution, neuroscience, or social behavior, don't logically entail prescriptive moral conclusions. Suppose science discovers that humans have evolved impulses toward both cooperation and aggression. This tells us what is. Humans have these tendencies. But it doesn't tell us what we ought to do. Should we follow our cooperative impulses? Resist our aggressive ones? The scientific facts alone can't answer these normative questions. Some naturalists attempt to ground morality in human flourishing or well-being. Actions that promote human flourishing are good. Those that harm it are bad. This approach has intuitive appeal but faces questions. Why should human flourishing be the measure of goodness? What if someone simply doesn't care about human flourishing? Why is promoting well-being objectively better than causing suffering? Sam Harris in The Moral Landscape argues that science can answer moral questions by studying what increases well-being. But critics point out that Harris must assume that well-being is what matters morally. And this assumption isn't itself scientifically provable. It's a value judgment smuggled in at the foundation. God as the foundation of objective morality. Theism offers an alternative framework. If God exists, a supremely good being who designed the universe and human nature, then objective moral truths might be grounded in God's nature and will. On this view, moral facts aren't free-floating abstract principles, but reflect the character of ultimate reality itself. There are several ways to understand this connection. Divine command theory. What's morally good is what God commands. What's evil is what God forbids. God's will determines morality. This view faces the classic Euthyphro dilemma posed by Plato. Are actions good because God commands them, or does God command them because they're good? If the former, morality seems arbitrary. God could have commanded cruelty and made it good. If the latter, goodness seems independent of God, undermining the claim that God grounds morality. Divine nature theory. A more sophisticated approach grounds morality not in God's arbitrary commands, but in God's essential nature. God is perfectly good, loving, just, and wise. Moral truths reflect God's character. Actions are right insofar as they align with God's nature. This avoids arbitrariness. God can't command cruelty because cruelty contradicts God's loving nature. And it preserves God's role as morality's foundation. Moral truths ultimately derive from what God is like. The moral law as an idea in God's mind. Another view sees moral truths as eternal ideas in God's mind, similar to mathematical truths. These truths don't depend on God's will, but exist necessarily in God's thought. God apprehends moral truths perfectly and infallibly, making God the ultimate authority on morality, even if morality itself is logically independent of God's creative acts.
Whichever specific theory one adopts, theism provides several advantages in grounding objective morality. Moral obligations. Naturalism struggles to explain genuine moral obligations, duties we must fulfill regardless of our desires or interests. In a theistic framework, moral obligations make sense. We have duties to obey our Creator's design and purposes for us. God's commands create genuine obligations because God is our supreme authority and moral exemplar. Moral accountability. In a naturalistic universe, cosmic justice seems impossible. Evildoers often prosper while the righteous suffer. The wicked escape punishment, the good go unrewarded. This seems profoundly unjust. But if God exists, ultimate accountability is possible, justice delayed but not denied. This doesn't prove God exists, but it explains our deep intuition that justice should ultimately prevail. Intrinsic human value. Naturalism views humans as biological organisms, the product of amoral evolutionary processes. What grounds human dignity and rights in such a framework? Theism provides a clear answer. Humans are made in God's image, endowed with intrinsic worth by their Creator. This grounds universal human rights more firmly than naturalistic alternatives. The unity of moral truth. Why is there a consistent moral law applying across times, cultures, and individuals? Theism explains this. There's one lawgiver whose nature grounds all moral truth. Naturalism must treat the convergence of human moral intuitions as either coincidence or the product of similar evolutionary pressures. But this leaves unexplained why these pressures would produce genuine moral truths rather than merely useful fictions. Objections and responses. The problem of evil. The most powerful objection to theistic morality is also the most ancient, the problem of evil. If God is perfectly good, all-powerful, and all-knowing, why does evil exist? Doesn't the presence of horrendous suffering undermine belief in a morally perfect deity? This is a vast topic deserving its own treatment. Briefly, theists have offered various responses. Free will defense. God permits evil to preserve human freedom. Soul-making theodicy. Suffering serves character development. Skeptical theism. God has reasons beyond our comprehension, and so on. The debate continues, but the existence of evil, while challenging, doesn't necessarily contradict God's existence. It may limit what we can conclude about God's nature or show that the relationship between God and morality is complex. The Euthyphro dilemma. Even the divine nature theory doesn't fully resolve Euthyphro's challenge. If goodness is simply whatever God's nature happens to be, why call it goodness? If a being with a completely different nature existed, would that nature define goodness instead? Theists respond that God necessarily exists and necessarily has a perfectly good nature. There's no possible world where an evil God exists. But critics argue this just pushes the question back. Why is God's nature the standard of goodness rather than some other possible nature? Moral epistemology. Even if God grounds objective morality, how do we know what God commands? Different religions offer conflicting moral teachings. Religious believers disagree profoundly about specific moral issues. If morality depends on discerning God's will and people radically disagree about that will, doesn't this undermine practical moral decision-making? Theists respond that basic moral principles, don't murder, help others in need, tell the truth, command widespread agreement across religious traditions. The disagreements, while real, occur at the margins or in application rather than in fundamental principles. Moreover, moral epistemology is challenging for everyone, not just theists. Even naturalists must explain how we reliably access moral truths if they exist, or justify moral beliefs if objective truths don't exist. Good atheists and bad believers. Many atheists live morally admirable lives, while some religious believers act deplorably. Doesn't this show that morality doesn't depend on God? The moral argument doesn't claim that atheists can't be moral or that belief in God automatically makes people good. Rather, it claims that objective moral truths require a transcendent foundation which God provides.
Atheists can recognize and follow objective moral principles without believing in God, just as someone can do correct mathematics without understanding the philosophical foundations of mathematical truth. The question isn't whether atheists can be good, clearly they can, but whether, in a universe without God, objective moral truths exist for anyone, theist or atheist, to recognize and follow. Living with moral realism. Whether one accepts the moral argument's conclusion or not, the phenomenology of moral experience is undeniable. We make moral judgments constantly. We feel moral obligations. We experience moral praise, blame, guilt, and admiration. We believe some actions are truly right or wrong, not merely convenient or approved. For those convinced by the moral argument, God provides the secure foundation for these deep moral convictions. Morality isn't wishful thinking or social construction, but reflects the structure of reality itself, rooted in the nature of ultimate reality. This grounds ethics firmly and explains our deepest moral intuitions. For those unconvinced, challenges remain. Can objective morality exist without God? Can naturalism account for genuine moral obligations and universal human dignity? Or must we accept that morality is ultimately subjective, a useful fiction without correspondence to objective truth? These questions demand serious engagement, regardless of one's religious commitments. What's clear is that moral experience refuses to disappear. We can't avoid making moral judgments, feeling moral obligations, and acting as if objective moral truths exist. Whether this moral dimension of human existence points toward transcendent reality or represents an elaborate evolutionary illusion remains one of philosophy's most profound and consequential questions, one that touches every aspect of how we live and what we believe human life ultimately means. The argument from consciousness, the mystery of the thinking mind. Right now, as you read these words, something extraordinary is happening. Photons reflected from the screen or page are striking your retinas, triggering electrochemical signals that cascade through your visual cortex, processed by neurons firing in complex patterns. But that's not all that's happening. You're also having a subjective experience. You see the black letters on the white background, you understand the meanings they convey, you feel perhaps curiosity or skepticism about the ideas being presented. There is something it is like to be you reading this sentence right now. This something it is like, the subjective, first-person, qualitative dimension of experience, is what philosophers call consciousness. And consciousness presents one of the deepest mysteries in all of science and philosophy. How does mere matter, atoms and molecules obeying physical laws, generate subjective experience? How does the 3-pound lump of cells called the brain produce the inner world of thoughts, feelings, sensations, and self-awareness that you inhabit every waking moment? The argument from consciousness suggests that the existence of conscious experience, particularly its subjective, qualitative character, is best explained by the existence of God, rather than by materialistic accounts that reduce everything to physical processes. Just as the complexity of life and the fine-tuning of the cosmos point toward design, so the irreducible reality of consciousness points toward a transcendent mind as the source and ground of all minds. The hard problem of consciousness. Philosopher David Chalmers famously distinguished between the easy problems and the hard problem of consciousness. The easy problems, which aren't actually easy but are theoretically tractable, include explaining how the brain processes information, responds to stimuli, integrates information, and produces behavior. Neuroscience has made tremendous progress on these questions, mapping neural correlates of various mental functions, showing how different brain regions contribute to perception, memory, language, and decision-making. But the hard problem remains. Why and how does all this neural processing produce subjective experience?
Why doesn't all this information processing occur in the dark without anyone being home to experience it? Why is there something it is like to see red, taste chocolate, feel pain, or experience fear, rather than these processes occurring without any inner qualitative dimension? Consider color experience. When you see a ripe tomato, your brain processes certain wavelengths of light, categorizes them, and enables you to respond appropriately. But you also have a subjective experience of redness, a vivid, distinctive qualitative sensation that's utterly different from, say, the experience of blueness or sweetness. This subjective quality, what philosophers call qualia, singular, quale, seems irreducible to physical description. A neuroscientist could, in principle, know everything physical about your brain when you see red. Every neuron firing, every chemical reaction, every pattern of electrical activity. And yet still not know what it's like for you to experience redness, unless they've experienced it themselves. This suggests that subjective experience involves something beyond the physical facts that science can measure. Mary the color scientist, a thought experiment. Philosopher Frank Jackson proposed a famous thought experiment to illustrate this point. Imagine Mary, a brilliant neuroscientist who has spent her entire life in a black and white room, learning everything physical about color vision. Wavelengths, retinal responses, neuroprocessing, the complete physical story. One day, Mary leaves the room and sees a red tomato for the first time. Has she learned something new, what it's like to experience red? Intuitively, yes. Despite knowing all the physical facts, Mary discovers something when she first experiences redness. This suggests that subjective experience, qualia, involves facts beyond the physical. There's an explanatory gap between physical descriptions of neural processes and the qualitative, subjective character of conscious experience. Materialists have offered various responses. Some deny that Mary learns anything new. Her new experience is just the same old physical facts presented in a different format, experiencing rather than learning about. Others bite the bullet and deny that qualia exist in the way the thought experiment assumes. But these responses often seem to dodge rather than solve the problem, and most people find their own conscious experience too vivid and undeniable to dismiss. Consciousness and physical law. Here's another way to see the puzzle. The laws of physics describe matter, energy, forces, and their interactions. These laws are fundamentally mathematical and quantitative: masses, charges, velocities, field strengths. Nowhere in these equations does consciousness appear. You can give a complete physical description of the universe, every particle's position and momentum, every field's configuration, without mentioning subjective experience at all. Yet consciousness undeniably exists. You know this with absolute certainty from your own case. Descartes was right about at least this much: I think, therefore I am. Your own conscious experience is the one thing you cannot doubt, the foundation of all other knowledge. So we have an indisputable fact: consciousness exists, that doesn't seem to follow from or be explained by the physical laws governing matter and energy. This creates a dilemma for materialism. Either, 1, consciousness is something over and above the physical, contradicting materialism, or 2, the physical facts somehow entail or generate consciousness, but we have no idea how, and it seems conceptually impossible. The first horn means abandoning materialism for some form of dualism or idealism. The second horn means accepting a mysterious brute fact: consciousness somehow emerges from physical processes, without explanation. Neither option is comfortable for materialists. The zombie argument. Philosopher David Chalmers has pressed this point through the zombie argument. A philosophical zombie is a being physically identical to a conscious human in every way. Same brain structure, same neural activity, same behavior, but lacking conscious experience entirely. There's nothing it's like to be a zombie. The lights are off inside. Are zombies metaphysically possible? If so, this suggests consciousness isn't logically entailed by physical facts. You could have all the physical facts obtaining, all the same atoms arranged the same way, obeying the same laws, without consciousness existing. This means consciousness must be something additional, something over and above the physical. Materialists typically respond that zombies aren't genuinely possible. If something is physically identical to a conscious human, it must be conscious. But this seems like an assertion rather than an argument. Why must consciousness supervene on physical structure? What logical or conceptual necessity connects neural firing patterns to subjective experience? Intentionality and mental causation. Consciousness involves not just qualitative experience, but also intentionality, the property of being about something. Your thoughts have content. They refer to or represent things in the world. You can think about Paris even though Paris isn't in your head. You can believe falsehoods, desire impossible things, imagine fictional entities. Mental states possess this strange property of pointing beyond themselves to things that may or may not exist. Intentionality is puzzling for materialism. Physical states don't inherently possess aboutness. A neuron firing has causal relations to other neurons and to sensory inputs, but it doesn't represent or refer to anything in the way your thought about Paris refers to Paris. How does matter generate meaning and reference? Furthermore, our conscious mental states seem to cause our actions. You decide to raise your arm, and it rises. Your beliefs and desires appear to guide your behavior. But if consciousness is just an epiphenomenon, a causally inert byproduct of neural processes, then our subjective experience plays no real role. The neural processes do all the work. Consciousness just comes along for the ride. This seems deeply counterintuitive and threatens to make conscious deliberation and reasoning pointless. Emergence and its discontents. Many materialists appeal to emergence to explain consciousness. Just as liquidity emerges from H2O molecules, which aren't themselves liquid, and life emerges from complex biochemical organization, so consciousness emerges from complex neural organization. We can't predict or explain the higher-level property from the lower-level facts alone, but this is just how nature works. New properties emerge at higher levels of organization. Critics argue that consciousness is unlike other emergent properties. Liquidity, solidity, and other familiar emergent properties are still ultimately physical. They can be explained by the collective behavior of particles following physical laws. But consciousness seems categorically different. No amount of information about particle behavior, however complex, seems to logically entail subjective experience. Moreover, emergence seems to simply label rather than solve the mystery. Saying consciousness emerges from neural complexity doesn't explain how it emerges or why it should emerge. It's like saying life emerges from biochemistry. True, but not satisfying as an explanation. We want to understand the mechanism, the connection between the physical facts and the emergent phenomenon. Panpsychism, an alternative. Faced with these difficulties, some philosophers have embraced panpsychism, the view that consciousness is a fundamental feature of reality, present in some form throughout nature, not just in humans and animals. On this view, even electrons have some rudimentary proto-conscious experience. Complex consciousness, like ours, emerges by combining and organizing these fundamental conscious elements. Panpsychism avoids the seeming impossibility of consciousness emerging from wholly non-conscious matter. If consciousness is already present at the fundamental level, its existence in complex organisms is less mysterious. It's a matter of combination rather than generation ex nihilo. However, panpsychism faces its own problems. The combination problem asks how micro-consciousnesses in individual particles combine to form unified macro-consciousness, like your unified experience. Our conscious experience feels unified, not like a committee of countless tiny consciousnesses. How does combination produce this unity? Furthermore, panpsychism seems scientifically unmotivated and unfalsifiable. There's no evidence that electrons are conscious and no clear way to test the hypothesis. It multiplies mysterious conscious entities beyond necessity. Theism and the priority of mind. The argument from consciousness suggests that these puzzles find resolution in theism. If ultimate reality is fundamentally mental rather than material, if God, an infinite consciousness, is the foundation of all existence, then the existence of finite consciousness becomes less mysterious. On this view, matter is derivative rather than fundamental. God created the physical universe, and human consciousness is a reflection or image of God's own consciousness. We're conscious because we're made by a conscious creator who intended to produce conscious creatures. The hard problem dissolves because consciousness doesn't need to emerge from non-conscious matter. It's built into the fabric of reality from the start. This approach has several advantages. Explanatory power. Rather than treating consciousness as a mysterious anomaly in a materialistic universe, theism makes consciousness fundamental. The problem isn't explaining how matter produces mind, but how mind produces matter, a conceptually clearer direction of explanation. Accounting for intentionality. If God is a supremely rational being whose thoughts genuinely refer to and represent things, then human intentionality, our thoughts being about things, makes sense as a finite participation in God's infinite intentionality. Grounding mental causation. If God is a conscious agent whose intentions cause physical effects, creation, then human mental causation, our conscious decisions causing physical actions, is less puzzling. We image God's nature as conscious causal agents, explaining the correlation. Why are certain brain states correlated with certain conscious experiences? Materialists must treat this as brute fact. Theists can suggest God designed brain-mind connections purposefully, intending specific physical processes to produce specific experiences. C.S. Lewis put it memorably, if the solar system was brought about by an accidental collision, then the appearance of organic life on this planet was also an accident, and the whole evolution of man was an accident too. If so, then all our present thoughts are mere accidents, the accidental byproduct of the movement of atoms. And this holds for the thoughts of the materialists and astronomers as well as for anyone else's. But if their thoughts, i.e., of materialism and astronomy, are merely accidental byproducts, why should we believe them to be true? I see no reason for believing that one accident should be able to give me a correct account of all the other accidents. Objections. God's own consciousness. If consciousness is so puzzling, doesn't God's consciousness need explanation? If we can't understand how physical brains produce consciousness, how is positing a disembodied infinite consciousness any better? Theists respond that God's consciousness is metaphysically fundamental. It doesn't emerge from something else, but exists necessarily and self-explanatorily. This may seem like special pleading, but theists argue that explanation must stop somewhere, and conscious agency makes more sense as an explanatory terminus than mindless matter. Dualism's problems. Theistic accounts often involve some form of dualism, mind and matter as distinct substances. But dualism faces notorious difficulties. How do immaterial minds interact with material bodies? What is the mechanism of mind-body interaction? These are hard questions that dualism must address. Neuroscientific progress. Neuroscience continues making progress in correlating brain states with mental states. As we understand more about neural mechanisms, won't consciousness eventually be explained materialistically? Theists argue that correlation isn't explanation. We can map neural correlates exhaustively without closing the explanatory gap. Understanding that certain brain states correlate with certain experiences doesn't explain why or how. The hard problem remains even with complete neural mapping. The irreducibility of consciousness. Whatever one concludes about God, consciousness remains deeply puzzling for materialistic worldviews. The subjective, qualitative, unified, intentional character of conscious experience seems irreducible to the quantitative, third-person, objective descriptions of physical science. This creates at minimum a profound explanatory challenge for materialism and at maximum a decisive refutation. Thomas Nagel, an atheist philosopher, has argued that consciousness points toward a radical revision of our materialistic worldview. In Mind and Cosmos, he contends that consciousness is so fundamentally at odds with materialism that we need a new scientific framework acknowledging mind as basic rather than derived. While Nagel doesn't embrace theism, his argument shows that consciousness presents serious problems even for sophisticated non-religious thinkers. For those sympathetic to theism, consciousness provides powerful evidence. We directly know that conscious minds exist, our own. We struggle to explain how consciousness could arise from mindless matter. But if the ultimate foundation of reality is itself a supreme conscious mind, then the existence of finite consciousness flows naturally. We're not accidents of blind matter, but intended creations of conscious intelligence, minds made by mind to know and commune with that mind. Standing before the mystery of your own awareness, contemplating the astonishing fact that the universe contains beings capable of contemplating the universe, you may sense that consciousness hints at something transcendent. The inner light of awareness illuminating your experience may reflect, however dimly, the infinite light of divine consciousness underlying all reality, making the argument from consciousness not just a philosophical puzzle, but an invitation to existential wonder. The argument from personal experience, a glimpse of the divine? Throughout human history, across every culture and epoch, billions of individuals have reported experiences they interpret as encounters with the divine, moments of overwhelming presence, transcendent peace, mystical union, answered prayers, miraculous interventions, and profound spiritual transformation. These experiences range from the dramatic, visions, voices, apparitions, to the subtle, a sense of divine presence during prayer, feelings of transcendent meaning, moments of spiritual consolation. The argument from personal experience contends that this vast treasury of religious experience constitutes evidence for God's existence. While individual reports might be dismissed as delusion, wishful thinking, or neurological anomalies, the sheer ubiquity and consistency of religious experience across times and cultures demands explanation. Moreover, for those who have had such experiences, they often carry a compelling evidential force that abstract philosophical arguments can't match. This argument differs from the others we've examined. It's not primarily philosophical, but phenomenological and testimonial. It appeals not to abstract reasoning or scientific observation, but to direct personal experience, what William James called first-hand religion as opposed to second-hand doctrinal belief. For many believers, their religious experience provides the most immediate and compelling reason for their faith, more persuasive than any philosophical argument could be. The universality of religious experience. Religious experiences are not confined to one tradition, one personality type, or one historical period. They've been reported by contemplatives and mystics, ordinary believers and sophisticated intellectuals, the educated and illiterate, the young and old. They occur in solitary meditation, communal worship, nature encounters, near-death experiences, and the midst of everyday life. William James, in his monumental work, The Varieties of Religious Experience, 1902, documented the astonishing diversity of such experiences. He identified common characteristics. Ineffability. Religious experiences resist adequate verbal description. Those who have them insist that words fail to capture the depth and quality of what was experienced. There's a sense of encountering something more real, more meaningful, more significant than ordinary reality. The argument from personal experience. contends that this vast treasury of religious experience constitutes evidence for God's existence. While individual reports might be dismissed as delusion, wishful thinking, or neurological anomalies, the sheer ubiquity and consistency of religious experience across times and cultures demands explanation. Moreover, for those who have had such experiences, they often carry a compelling evidential force that abstract philosophical arguments cannot match. This argument differs from the others we've examined. It's not primarily philosophical, but phenomenological and testimonial. It appeals not to abstract reasoning or scientific observation, but to direct personal experience, what William James called first-hand religion as opposed to second-hand doctrinal belief. For many believers, their religious experience provides the most immediate and compelling reason for their faith, more persuasive than any philosophical argument could be. The universality of religious experience. Religious experiences are not confined to one tradition, one personality type, or one historical period. They've been reported by contemplatives and mystics, ordinary believers and sophisticated intellectuals, the educated and illiterate, the young and old. They occur in solitary meditation, communal worship, nature encounters, near-death experiences, and the midst of everyday life. William James, in his monumental work, The Varieties of Religious Experience, 1902, documented the astonishing diversity of such experiences. He identified common characteristics. Ineffability. Religious experiences resist adequate verbal description. Those who have them insist that words fail to capture the depth and quality of what was experienced. There's a sense of encountering something more real, more meaningful, more significant than ordinary reality. Noetic quality. Despite being ineffable, these experiences feel deeply illuminating. They carry a sense of knowledge or insight, revealing truths about reality, oneself, or the divine. They're not merely emotional, but cognitive, conveying understanding rather than just feeling. Transiency. Most mystical experiences are temporary, lasting minutes or hours rather than sustained indefinitely. Yet their effects often persist long after, transforming the experiencer's worldview and conduct. Passivity. Though people may prepare for religious experiences through prayer, meditation, or fasting, the experiences themselves feel given rather than manufactured, received rather than created. One feels grasped by something beyond oneself rather than generating the experience through one's own efforts. Beyond these formal characteristics, religious experiences vary enormously in content. Some report visions of religious figures, Jesus, Mary, angels, deceased loved ones. Others experience a sense of divine presence without visual imagery. Some describe cosmic unity, feeling their individual self dissolve into an infinite whole. Others encounter God as a distinct person, loving, communicating, relating. Some experiences are terrifying, confronting divine holiness and one's own unworthiness. Others overflow with peace, joy, and love. Testimony and epistemology. How should we evaluate claims based on personal experience? In everyday life, we regularly rely on testimony. You believe your friend when she says she visited Paris, even though you didn't accompany her. You trust your colleague's report that the meeting has been rescheduled. We couldn't function without generally accepting others' testimony about their experiences. Philosopher Richard Swinburne has argued for a principle of credulity. If something seems, epistemically, to be present, then probably it is present, unless we have specific reasons to doubt the perception. When you seem to see a table, you're justified in believing a table is present, absent special defeaters. You're hallucinating, known to be unreliable, etc. By default, we trust our experiences and others' reports. Should religious experiences be treated differently? Defenders of the experiential argument say no. If someone reports experiencing God's presence, we should take that testimony seriously, unless we have specific reasons to doubt it, just as we take seriously their report of seeing a bird or feeling cold.
The mere fact that not everyone has had such experiences doesn't defeat them. Not everyone has seen the aurora borealis, but we don't dismiss those who report it. Moreover, religious experiences often produce lasting, positive transformations. Lives marked by selfishness, addiction, or meaninglessness are redirected toward compassion, purpose, and service. These fruits suggest the experiences tap into something real and good, not mere delusion. As Jesus said, "By their fruits you shall know them." The cumulative case is impressive. While any individual report might be questioned, billions of people across history testify to experiences of the divine. This massive concordance of testimony from diverse sources constitutes significant evidence. If 1,000 witnesses testify to seeing a particular event, we'd take their concordant testimony seriously even if we hadn't witnessed it ourselves. Why treat religious testimony differently? Naturalistic explanations. Skeptics, of course, offer alternative explanations. Perhaps religious experiences are entirely natural phenomena, products of brain chemistry, psychology, and culture with no supernatural component. Neurological explanations. Research has identified brain regions involved in religious experiences. Temporal lobe epilepsy can produce intense mystical experiences. Psychedelic substances trigger experiences remarkably similar to spontaneous mystical states. Transcranial magnetic stimulation of certain brain areas can induce feelings of a sensed presence. This suggests religious experiences are brain events, not encounters with transcendent reality. Psychological explanations. Freud viewed religion as wish fulfillment, projection of the idealized father figure seeking security in an indifferent universe. Religious experiences might be manifestations of deep psychological needs rather than veridical encounters with the divine. People under stress, confronting mortality, or seeking meaning are particularly prone to such experiences, suggesting they arise from psychological needs rather than divine reality. Cultural explanations. Religious experiences typically conform to experiencers' cultural and religious backgrounds. Christians see Jesus or Mary, Buddhists experience nirvana, Hindus encounter Krishna or Shiva. This suggests experiences are culturally shaped rather than direct encounters with objective reality. If religious experiences genuinely reveal transcendent truth, wouldn't they converge rather than diverge across cultures? Evolutionary explanations. Perhaps humans evolved tendencies toward religious experience because such experiences provided survival advantages, promoting social cohesion, reducing anxiety, encouraging pro-social behavior. Religious experience would then be an evolutionary adaptation, useful but not true. These explanations have significant force. Clearly, brain states, psychology, culture, and evolution play a role in religious experience. But do they fully explain away such experiences or merely describe their necessary conditions? Explanation versus explanation away. There's a crucial distinction between explaining how something occurs and explaining it away as illusory. Consider love. Neuroscience can identify brain chemicals involved in romantic attraction: dopamine, oxytocin, serotonin. Evolutionary psychology can explain why humans evolved pair bonding instincts. But does this mean love is merely chemicals or evolutionary programming with no genuine significance? Most people would say no. The biological underpinnings of love don't negate its reality or meaning. They describe the mechanisms through which love operates. Similarly, identifying neural correlates of religious experience doesn't prove the experience is illusory. If God exists and created humans to relate to Him, we'd expect religious experiences to involve specific brain states, just as visual experiences involve specific brain states without being illusory. The brain is the instrument through which we experience everything, divine reality included. Regarding psychological explanations, yes, people may seek God because of needs for security, meaning, or consolation. But this doesn't mean God doesn't exist or that religious experiences are merely projections. Perhaps God created humans with needs that only God can fulfill. As Augustine put it, our hearts are restless until they rest in Thee. Need doesn't imply unreality. Sometimes we need precisely what exists. The cultural shaping of religious experience is real but doesn't necessarily undermine veridicality.
Different cultures provide different conceptual frameworks for interpreting transcendent encounters, but the underlying experience might still involve genuine contact with divine reality. Consider how different cultures describe colors differently, categorizing the spectrum in various ways. This doesn't mean color perception is illusory, just that cultural frameworks shape how we conceptualize and report our experiences. Moreover, significant commonalities exist across religious traditions. Mystics from different traditions, Christian, Islamic, Jewish, Buddhist, Hindu, often report remarkably similar experiences. Ego dissolution, unity consciousness, profound peace, encounters with infinite love or light. This cross-cultural convergence suggests something more than mere cultural projection. The varieties and their challenges. The diversity of religious experiences raises genuine difficulties. Experiences within the same tradition often contradict each other, and experiences across traditions sometimes make incompatible theological claims. Some encounter a personal God, others experience an impersonal cosmic consciousness. Some report specific theological truths, others receive contradictory revelations. How do we adjudicate between conflicting reports? If religious experience is meant to reveal truth, why the confusion and contradiction? Several responses are possible. Core versus interpretation. Perhaps the core experience is veridical, but cultural and theological interpretations differ. The mystic encounters divine reality, but how they conceptualize and describe it depends on their theological background. The experience is genuine, the interpretation varies. Degrees of clarity. Perhaps some experiences are clearer than others. Just as perception can be distorted by poor lighting or flawed instruments, religious perception might be more or less accurate depending on the experiencer's spiritual development, cultural conditioning, or psychological state. Mystery remaining. Perhaps divine reality is so far beyond human comprehension that all reports are partial, like blind people touching different parts of an elephant and reporting contradictory descriptions. Each captures something real, but no single account captures everything. Demonic deception. Some religious traditions distinguish between divine and demonic experiences. Not all religious experiences come from God. Some might be counterfeit, misleading spiritual encounters. This explanation preserves the veridicality of some experiences while accounting for contradictions. None of these responses fully satisfies, but they suggest the diversity of religious experience, while problematic, needn't be fatal to the argument. Near-death experiences. A subset of religious experience worth highlighting is near-death experiences. People who have been clinically dead and resuscitated often report vivid experiences. Traveling through a tunnel toward a light, encountering deceased loved ones or religious figures, experiencing overwhelming peace and love, reviewing their life, and sometimes being told to return to their bodies. NDEs are striking because they occur when brain function is severely compromised or absent. This challenges materialistic explanations. If consciousness is purely brain-generated, how can vivid, coherent experiences occur when the brain isn't functioning normally? Moreover, some NDE reports include verified veridical perceptions. Patients accurately describe events that occurred while they were unconscious, sometimes in other rooms or locations they couldn't have physically observed. Skeptics propose naturalistic mechanisms. Oxygen deprivation, endorphin release, brain activity in the seconds before complete death. But these explanations struggle to account for the richness, coherence, and sometimes veridical nature of NDEs. The experiences often transform people profoundly, reducing fear of death and increasing spiritual commitment, effects that persist for decades. While NDEs don't prove an afterlife or God's existence, they suggest consciousness might continue independently of brain function, and that some reported encounters with spiritual realities might be genuine rather than hallucination. Properly basic belief and reformed epistemology. Philosopher Alvin Plantinga has argued that belief in God can be properly basic, justified without evidence, much like perceptual beliefs, I see a tree, or memory beliefs, I had breakfast. When you see a tree, you don't need to argue that trees exist. The experience itself justifies the belief absent defeaters. Similarly, Plantinga suggests religious experience can directly justify belief in God. If you experience God's presence, you're warranted in believing God exists, just as experiencing a tree warrants believing the tree exists. This doesn't mean religious belief is irrational or evidenceless. The experience itself is evidence. It just means believers needn't provide arguments to convince skeptics who haven't had such experiences. This reformed epistemology shifts the burden of proof. Rather than believers needing to prove God exists, skeptics must provide defeaters, reasons to think the religious experiences are unreliable. Absent such defeaters, believers are within their epistemic rights to trust their experiences. Critics object that this makes belief too easy. Any belief, however absurd, could be declared properly basic. Plantinga responds that not all beliefs are properly basic. Only those produced by reliable cognitive faculties in appropriate circumstances qualify. If God exists and designed humans to know Him, then religious experience constitutes a reliable faculty for forming true beliefs about God, making religious beliefs properly basic in a way beliefs in alien abduction or astrology are not. Personal transformation as evidence. Beyond specific experiences, many point to the transformative power of religious faith as evidence. Lives wrecked by addiction, despair, selfishness, or meaninglessness are dramatically redirected through religious conversion. People find purpose, overcome destructive habits, become more compassionate and generous, and experience profound peace and joy. These transformations aren't just subjective feelings. They produce objective, observable changes. Addicts become sober, criminals reform, the depressed find hope, the selfish become generous. Religious communities often excel at rehabilitation, character formation, and social renewal in ways secular approaches struggle to match. This pragmatic evidence doesn't prove God exists in the strict sense, but it suggests religious faith taps into something real and powerful, producing genuine human flourishing. As William James argued, if religion works, if it makes life better, more meaningful, more morally excellent, perhaps that itself counts as evidence for its truth. The limits and possibilities. The argument from personal experience will never convince those who haven't had such experiences. It's inherently personal and subjective, resistant to the kind of intersubjective verification that scientific or mathematical arguments provide. No amount of testimony will substitute for direct experience, just as no description of color can convey what color is like to someone blind from birth. Yet for those who have experienced God's presence, the argument carries overwhelming force. Their experience provides direct, immediate, compelling evidence that philosophical arguments merely supplement. They know whom they have encountered, and that knowledge grounds their faith more securely than abstract reasoning ever could. Moreover, the sheer ubiquity of religious experience across humanity suggests we're not dealing with rare delusions, but with a fundamental aspect of human existence. Whether one interprets these experiences theistically or naturalistically, they demand explanation. For the theists, the explanation is straightforward. People experience God because God exists and reveals Himself to those who seek. For naturalists, the explanation must be more complex. Somehow, evolution, neurology, psychology, and culture conspire to produce consistent, transformative, apparently veridical experiences of something that doesn't exist. Which explanation is more plausible? That depends partly on one's prior commitments. But at minimum, the vast sea of religious testimony across humanity suggests that rejecting God's existence requires explaining away an enormous body of human experience. Those explanations, while possible, often seem strained, like insisting that everyone reporting seeing rainbows is actually hallucinating, despite consistent, concordant testimony from diverse, reliable witnesses. The argument from personal experience reminds us that God, if real, is not primarily a philosophical hypothesis, but a living presence to be encountered. Faith isn't just intellectual assent to propositions, but relationship with a person. And relationships begin not with arguments, but with meeting. Moments of disclosure when the divine draws near and makes Himself known to the waiting heart. The question of proof. But can these arguments prove God exists? This depends on what we mean by proof. If we mean mathematical certainty, the level of certainty we have about 2 plus 2 equals 4, or triangles have 3 sides, then no, these arguments don't provide proof. But almost nothing outside mathematics and logic admits of such certainty. We don't have mathematical proof that the external world exists, that other minds are conscious, or that the universe is more than 5 minutes old. Yet we rationally believe these things based on cumulative evidence and inference to the best explanation. Philosophical arguments for God aim at rational persuasion rather than demonstrative proof. They show that belief in God is intellectually defensible, perhaps even more reasonable than alternatives. They provide warrant for belief, good reasons for thinking God exists, rather than proof that compels assent from all rational persons. This may disappoint those seeking certainty, but perhaps the search for absolute proof in matters of ultimate reality is misguided. If God exists and desires relationship with free creatures, making his existence so obvious that denial is impossible might undermine human freedom. As Blaise Pascal observed, God provides sufficient light for those who desire to see and sufficient obscurity for those of a different disposition. The evidence is enough to justify belief, but not enough to compel it, leaving room for genuine choice. Faith and reason. This brings us to the relationship between faith and reason. The arguments we've examined show that faith needn't be blind, that theism can be rationally supported and defended. But they also reveal limits to reason's power. At some point, argument ends and personal judgment begins. Whether the cumulative case convinces depends partly on philosophical commitments, partly on how one weighs different kinds of evidence, and partly on factors beyond strictly rational calculation, including personal experience, moral intuition, and existential needs. This doesn't mean faith is irrational. Rather, it means rational considerations point toward but don't compel belief. Faith involves trust that goes beyond what reason alone can establish, not against reason, but beyond it. It's similar to trusting a friend's loyalty. You have good reasons based on past behavior, but ultimately trust involves a leap beyond certain knowledge, a commitment to believe the best about someone whose inner life you can't directly access. Similarly, belief in God involves trusting that the evidence, cosmic design, fine-tuning, moral truth, consciousness, personal experience, points toward ultimate reality rather than illusion. It's a judgment that existence is meaningful rather than absurd, that consciousness reflects something fundamental rather than accidental, that moral truths are real rather than convenient fictions. This judgment can be rationally motivated and supported, but it ultimately requires personal commitment that transcends strict proof. Living the questions. Perhaps the deepest value of these arguments isn't that they settle the God question definitively, but that they deepen our engagement with profound mysteries. Why does anything exist? Why is the universe so precisely calibrated for life? What grounds moral truth? How does consciousness arise? What should we make of humanity's persistent religious experiences? These questions don't admit easy answers. They've engaged the greatest minds across millennia and will likely continue engaging future generations. Living with these questions, seriously wrestling with them, refusing premature closure, either toward dogmatic belief or dismissive skepticism, may itself be valuable. It cultivates intellectual humility, wonder at existence, and appreciation for the depth and complexity of reality. Whether one concludes that God exists or not, engaging these arguments enriches understanding. For believers, they provide rational support for faith and reveal dimensions of divine nature, God as designer, fine-tuner, moral source, supreme mind, and self-revealing presence. For skeptics, they force confrontation with difficulties naturalism must address: the appearance of design, cosmic fine-tuning, moral objectivity, conscious experience, and religious testimony. And for the uncertain, they map the territory, showing where the key issues lie and what considerations matter most. The invitation. Ultimately, arguments for God's existence are less like mathematical proofs and more like invitations. Invitations to see the universe as meaningful rather than meaningless, to interpret ambiguous evidence in light of transcendent purpose rather than blind chance, to open oneself to dimensions of reality that strictly materialistic frameworks exclude. For those who accept the invitation, these arguments provide intellectual scaffolding supporting faith. They show that belief isn't wishful thinking, but has rational foundations. They enable believers to give reasons for their hope, engaging skeptics on common rational ground. For those who decline, these arguments at least demonstrate that theism is a live intellectual option defended by serious thinkers, not a relic of pre-scientific superstition. Reasonable people can weigh the evidence differently, but they can't fairly claim believers are simply irrational or that theism has been refuted by science or philosophy. And for everyone, these arguments pose unavoidable questions about ultimate reality, meaning, and truth. Whether the universe was designed or accidental, whether consciousness has cosmic significance or is a quirk of evolution, whether moral truths are objective or subjective, whether billions of religious experiences reveal truth or delusion, these questions matter profoundly. They shape how we understand ourselves, how we live, what we value, and what we hope for. The God question refuses to go away. It's woven into the fabric of human existence, arising whenever we contemplate the night sky's vast mystery, whenever we confront moral absolutes demanding our allegiance, whenever we wonder at our own consciousness, whenever we seek meaning in suffering or hope beyond death. These arguments for God's existence don't answer all questions, but they show that the ancient conviction that ultimate reality is personal, purposeful, and good, that the universe is God's creation rather than a cosmic accident, remains philosophically defensible and existentially compelling in the 21st century, just as it has been throughout human history. Whether you walk away from these arguments persuaded, skeptical, or still searching, one thing should be clear. The question of God's existence is not trivial, not settled, and not going away. It's the ultimate question, underlying all others. What is the fundamental nature of reality? Is there purpose and meaning built into existence, or must we create our own meaning in an indifferent cosmos? Are we at home in the universe, or are we cosmic orphans? These arguments, for all their philosophical sophistication, ultimately point beyond themselves, toward mystery, toward transcendence, toward the ultimate source and ground of being. Whether that source is a personal God who can be known and loved, or an impersonal force, or simply the brute fact of matter and energy governed by natural law, remains the most important question any thinking person can ask. And engaging seriously with these arguments is one crucial way of living that question deeply, honestly, and fruitfully, whatever answer one ultimately embraces. The argument from miracles, when the laws of nature are broken. In the summer of 1858, in a small town in southern France, a 14-year-old peasant girl named Bernadette Soubirous claimed to have seen a beautiful lady in a grotto. Over subsequent weeks, she reported 18 apparitions of this figure, who eventually identified herself as the Immaculate Conception, understood by Catholics as the Virgin Mary. During one apparition, Bernadette was told to dig in the ground, whereupon a spring emerged that had never been there before. Word spread of miraculous healings associated with this spring at Lourdes. Blind people reportedly regained sight, paralytics walked, terminal illnesses vanished. In the 160-plus years since, millions have made pilgrimages to Lourdes, and thousands have claimed healings. The Catholic Church established the Lourdes Medical Bureau to investigate these claims using strict scientific criteria. Of the thousands investigated, the Church has officially recognized about 70 as inexplicable by natural means, genuine miracles. Or consider the resurrection of Jesus, the central miracle claim of Christianity. Multiple sources report that Jesus was crucified, died, was buried, and 3 days later his tomb was found empty. Over subsequent weeks, numerous individuals and groups claimed to encounter him alive. The Apostle Paul, writing within 25 years of the events, lists over 500 witnesses to the resurrected Christ, many still alive and available for questioning when he wrote. Miracle claims like these, violations of natural law, divine interventions in the regular course of nature, have been reported throughout history and across cultures. Hindus report miracles associated with their gurus. Muslims attribute miracles to Muhammad and various saints. Jews recount miracles from biblical times to the present. If genuine, miracles would provide powerful evidence for God's existence and activity in the world. A universe where natural laws are occasionally suspended by divine power is clearly not a purely naturalistic universe. But are miracles genuine? Or are they legends, misperceptions, exaggerations, or frauds? Can miracle claims provide solid evidence for God's existence, or do they crumble under critical scrutiny? Hume's devastating critique. The most famous philosophical attack on miracles comes from David Hume's 1748 essay, Of Miracles. Hume's argument is elegantly simple yet devastatingly powerful. It proceeds in two parts. First, Hume defines a miracle as a violation of the laws of nature. Natural laws are, by definition, universal and exceptionless. They describe how nature invariably behaves. We know these laws through uniform experience. We've always observed that unsupported objects fall, that water flows downhill, that dead people stay dead. These regularities are backed by countless observations throughout human history. Now, when someone reports a miracle, a violation of these laws, we face a choice: believe the testimony or trust the laws of nature. But the evidence for natural laws is overwhelmingly stronger than the evidence for any testimony. Natural laws are supported by countless observations. Testimony is merely one person's or a few people's report. As Hume put it, no testimony is sufficient to establish a miracle unless the testimony be of such a kind that its falsehood would be more miraculous than the fact which it endeavors to establish. In other words, is it more likely that natural laws have been violated or that the testimony is mistaken? Given that we have universal experience of natural laws holding and frequent experience of testimony being mistaken, it's always more probable that the testimony is wrong than that a miracle occurred. Hume's second argument attacks the credibility of miracle testimony specifically. He notes that miracle claims are most common among, quote, ignorant and barbarous nations, people lacking scientific education and prone to superstition. Even in civilized nations, miracle claims come disproportionately from those most credulous and least critically minded. Miracle reports are often contradictory, with different religions reporting miracles supporting incompatible doctrines. If Christian miracles are genuine, they support Christianity, but if Islamic miracles are genuine, they support Islam. They can't both be true, yet testimony exists for both. Furthermore, Hume argues, there's a natural human tendency toward wonder and the marvelous. We enjoy being astonished and astonishing others. This creates psychological pressure toward exaggeration and embellishment. Stories grow in the telling. A remarkable recovery becomes a miraculous healing. A psychological experience becomes a divine vision. A coincidence becomes an answered prayer. Hume concludes that the wise person proportions belief to evidence. Since the evidence against miracles, the uniform experience of natural law, vastly outweighs the evidence for them, always questionable testimony, the rational person rejects miracle claims. The problem with testimony. Hume's skepticism about testimony resonates strongly in our modern age. We're acutely aware of how unreliable human perception and memory can be. Psychological research has documented countless ways our minds deceive us. Confirmation bias, false memories, the power of suggestion, the unreliability of eyewitness testimony, placebo effects, and the tendency toward pattern finding even in random data. Consider the legendary growth of miracle stories. The earliest Christian documents, Paul's letters, written 15 to 25 years after Jesus' death, report the resurrection, but no virgin birth, no star of Bethlehem, no wise men, no escape to Egypt, no childhood miracles. These stories appear only in later Gospels, decades after the events. This pattern suggests legendary embellishment over time, exactly what we'd expect if miracles were mythological rather than historical. Or consider modern miracle claims. Studies of claimed faith healings often reveal that illnesses were misdiagnosed, temporarily ameliorated, or psychosomatic in the first place. Miraculous recoveries turn out to be spontaneous remissions, rare but naturally occurring. Dramatic testimonies often collapse under investigation. The healed person still has the disease, or never had it as severely as claimed, or experienced temporary improvement that later reversed. The Lourdes healings, while more carefully documented, still face significant challenges. Of the millions who visited Lourdes over 160-plus years, only about 70 healings have been officially recognized as miracles, a success rate of roughly 0.002%. Is this evidence of divine intervention or simply the expected number of spontaneous remissions and misdiagnoses in such a large sample? Statistically improbable recoveries do occur naturally. With enough people, we'd expect some remarkable cases without invoking miracles. Moreover, the healings that occur seem suspiciously selective. Amputated limbs don't regrow. Chromosomal disorders like Down syndrome aren't cured. The healings tend to involve conditions that can have psychosomatic components, paralysis, blindness, or that occasionally remit spontaneously, certain cancers, autoimmune disorders. This pattern suggests natural explanations rather than supernatural intervention. The resurrection, a test case. The resurrection of Jesus is worth examining in detail, as it's the miracle claim most central to the world's largest religion, and perhaps the best documented ancient miracle claim. The case for the resurrection rests on several historical facts accepted by most scholars, including many skeptics. 1. Jesus was crucified and died. 2. He was buried, most likely in a tomb. 3. Soon afterward, his tomb was found empty. 4. Multiple individuals and groups reported post-mortem appearances of Jesus. 5. The disciples underwent dramatic transformation, from fearful deniers to bold proclaimers willing to die for their message. 6. James, Jesus' skeptical brother, converted after allegedly seeing the risen Jesus. 7. Paul, an enemy of the movement, converted after claiming to encounter the risen Christ. Resurrection defenders argue that the resurrection hypothesis best explains these facts. Alternative explanations, the disciples stole the body, Jesus didn't really die, the appearances were hallucinations, face serious difficulties. The disciples had no motive to fabricate resurrection. They gained martyrdom, not wealth or power. Hallucinations don't explain the empty tomb or the group appearances. The swoon theory, Jesus merely fainted, is medically implausible given Roman crucifixion procedures. However, skeptics offer powerful counterarguments. First, even if we can't definitively explain the evidence naturally, this doesn't mean we should invoke the supernatural. History is full of mysteries we can't fully explain, but a miracle happened has never proven to be the correct explanation once we gained more evidence. Second, the evidence, while impressive for an ancient event, still consists entirely of testimony from committed believers with theological motivations. We have no neutral observers, no hostile witnesses who converted after independent investigation. Every source promoting the resurrection was already a Christian or became one through the experience. This creates obvious credibility concerns. Third, the empty tomb story appears only in later sources. Paul, our earliest source, never mentions it. The empty tomb might be legendary embellishment added later to support resurrection belief that originated from visionary experiences, not physical observations. Fourth, apparent resurrections or ascensions were claimed for other ancient figures, Apollonius of Tyana, Romulus, Asclepius. We recognize these as legendary. Why treat Christian claims differently? The fact that resurrection belief arose in a Jewish context, where resurrection was already theologically expected, provides a cultural explanation for why this particular legend developed. Finally, Hume's point remains. However difficult to explain the evidence naturally, a genuine resurrection would be even more difficult to believe. We'd need to overturn our entire understanding of biology, physics, and the natural order. No testimony, however impressive, can outweigh the accumulated evidence of universal human experience that dead people stay dead. The theistic response: when laws meet the lawgiver. Defenders of miracles argue that Hume's argument, despite its initial appeal, contains serious flaws. First, Hume's definition of miracles as violations of natural law is problematic. Natural laws don't prescribe what must happen. They describe what normally happen absent other causal factors. The law of gravity describes how objects behave when only gravitational forces act on them. But gravity doesn't operate when other forces intervene. Electromagnetic forces can overcome gravity, as when a magnet picks up a paperclip. Similarly, natural laws describe how nature operates when God doesn't intervene. A miracle isn't a violation of natural law, but an instance of divine action, a new causal factor entering the system. If a powerful agent, God, exists outside the natural order and can act within it, occasional interventions wouldn't violate natural laws any more than my picking up a ball violates the law of gravity. Second, Hume's probabilistic argument assumes that the probability of a miracle is always lower than the probability of mistaken testimony. But this ignores background information. If God exists and has reasons to perform certain miracles, the probability isn't negligible. It's whatever probability we assign to God existing and having those reasons. Consider an analogy. Suppose you find your front door standing open one morning. What's more likely, that the law of nature was violated, doors don't open themselves, or that you forgot to close it? Clearly the latter. But now suppose you learn that a burglar has been operating in your neighborhood. This background information changes the probabilities dramatically. The open door is now evidence of a burglar, not a violation of natural law. Similarly, if we have independent reasons to believe God exists from the arguments examined earlier, and if God would have reasons to validate a particular religious message, say through resurrection, then miracle testimony isn't assessed in a vacuum. We're asking whether, given God's existence and purposes, this particular event occurred. That's a very different probability calculation than Hume assumes. Third, Hume's skepticism about testimony proves too much. If we're as skeptical of testimony as Hume suggests, we'd have to reject most historical knowledge. We believe Caesar crossed the Rubicon, that Hannibal crossed the Alps with elephants, that Alexander conquered Persia, all on the basis of testimony from sources with potential biases and motivations. We can't directly verify ancient history. We must rely on testimony. If testimony is as unreliable as Hume claims, historical knowledge becomes impossible. The key is distinguishing reliable from unreliable testimony. Factors that enhance reliability include multiple independent sources, early testimony close to events, willingness of witnesses to suffer for their testimony, testimonies that include embarrassing details, suggesting honesty rather than propaganda, and testimonies from initially skeptical witnesses. By these criteria, the resurrection testimony is surprisingly strong. We have multiple early sources, witnesses who suffered martyrdom, embarrassing details, like women being the first witnesses in a culture that discounted women's testimony, and conversion of initial skeptics, like James and Paul. Modern Bayesian approaches. Contemporary philosophers have reformulated the miracle debate using Bayesian probability theory, which provides a rigorous framework for updating beliefs based on evidence. On a Bayesian analysis, the probability that a miracle occurred given the testimony depends on 1. The prior probability of the miracle, how likely was it before considering testimony? 2. The probability of the testimony if the miracle occurred. 3. The probability of the testimony if the miracle didn't occur. If God exists and has reasons for the miracle, the prior probability isn't negligible. If the testimony is strong, early, multiple, independent, it's highly probable if the miracle occurred. And if alternative explanations, fraud, legend, hallucination are weak, the testimony is improbable if the miracle didn't occur. Plugging realistic numbers into Bayes' theorem, several philosophers have argued that miracles like the resurrection can indeed be supported by historical evidence, contrary to Hume's assumptions. Of course, skeptics can adjust the probabilities differently, assigning lower priors to God's existence or miracles, or higher probabilities to naturalistic explanations. The Bayesian framework doesn't resolve the debate, but clarifies what's at stake. Miracle beliefs ultimately depend on broader metaphysical commitments about whether God exists and whether naturalism is true. What miracles reveal? The miracle debate ultimately reveals that our willingness to accept miracle claims depends heavily on our background worldview. If you're already convinced naturalism is true, that nature is all that exists, then miracles are impossible by definition, and all testimony must be explained away, however difficult that proves. If you're open to supernaturalism, accepting that a powerful God might exist and occasionally intervene, then miracle claims become plausible, and strong testimony can provide genuine evidence. This doesn't mean miracles prove nothing. Rather, it means miracles function more as confirmatory evidence for those already inclined toward theism, based on other arguments, than as standalone proof sufficient to convince committed naturalists. For the undecided, miracles pose an interesting challenge. The testimony exists and must be explained somehow. Are naturalistic explanations adequate, or do they strain credulity more than accepting that something genuinely extraordinary occurred? This judgment call, honest inquirers can make differently while remaining rational. What's clear is that Hume's argument, while powerful, isn't the conversation ender it once seemed. Miracles remain on the table as potential evidence, not proof, but evidence that we live in a universe where divine action occasionally punctures the regular order of nature. For believers, this possibility brings comfort. For skeptics, it remains unsettlingly unproven. And for all of us, it stands as a reminder that reality may be far stranger than our everyday experience suggests.
The ultimate bet on eternity. Imagine you're presented with a choice. Behind door number 1, a life of belief in God with its demands of moral living, religious practice, and self-denial. Behind door number 2, a life of unbelief with freedom to live as you please without religious constraints. You don't know for certain whether God exists. What should you choose? Blaise Pascal, the brilliant 17th-century French mathematician, physicist, and philosopher, proposed a provocative answer. Believe in God. Why? Because if you're right, you gain everything, eternal happiness. If you're wrong, you lose little, a finite life constrained by religious practice. But if you don't believe and God exists, you lose everything, eternal damnation. And if you don't believe and God doesn't exist, you gain little, freedom from religious constraints during your finite life. It's a wager, Pascal argued, and the smart bet is obvious. Even if God's existence is uncertain, even if you think it's improbable, the potential infinite gain of believing outweighs any finite costs. This is Pascal's wager, perhaps history's most famous and controversial argument for religious belief. What makes the wager fascinating is that it doesn't argue God exists. Rather, it argues that believing in God is rationally prudent regardless of the evidence. It's an argument from self-interest, appealing not to truth, but to practical reason. And this pragmatic approach has attracted fierce criticism, even as it continues to intrigue philosophers, mathematicians, and ordinary believers. The logic of the wager. Pascal's argument can be laid out formally. Assume we're deciding whether to believe in God, and we're uncertain whether God exists. We face 4 possible outcomes. Scenario 1. You believe and God exists. Outcome: eternal heavenly bliss. Value: infinite positive utility, plus infinity. Scenario 2. You believe and God doesn't exist. Outcome: you've wasted some earthly pleasure on religious practice. Value: small finite negative utility, -10, let's say. Scenario 3.
You don't believe and God exists. Outcome, eternal damnation or separation from God. Value, infinite negative utility, minus infinity. Scenario 4. You don't believe and God doesn't exist. Outcome, you've lived freely without religious constraints. Value, small finite positive utility, plus 10, let's say. Now calculate the expected utility of each choice using basic decision theory. Expected utility equals probability times value, summed across all possible outcomes. Expected utility of believing equals probability God exists times infinity, plus probability God doesn't exist times minus 10, equals p times infinity, plus 1 minus p times minus 10. As long as p, the probability God exists, is greater than 0, even infinitesimally small, the expected utility is infinite, because any positive number multiplied by infinity equals infinity. Expected utility of not believing equals probability God exists times minus infinity, plus probability God doesn't exist times plus 10, equals p times minus infinity, plus 1 minus p times plus 10. Again, as long as p greater than 0, the expected utility is negative infinity. Therefore, believing has infinitely greater expected utility. Rational choice theory says we should maximize expected utility. Therefore, we should believe in God even if we think God's existence is highly improbable, even if we assign it only a 1% or 0.001% probability. This is decision theory applied to the ultimate question. Pascal was essentially saying, look, I can't prove God exists. Maybe the evidence is ambiguous, but you're making a decision whether you realize it or not. And given the stakes, betting on God is the rational choice. The initial appeal. Pascal's wager has appealing features. It takes seriously our uncertainty about ultimate reality. It doesn't demand that we abandon intellectual honesty or pretend evidence is conclusive when it isn't. It simply asks, given your uncertainty, how should you bet? The wager also resonates with our intuitions about how we actually make decisions under uncertainty. We buy insurance even though our houses probably won't burn down, because the consequences if they do are catastrophic. We wear seatbelts even though we probably won't crash, because the potential harm is severe. Risk management is rational when stakes are high, even when probabilities are low. Moreover, Pascal recognized that religious belief isn't purely intellectual.
You can't simply decide to believe something you don't believe. So Pascal advised that those persuaded by the wager should act as if they believe, participate in religious practices, spend time with believers, read religious texts, and belief would eventually follow. Essentially, fake it till you make it applied to religion. This approach has psychological plausibility. Belief formation isn't purely passive reception of evidence. It involves our choices about where to focus attention, which communities to join, which practices to engage in. By choosing to immerse yourself in religious life, you shape the cognitive environment that influences what you come to believe. The many gods objection. Despite its initial appeal, Pascal's wager faces devastating objections. The most famous is the many gods objection. Which God should we believe in? Christianity says believe in Jesus or face hell. Islam says the same about Allah and Muhammad. Hinduism offers different teachings entirely. Ancient Norse religion promised Valhalla for warriors who died in battle. Various religions throughout history have offered different salvation schemes with different requirements and different consequences for non-belief. If Pascal's wager works, it works for all of them equally. The expected utility calculation applies to any religion promising infinite reward for belief and infinite punishment for disbelief. So we have expected utility of believing in Christian God plus infinity, expected utility of believing in Allah plus infinity, expected utility of believing in Zeus plus infinity, expected utility of believing in Odin plus infinity, and so on. But these religions contradict each other. Christianity says Jesus is God. Islam says Jesus wasn't God. Both can't be true. So believing in one might guarantee infinite punishment in another religion's afterlife. If the Christian God exists and you believe in Allah, you're damned. If Allah exists and you believe in Jesus as divine, you're damned for idolatry. The expected utility calculation thus becomes expected utility of believing in Christian God equals probability Christian God exists times plus infinity, plus probability some other God exists times negative infinity, plus probability no God exists times -10. If there's any positive probability that some incompatible God exists, you're multiplying by negative infinity, making the expected utility undefined or indeterminate. The wager collapses into incoherence when we acknowledge religious diversity. Pascal was aware of this objection, but his response is unsatisfying. He essentially says, wager on Christianity because that's the religion we're considering. But someone in ancient Scandinavia could run the same wager for Norse gods, someone in India for Hindu gods, someone in ancient Egypt for Egyptian gods. The structure of the argument doesn't privilege any particular religion. The authenticity problem. Even if we could somehow determine which God to wager on, another problem emerges. Can you genuinely believe something purely for pragmatic reasons? And even if you could, would God reward such mercenary belief? Most religious traditions value sincere faith, believing because you genuinely think God exists and is worthy of worship, not because you're hedging your bets. A God who reads hearts would see through Pascal's wager-motivated belief and might regard it as dishonest or unworthy of reward. Jesus said the greatest commandment is to love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul and with all your mind. Can you love someone with all your heart because the expected utility calculation recommended it? Can you worship with all your soul while thinking, this might all be false, but it's a good bet? The wager seems to corrupt the very relationship it aims to secure. Genuine religious faith involves trust, love, devotion, attitudes incompatible with hedging your bets. If belief is motivated primarily by fear of hell or desire for heaven rather than genuine conviction that God exists and is good, it seems hollow. Pascal's response that you should act as if you believe until genuine belief follows is clever but problematic. It assumes that going through religious motions will eventually produce sincere belief. But this seems to advocate self-deception or brainwashing. Is it virtuous to deliberately manipulate yourself into believing something you don't currently find credible? Moreover, this approach might backfire. Participating in religious practices you find meaningless or false might produce resentment rather than belief. Forcing yourself to pray to a God you don't believe exists might feel like lying. The psychological mechanism Pascal envisions, where behavior shapes belief, might work for some but leave others feeling dishonest and alienated. The wrong kind of reasons. Philosopher William James articulated another objection. Pascal's wager provides the wrong kind of reasons for religious belief. Religion isn't primarily about maximizing expected utility. It's about truth, meaning, and relationship with the divine. Imagine someone asked you to be their friend and you replied, well, the expected utility of friendship exceeds the costs, so rationally I should befriend you. They'd be offended, and rightly so. Friendship isn't a matter of utility calculation. It's a relationship grounded in mutual affection, respect, and genuine enjoyment of each other's company. Similarly, God, if God exists, presumably desires genuine relationship, not calculated self-interest. Approaching God as a cosmic insurance policy rather than as ultimate reality worthy of love and worship for its own sake seems to miss the entire point of religion. Moreover, basing belief on pragmatic considerations rather than evidence seems to abandon intellectual integrity.
If we're allowed to believe things because it's useful rather than because they're true, what stops us from believing anything convenient? Should we believe we're wealthy because it would make us happier? Should we believe our spouses are faithful because the alternative is painful? Truth matters, and we can't simply choose our beliefs based on what would be most advantageous if true. We need reasons to think our beliefs are actually correct, not just that they be beneficial if correct. The malicious God objection. A particularly troubling objection notes that Pascal's wager assumes God rewards belief and punishes disbelief. But why assume this? Perhaps God values intellectual honesty over credulous belief. Perhaps God rewards those who proportion their beliefs to evidence rather than those who believe on inadequate grounds. Or consider a more disturbing possibility. Perhaps a perverse God exists who rewards atheists and punishes believers. If this anti-God exists, Pascal's wager points exactly the wrong direction. And if we're uncertain about God's nature, we can't rule out this possibility. This might seem far-fetched, but it illustrates a serious point. Pascal's wager assumes not just that God exists, but that God has a particular character, rewarding believers and punishing unbelievers. But these are separate questions. Even if we grant some probability to God's existence, we'd need additional probability estimates for God having this particular character versus other possible divine characters. Once we factor in these additional uncertainties, the expected utility calculation becomes far more complicated and less obviously favoring belief. Modern reformulations. Despite these objections, Pascal's wager has been reformulated and defended by contemporary philosophers. Some responses to the objections include, to the many gods objection. Perhaps we can narrow the field to serious candidates. Religions with substantial historical tradition, theological sophistication, and philosophical coherence. If Christianity and Islam are the main live options, and they agree that a good God exists who rewards sincere seekers, perhaps the wager still favors religious belief generally, even if it doesn't determine which specific religion. To the authenticity problem, perhaps God values the sincere search for truth and rewards those who earnestly seek, even if their initial motivations are mixed. Starting with pragmatic reasons might lead to genuine encounter and authentic faith. To the wrong kind of reasons objection, perhaps Pascal's wager isn't meant to produce full religious belief, but merely to overcome atheistic presumption, to show that agnosticism or openness to God is more rational than confident atheism. It's not the whole case for belief, but one consideration among others. To the perverse God objection, we might assign this scenario very low probability. While logically possible, it seems more likely that a good God would exist than a perverse one, given moral arguments for God's existence.
These responses don't fully resolve the objections, but they show the debate continues. Pascal's wager, in various forms, remains a live argument in contemporary philosophy of religion. What the wager reveals. Even if we reject Pascal's wager as a proof, it reveals something important. We cannot avoid betting. Whether we consciously decide or not, we're living as if God exists or as if God doesn't. Our choices, how we spend our time, what we value, how we treat others, what we hope for, reflect implicit wagers about ultimate reality. The person who lives for immediate pleasure is implicitly wagering that there's no afterlife where present choices have eternal consequences. The person who sacrifices for others is implicitly wagering that such sacrifices have meaning beyond immediate self-interest. The person who pursues truth, even at personal cost, is wagering that truth matters objectively. We're all making Pascal's wager in one direction or another. The question isn't whether to bet, but whether to bet consciously or unconsciously, carefully or carelessly, wisely or foolishly. Perhaps Pascal's deepest insight isn't the mathematical calculation, but the existential recognition. The God question isn't merely academic.
It matters how we answer it or fail to answer it, because our lives are the bet we're making. And if the stakes really are infinite, indifference seems the least rational option of all.
The problem of evil, reconciling a good God with suffering. A child is born with a genetic disease that causes excruciating pain for years before inevitably ending in death before age 10. An earthquake buries hundreds of school children alive. A loving mother of 4 develops aggressive cancer and dies in agony. A young woman is brutally raped and murdered. 6 million Jews are systematically exterminated in gas chambers. These aren't abstract philosophical examples. They're real instances of the suffering that saturates our world. Everywhere we look, we see pain, loss, cruelty, and death. Innocent children suffer. Good people are destroyed by disease, disaster, and violence. Nature inflicts terrible harm through earthquake, tsunami, hurricane, and pandemic. History is written in blood. This is the problem of evil, often called the rock of atheism, the single most powerful argument against God's existence. The problem is devastatingly simple. If God is all-powerful, God could prevent suffering. If God is all-knowing, God knows about all suffering. If God is perfectly good, God would want to prevent suffering. Yet suffering exists, massive, horrific, seemingly pointless suffering. How can this be? The ancient philosopher Epicurus framed the dilemma with stark clarity. Is God willing to prevent evil but not able? Then he is not omnipotent. Is he able but not willing? Then he is malevolent. Is he both able and willing? Then whence comes evil? Is he neither able nor willing? Then why call him God? For millennia, this problem has troubled believers and convinced skeptics. Unlike abstract philosophical arguments, the problem of evil speaks to lived human experience. We don't need sophisticated philosophy to feel its force. We need only observe the world or experience suffering ourselves. And it raises a question that demands an answer. If God exists and is good, why does God allow this? 2 forms of the problem. Philosophers distinguish between 2 versions of the problem of evil: logical and evidential. The logical problem of evil claims that God's existence is logically incompatible with evil's existence. The argument goes: 1. If God exists, God is omnipotent, omniscient, and perfectly good. 2. An omnipotent being can prevent any evil. 3. An omniscient being knows about all evil. 4. A perfectly good being wants to prevent all evil. 5. Therefore, if God exists, no evil exists. 6. Evil exists. 7. Therefore, God does not exist. This is a deductive argument. If the premises are true, the conclusion necessarily follows. The argument claims it's logically impossible for both God and evil to exist simultaneously. The evidential problem of evil makes a weaker but more intuitive claim. While God's existence and evil might not be logically incompatible, the kind and quantity of evil we observe makes God's existence highly improbable. The argument doesn't claim to prove God doesn't exist, but argues that evil constitutes powerful evidence against God. The evidential version emphasizes gratuitous suffering, evil that serves no apparent purpose, that doesn't seem necessary for any greater good, that appears utterly pointless and preventable. A perfectly good God wouldn't allow such suffering, yet it exists in abundance. Therefore, God probably doesn't exist. Let's examine each version and the responses they've generated. The free will defense. The most influential response to the logical problem of evil is the free will defense, articulated powerfully by philosopher Alvin Plantinga. The defense argues that God's creating beings with genuine free will is so valuable that it outweighs the risk that those beings will misuse their freedom to cause evil. Free will, the ability to make genuine choices, to act from one's own decisions rather than being determined by external causes, is essential for moral goodness, meaningful relationships, and human dignity. A world of free beings who freely choose love, compassion, and virtue is immensely more valuable than a world of robots programmed to mechanically perform good actions without genuine choice.
But free will necessarily involves the possibility of choosing evil. You can't be free to choose good unless you're also free to choose evil. God could prevent all moral evil by creating beings without free will, mere automata who unfailingly perform good actions because they're programmed to. But such beings wouldn't truly be good. They'd just be following their programming. Thus, a world containing free will plus some moral evil might be better, more valuable overall, than a world containing no free will and no moral evil. God allows moral evil not because God doesn't care about suffering, but because preventing it would require eliminating free will, which would eliminate something even more valuable. This defense has significant force against the logical problem of evil. It shows that there's no logical contradiction between God's existence and moral evil. God can be perfectly good while allowing moral evil if free will is valuable enough to outweigh the harm caused by its misuse. However, the free will defense faces serious limitations. The problem of natural evil. Free will explains moral evils, harms caused by human choices like murder, rape, theft, and cruelty. But what about natural evils, suffering caused by earthquakes, diseases, animal predation, genetic disorders, and natural disasters? These aren't caused by human free will. Why does God allow them? Some theists respond by invoking fallen angels or demonic forces as causes of natural evil, but this seems strained and lacks independent evidence. Others suggest that natural evils result indirectly from human free will, through the fall. Adam and Eve's choice corrupted all of creation. But this explanation seems disproportionate and morally troubling. Why should animals suffer because of human sin? Why should children get cancer because of ancient ancestors' choices? The problem of prevention. Even granting free will's value, couldn't God intervene to prevent the worst evils without significantly undermining freedom? God could allow humans freedom to choose petty wrongs, but intervene to prevent murder, rape, and genocide. Or God could arrange circumstances so terrible evils are simply impossible, perhaps by making humans less vulnerable to harm, or ensuring that when someone attempts great evil, they're frustrated by circumstance. God intervenes constantly in nature according to theism, answering prayers, performing miracles, revealing truth. If God can intervene without destroying free will in these cases, why not intervene to prevent horrific evils? The problem of disproportionate evil. Human history contains evils so massive, the Holocaust, genocides, torture of children, that they seem to vastly exceed what would be necessary to preserve free will. Couldn't free will be preserved with significantly less suffering? The soul-making theodicy. Another major response, called the soul-making theodicy, was developed by philosopher John Hick. This approach argues that the world's difficulties and sufferings serve a purpose. They enable spiritual growth, character development, and moral maturity. Virtues like courage require danger. Compassion requires suffering to respond to. Perseverance requires challenges to overcome. Moral growth requires difficult choices in morally significant situations. A world designed as a comfortable paradise would produce spiritually shallow beings, pampered, weak, and morally underdeveloped. God's purpose on this view isn't to maximize our immediate comfort, but to develop our souls, to transform us from self-centered beings into compassionate, courageous, virtuous persons capable of profound relationships with God and each other. This requires a challenging environment where genuine choices matter and growth is possible. Think of a parent who protects their child from every difficulty. The child never learns resilience, never develops problem-solving skills, never experiences the satisfaction of overcoming challenges. Such protection actually harms the child's development. Similarly, God permits suffering not from indifference, but from a concern for our spiritual development. This theodicy has intuitive appeal. We recognize that difficulty often produces growth. Those who've faced and overcome adversity often develop depth of character that those who've lived easy lives lack. Suffering can awaken compassion, courage, and wisdom that comfort rarely produces. However,
critics raise powerful objections. Excessive suffering. Even if some suffering facilitates growth, the world contains far more than necessary for this purpose. How does a child dying of cancer at age 5 contribute to soul-making? How do victims of sudden fatal accidents benefit from experiences they don't survive?
How much character development justifies the Holocaust? The suffering often seems excessive, prolonged beyond any plausible pedagogical purpose, and distributed without any correlation to spiritual need. If suffering's purpose is growth, why do some suffer enormously while others suffer little? Why do infants suffer before they can learn anything? The distribution problem. Suffering is distributed seemingly at random, with no regard for deservingness or spiritual lead. The wicked often prosper while the virtuous suffer. Children suffer more than adults in many disasters. The soul-making defense struggles to explain why suffering isn't distributed according to its supposed purpose. The consent problem. We consider it wrong for one person to cause another to suffer for that person's own character development without their consent. You can't justifiably torture someone to make them stronger or more compassionate. Why is God permitted to do what would be immoral for us? Animal suffering. Animals suffer immensely from predation, disease, starvation, and natural disasters. They've been suffering for millions of years before humans existed. What purpose does their suffering serve? They don't undergo soul-making. They lack the cognitive capacities for moral or spiritual development. Why does God permit massive animal suffering? Skeptical theism, the limits of human understanding. Recognizing the difficulties with traditional theodicies, some theists adopt skeptical theism. This approach doesn't attempt to explain why God permits evil. Rather, it argues that we shouldn't expect to understand God's reasons. Think of the cognitive gap between humans and God. God, if God exists, is infinitely intelligent, sees all consequences of all possible choices across all of time, understands connections and purposes utterly beyond human comprehension. We're like infants trying to understand quantum physics or chess grandmaster strategy. When a parent takes their child to the doctor for painful vaccinations, the child doesn't understand that temporary pain prevents much greater future suffering. The child only knows that the parent is allowing something painful. Similarly, we might be unable to grasp God's reasons for permitting suffering, reasons that might be perfectly good if only we could understand them. Perhaps every instance of suffering serves some purpose we can't see, preventing greater evil, enabling greater good, necessary for reasons utterly beyond our comprehension. Our inability to see these reasons doesn't mean they don't exist, any more than a child's inability to understand medicine means vaccinations lack good reasons. This response has the virtue of humility. It acknowledges that if God exists, God's perspective would be radically different from ours, and we might well be unable to grasp divine purposes. However, skeptical theism faces objections. It undermines all theology. If God's ways are so far beyond our understanding that we can't judge whether any evil is justified, then we also can't judge that God is good, loving, or just. These terms become meaningless if God's goodness is utterly beyond our comprehension and might justify any apparent evil. It seems morally complacent. Skeptical theism might discourage efforts to reduce suffering. If we think all suffering serves hidden divine purposes, why work to eliminate it? Might we be interfering with God's plans? It makes moral judgments impossible. If we can't recognize gratuitous evil, if any evil might serve hidden purposes, how can we make moral judgments at all? How do we distinguish good from evil if the worst evils might actually be good for reasons we can't grasp? It seems like giving up. Skeptical theism feels like abandoning the intellectual responsibility to explain and justify belief.
Rather than providing reasons to believe God's goodness is compatible with evil, it simply declares the question beyond human understanding. This might be true, but it's not satisfying. The greater good defense. Some theodicies argue that all evil serves some greater good, that God permits suffering because it's necessary for goods that outweigh the suffering. For example, perhaps heaven's glory is so great that any earthly suffering pales in comparison and will seem insignificant from the perspective of eternity. As St.
I consider that our present sufferings are not worth comparing with the glory that will be revealed in us. Or perhaps certain goods logically require the possibility of certain evils. Forgiveness requires wrongdoing to forgive. Mercy requires suffering to show mercy toward. Redemption requires brokenness to redeem. God might want a universe containing these great goods, which necessarily involves permitting the evils they presuppose. Or perhaps the universe as a whole, understood as a complete story from beginning to end, is more beautiful, more meaningful, more valuable when it includes the dramatic arc of creation, fall, suffering, and redemption than it would be as an unchanging paradise. Critics object. Why these goods? Why must forgiveness and redemption exist? Aren't prevention and preservation better than needing to forgive and redeem? Wouldn't a world without wrongdoing be better than a world with wrongdoing plus forgiveness? Disproportionality. Even granting that some suffering might enable greater goods, couldn't the same goods be achieved with less suffering? The universe seems to contain far more evil than necessary for any plausible greater goods. Instrumentalizing victims. Using people's suffering as mere means to greater goods treats them as instruments rather than ends in themselves. It seems to violate human dignity to allow someone to suffer horribly simply because it contributes to some greater cosmic good. Ivan Karamazov's challenge. The problem of evil reaches its emotional and moral peak in Dostoevsky's The Brothers Karamazov, where Ivan Karamazov presents the problem through stories of children's suffering. Ivan recounts true stories. A 5-year-old girl beaten by her parents, locked in an outhouse in winter, crying to dear kind God to save her while dying in the cold. A surf boy torn apart by dogs for accidentally hurting the landowner's favorite hound. Innocent children tortured, abused, murdered. Ivan concludes, I don't want harmony. Out of love for humanity, I don't want it. I'd rather remain with my unavenged suffering and my unquenched anger, even if I'm wrong. Besides, they've put too high a price on harmony. We can't afford to pay so much for a ticket. And therefore, I hasten to return my ticket. It's not that I don't accept God, Alyosha. I'm just most respectfully returning him the ticket. Ivan's point is devastating. Even if we could explain suffering, even if it serves some greater cosmic purpose, even if future harmony somehow justifies present horror, it's still too high a price. No heavenly harmony is worth the tears of a single tortured child. If God's plan requires such sacrifices, the plan is morally unacceptable. This isn't just an intellectual argument, it's a moral protest. Ivan isn't saying he can't understand how a good God could permit evil. He's saying that even if he could understand, he would reject it as morally intolerable. Many find Ivan's argument compelling. It suggests that the problem of evil isn't merely intellectual, but moral. Even if theodicies could explain suffering, would that make it acceptable? Does explanation equal justification? 3. Where this leaves us. The problem of evil remains the most formidable challenge to traditional theism. While various theodicies and defenses show that God's existence and evil aren't strictly logically incompatible, none fully explains the kind and quantity of evil we observe. For many thoughtful people, the suffering in our world, especially innocent suffering, animal suffering, and gratuitous horror, constitutes powerful evidence against the existence of a perfectly good, all-powerful God. While this doesn't prove God doesn't exist, it suggests that if God exists, God must be significantly different from the God of classical theism, perhaps limited in power or knowledge, or perhaps operating with values and purposes utterly alien to human moral intuitions.
Some theists respond by modifying their conception of God. Process theology suggests God isn't all-powerful. Open theism suggests God doesn't know the future exhaustively. Others suggest God suffers alongside creation rather than standing aloof. But these modifications create new problems. If God isn't all-powerful, is God worth worshiping? If God doesn't know the future, can God provide security or fulfill promises? If God suffers, can God save us?
The problem of evil ultimately leaves us with difficult choices. Accept traditional theism while living with the problem's weight, modify our conception of God significantly, or conclude that a perfectly good, all-powerful God doesn't exist. For those who suffer, the problem isn't theoretical, it's lived reality, demanding answers that philosophy struggles to provide. And that, perhaps, is the problem's deepest challenge. Not just that it poses an intellectual difficulty, but that it touches the raw nerve of human pain and cries out for meaning in a world where suffering often seems utterly meaningless. The problem of divine hiddenness. Why doesn't God reveal himself? Imagine a father who genuinely loves his children but refuses to reveal himself to them. He never calls, never visits, never writes. When they search for him desperately, they find no trace. When they cry out for him in moments of need, they hear only silence. Some children come to believe he doesn't exist at all. Others maintain hope that he's real, but struggle constantly with doubt. A few claim to have sensed his presence, but these claims are ambiguous and disputed. Would we call this father loving? Wouldn't genuine love require making one's existence and love clearly known to one's children? This is the problem of divine hiddenness in a nutshell. If God exists and loves humanity, why isn't God's existence obvious? Why is belief difficult, contested, and based on ambiguous evidence? Why do honest seekers, people genuinely searching for God with open hearts and minds, so often find nothing but silence? The philosopher J.L. Schellenberg has developed this into a rigorous argument against God's existence. 1. If a perfectly loving God exists, God would want loving relationships with humans. 2. Loving relationships require that both parties believe the other exist. 3. Therefore, if a perfectly loving God exists, God would ensure that all people capable of relationship have sufficient evidence to believe God exists. 4. Yet many people capable of relationship don't have sufficient evidence. They're non-resistant non-believers. 5. Therefore, a perfectly loving God doesn't exist. The argument's power lies in its appeal to our intuitions about love. Love seeks connection, communion, relationship. A loving being doesn't hide from those it loves. Yet God, if God exists, seems to play cosmic hide-and-seek, leaving ambiguous evidence that convinces some while leaving others in honest doubt. The philosopher, Woodstock, non-resistant non-believers. The argument's crucial premise is that non-resistant non-believers exist. People who don't believe in God, not from rebellion, sin, or stubborn refusal, but simply because they haven't encountered sufficient evidence. Consider someone raised in a secular culture, exposed to multiple religions making contradictory claims, earnestly seeking truth but finding religious claims unpersuasive. She examines theistic arguments and finds them unconvincing. She tries prayer and experiences nothing. She reads religious texts and finds them neither more nor less plausible than other ancient documents. She wants to believe if God exists, but honestly doesn't. Or consider someone who loses faith after experiencing horrific evil. He prays desperately for intervention that doesn't come. He searches for God's presence but finds only silence. He asks for a sign, for reassurance, for anything, but encounters nothing. Over time, belief erodes not through choice, but through the weight of absent evidence. These aren't people who reject God out of love of sin or intellectual pride. They're honest seekers who simply don't find the evidence sufficient. The divine hiddenness argument asks, why does God allow such people to exist?
If God loves them and desires relationship with them, why doesn't God provide clearer evidence? After all, God could make his existence undeniable. God could write messages in the stars that appear in every language simultaneously. God could produce miracles so frequent and undeniable that skepticism becomes impossible. God could appear directly to each person, communicating unambiguously. Yet none of this occurs. Instead, we get ambiguous evidence that persuades some while leaving others in honest doubt. The scale of the problem. The divine hiddenness problem isn't just about a few individuals. Throughout history and across cultures, massive numbers of people have never heard of the Christian God, or heard distorted versions, or heard it alongside equally plausible competing claims from other religions. Consider the geographical and historical distribution of belief. If you're born in Saudi Arabia, you'll almost certainly become Muslim. Born in India, likely Hindu. Born in ancient Greece, you'd have worshipped Zeus and Athena. Born in pre-Columbian Americas, you'd have known nothing of Christianity or Islam or Judaism. Religious belief correlates overwhelmingly with accidents of birth. This suggests that religious belief results primarily from cultural conditioning rather than divine revelation.
If God were clearly revealing himself, wouldn't we expect more uniform belief across cultures and times? Instead, we find exactly the pattern we'd expect if religious beliefs were human creations reflecting cultural contexts rather than divine revelation. Moreover, many of history's brightest minds, philosophers, scientists, scholars who've devoted their lives to truth-seeking, have been atheists or agnostics. Bertrand Russell, David Hume, Friedrich Nietzsche, Albert Camus, Jean-Paul Sartre, and countless others have found theistic evidence insufficient. Were they all resistant non-believers, rejecting God out of sin or pride? Or were they honest thinkers who simply didn't encounter sufficient evidence? The divine hiddenness argument suggests that if God exists and loves these people, God would provide clearer evidence. The fact that so many honest seekers don't believe suggests either that God doesn't exist, or that God doesn't care about their beliefs, or that God has reasons for hiddenness that outweigh the value of universal belief, reasons that seem hard to reconcile with perfect love. Theistic responses: the value of faith. Defenders of theism offer several responses to divine hiddenness. One common response appeals to the value of faith. Believing without overwhelming evidence is more virtuous, more praiseworthy than believing only when evidence is undeniable. If God made his existence undeniable, appearing in the sky, performing constant miracles, providing incontrovertible proof, belief would be coerced. There'd be no room for free choice, no possibility of genuine faith. People would believe from overwhelming evidence rather than from trust, love, or voluntary commitment. But faith, believing and trusting despite uncertainty, committing to God without proof, is spiritually valuable. It develops character, demonstrates trust, and enables genuine relationship rather than forced acknowledgement. The letter to the Hebrews says, "Faith is confidence in what we hope for and assurance about what we do not see." Such faith requires that God not be overwhelmingly obvious. Jesus himself seemed to value faith over sight. When doubting Thomas insisted on physical evidence of resurrection, Jesus provided it, but added, "Because you have seen me, you have believed. Blessed are those who have not seen and yet have believed." However, this response faces objections. Why value faith? Why should believing without sufficient evidence be virtuous? In every other domain, we consider proportioning belief to evidence a virtue, not a vice. We don't praise people who believe conspiracy theories on insufficient evidence. Why should religious belief be different? The double standard. If someone claimed to have an invisible dragon in their garage and criticized skeptics for lacking faith, we'd find this absurd. Why does God get special treatment? Why should we consider believing in God without strong evidence virtuous, while we'd consider believing other extraordinary claims gullible?
The problem of degree. Moreover, does genuine faith require hiddenness? Parents don't hide from children to teach them faith. Human relationships flourish with clear communication, not ambiguity. Why should divine human relationship require different conditions than human-human relationships? The problem of degree. Even granting that some ambiguity might be valuable, the actual degree of hiddenness seems excessive. God could be clearer than currently while still leaving room for faith. The evidence could be stronger without being overwhelming. Epistemic distance and human freedom. Another response suggests that God maintains epistemic distance, not making his existence overwhelmingly obvious, to preserve human freedom and enable morally significant choices. If God's existence were undeniable, humans would face overwhelming pressure to obey. Disobedience would seem foolish, rebellion impossible. We'd comply with divine commands not from genuine love or moral conviction, but from coercion, like subjects obeying a tyrant from fear. But God wants voluntary love, genuine virtue, freely chosen relationship. This requires that we're not overwhelmed by God's presence. We must have space to choose or reject God, to develop moral character through genuine choices rather than mere compliance with an undeniably powerful authority. Think of a powerful king who wants genuine friendship.
To achieve it, he must conceal his identity and status. Otherwise, people relate to him as king rather than as person. They defer to his power rather than choosing friendship freely. Similarly, God maintains hiddenness to enable genuine freedom in relationship. Moreover, if God's existence were undeniable, what would happen to moral development? Would we be good because it's right, or merely because we fear punishment and desire reward? Epistemic distance gives us space to develop authentic virtue, doing good because it's good, not merely because we're being watched. Critics respond. Inconsistent with revelation. This explanation seems inconsistent with biblical narratives where God appeared directly to people. Moses at the burning bush, Paul on the Damascus road, the disciples encountering the resurrected Jesus. These people knew God existed with certainty, yet they remained free and responsible agents. Why can't everyone have such evidence? Knowing equals coercion. Moreover, knowing someone exists doesn't eliminate freedom. I know my parents exist with certainty, but I remain free to honor or dishonor them, obey or disobey them. Knowing God exists wouldn't eliminate freedom any more than knowing other powerful beings exist eliminates our freedom regarding them. The problem of hell. Furthermore, if God wants to avoid coercion, eternal punishment for non-belief seems inconsistent. How is threatening eternal damnation not coercive? If God can threaten hell without eliminating freedom, why can't God provide clear evidence without eliminating freedom? Unfair disadvantage. Finally, epistemic distance disadvantages honest seekers who genuinely want to believe but lack sufficient evidence. Is it fair that some people have clear religious experiences while others experience only silence? This seems arbitrary and inconsistent with a loving God who desires relationship with all. God does reveal himself, we're the problem. Another theistic response shifts blame from God to humans. God does reveal himself sufficiently to anyone genuinely seeking. If people don't believe, it's because they're not really seeking, or they're seeking on their own terms rather than God's, or sin has darkened their minds, preventing them from recognizing truth. The Apostle Paul wrote that God's invisible attributes, namely his eternal power and divine nature, have been clearly perceived, ever since the creation of the world in the things that have been made. So they are without excuse. On this view, creation itself provides sufficient evidence for God's existence. Those who don't believe are suppressing the truth due to sin. Jesus said, "Seek and you will find. Knock and the door will be open to you." Perhaps those who claim to seek but don't find aren't truly seeking. They're seeking evidence on their own terms, demanding God appear on their schedule, refusing to open their hearts to the divine presence that's already there.
Humans have a natural tendency towards self-sufficiency, pride, and autonomy. We want to be our own gods. Belief in God requires humility, acknowledging a higher authority, surrendering control, admitting dependence. Perhaps what appears as honest non-belief is actually resistance disguised as intellectual honesty. However, this response seems uncharitable and dismissive, insulting to honest seekers. Many non-believers have searched for God intensely, desperately wanting to believe, praying earnestly, examining evidence carefully. Telling them they weren't really seeking or that sin has blinded them seems presumptuous and insulting. How can believers know others' hearts and motivations better than they know themselves? Unfalsifiable. This response is unfalsifiable. No amount of sincere seeking could prove you're seeking genuinely, if failure to find is taken as evidence you weren't really seeking. It's a heads-I win, tails-you lose argument that can't be tested or contradicted. Inconsistent with divine love. A loving God wouldn't play such games. If someone is sincerely seeking, even imperfectly, even with mixed motives, wouldn't a loving God respond rather than remain hidden? Until the seeker achieves perfect sincerity. The problem of deconversion. Moreover, many atheists and agnostics are former believers who once experienced God's presence but lost it. Were they seeking genuinely when they believed, but stopped seeking genuinely when they doubted? This seems implausible.
Many describe desperate, tearful prayers for God to restore their faith. Prayers met with silence. Why would God withdraw from those seeking to maintain faith? The goods enabled by hiddenness. Some theists argue that divine hiddenness enables certain goods that require God's non-obviousness. For example, perhaps hiddenness enables genuine faith development. Faith that persists through doubt and difficulty may be more valuable than faith sustained by overwhelming evidence. The struggle to maintain belief through darkness develops spiritual resilience and depth. Authentic seeking. If God were obvious, people wouldn't genuinely seek. They'd simply acknowledge the obvious. The search for God, undertaken seriously despite ambiguity, has value in itself, developing intellectual virtue and spiritual sensitivity. Freedom from resentment. If God's power and authority were undeniable, some might comply while resenting God's commands, viewing God as a cosmic tyrant. Hiddenness allows those who would resent God to avoid relationship rather than forcing them into relationship they'd experience as oppressive. The value of lament. Biblical faith includes lament, crying out to God in suffering, questioning God's apparent absence. This honest struggle with God has spiritual value, enabling authentic relationship rather than superficial piety. Divine hiddenness makes lament possible. However, these goods seem disproportionate to the cost. Do these goods outweigh the cost? Even granting that hiddenness enables some goods, do they outweigh the cost? Many people spend their entire lives searching for God and dying without finding assurance. Many suffer terrible anguish over uncertainty about ultimate reality. Is faith developed through struggle worth the cost of millions living and dying in honest doubt? Why all or nothing? Moreover, why must hiddenness be total or near total? God could be somewhat clearer while still leaving room for faith, seeking, and lament. The actual degree of hiddenness seems extreme. Finally, these arguments don't explain why hiddenness affects some but not others. If hiddenness is valuable, why do some people have powerful religious experiences while others experience nothing despite similar seeking? The distribution seems arbitrary. Living with hiddenness. The problem of divine hiddenness doesn't provide a knockdown argument against God's existence. Perhaps God has reasons for hiddenness we don't understand. Skeptical theism again. Perhaps the distribution of religious experience is less arbitrary than it appears. Perhaps non-resistant non-believers are rarer than the argument assumes. But the problem poses a serious challenge. Our intuitions about love strongly suggest that loving beings make themselves known to those they love.
A perfectly loving God would want relationship with all people capable of relationship. Yet our world is filled with honest non-believers, people who would welcome relationship with God if only they had sufficient reason to believe God exists. This pattern, belief tracking accidents of birth, honest seekers finding silence, ambiguous evidence dividing believers from skeptics, looks exactly like what we'd expect in a world where religion is human creation rather than divine revelation. It doesn't look like what we'd expect if a perfectly loving God were actively seeking relationship with all humanity. For many, this proves decisive. Combined with the problem of evil, divine hiddenness suggests that if God exists, God must be vastly different from the loving, personal deity of traditional theism. Perhaps God exists but doesn't desire relationship with humans. Perhaps God is impersonal or limited or indifferent to human belief. Or perhaps the simplest explanation is correct. God doesn't exist, and that's why honest seekers find silence. The hiddenness isn't mysterious divine pedagogy, but the silence of an empty universe where humans must find meaning and purpose without divine assistance. Whether this conclusion is despair or liberation depends on one's perspective, but it's a conclusion that divine hiddenness makes increasingly difficult to avoid.
Argument from inconsistent revelations. Walk into a religious bookstore and you'll find shelves lined with sacred texts. The Bible, the Quran, the Bhagavad Gita, the Book of Mormon, the Vedas, Buddhist sutras, the Tao Te Ching, and dozens more. Each claims divine authority. Each prescribes paths to salvation or enlightenment. And remarkably, they contradict each other on fundamental points. Christianity proclaims Jesus Christ as God incarnate, the only path to salvation. Islam vehemently rejects this as blasphemous shirk, polytheism, insisting Jesus was merely a prophet and Muhammad is God's final messenger. Hinduism embraces millions of gods as manifestations of ultimate Brahman. Buddhism generally dismisses the God question as irrelevant to enlightenment. Judaism awaits a Messiah who hasn't yet come, rejecting Christian claims about Jesus. These aren't minor differences in emphasis or practice. They're fundamental contradictions about the nature of ultimate reality and the path to human salvation. They can't all be true. Jesus either is or isn't God. Reincarnation either happens or doesn't. There's either one God or many or none. Yet each tradition points to its own revelation, its own sacred texts, its own prophets and teachers, its own millions or billions of adherents as evidence of truth. This is the argument from inconsistent revelations, sometimes called the problem of religious diversity. If God clearly reveals truth, why do religions disagree so profoundly? The fact that purported divine revelations contradict each other suggests that either none is genuine, or at most one is genuine and we have no reliable way to determine which one, or revelations are human interpretations of religious experience rather than divine communication. The depth of disagreement. It's worth appreciating just how deep the disagreements go. These aren't superficial differences but fundamental contradictions about ultimate reality. The nature of God. Judaism, Christianity, Islam, one personal God, monotheism. Hinduism, multiple gods as manifestations of ultimate Brahman, sometimes counted as monotheism, sometimes as polytheism. Buddhism, generally no creator God. Reality is characterized by emptiness or interdependent origination. Ancient Greek, Roman, Norse religions, pantheons of finite gods with limited powers. The nature of Jesus. Christianity, God incarnate, second person of the Trinity, died for humanity's sins, resurrected. Islam, a prophet, not divine, didn't die on the cross, didn't resurrect, not God's son. Judaism, not the Messiah, not divine, possibly a false teacher. Hinduism, perhaps a wise teacher or avatar, but not uniquely divine. Buddhism, not particularly significant. Salvation, enlightenment. Christianity, faith in Jesus Christ alone brings salvation, good works insufficient. Islam, submission to Allah, 5 pillars, faith plus works. Hinduism,
multiple paths, karma yoga, bhakti yoga, jnana yoga, reincarnation until moksha. Buddhism, following the Eightfold Path leads to enlightenment and escape from samsara. Judaism, following Torah, covenant relationship with God, less emphasis on afterlife. Secular materialism, no afterlife, consciousness ends at death. These contradictions aren't reconcilable. If Christianity is true, Islam is false on central claims. If Hinduism is true, monotheistic religions are mistaken. If secular materialism is correct, all religions are false about afterlife. They can't all be right. Facts supporting available reality only fit the truth. Jesus either is or isn't God. Reincarnation either happens or doesn't. There's either one God or many or none. Yet each tradition points to its own revelation, its own sacred texts, its own prophets and teachers, its own millions or billions of adherents as evidence of truth. This is the argument from inconsistent revelations, sometimes called the problem of religious diversity. If God clearly reveals truth, why do religions disagree so profoundly? The fact that purported divine revelations contradict each other suggests that either none is genuine, or at most one is genuine, and we have no reliable way to determine which one, or revelations are human interpretations of religious experience rather than divine communication. The depth of disagreement. It's worth appreciating just how deep the disagreements go. These aren't superficial differences but fundamental contradictions about ultimate reality. The nature of God. Judaism, Christianity, Islam, one personal God, monotheism. Hinduism, multiple gods as manifestations of ultimate Brahman, sometimes counted as monotheism, sometimes as polytheism. Buddhism, generally no creator God. Reality is characterized by emptiness or interdependent origination. Ancient Greek, Roman, Norse religions, pantheons of finite gods with limited powers. The nature of Jesus. Christianity, God incarnate, second person of the Trinity, died for humanity's sins, resurrected. Islam, a prophet, not divine, didn't die on the cross, didn't resurrect, not God's son. Judaism, not the Messiah, not divine, possibly a false teacher. Hinduism, perhaps a wise teacher or avatar, but not uniquely divine. Buddhism, not particularly significant. Salvation, enlightenment. Christianity, faith in Jesus Christ alone brings salvation, good works insufficient. Islam, submission to Allah, 5 pillars, faith plus works. Hinduism, multiple paths, karma yoga, bhakti yoga, jnana yoga, reincarnation until moksha. Buddhism, following the Eightfold Path leads to enlightenment and escape from samsara. Judaism, varied views, traditionally less focused on afterlife. Secular materialism, no afterlife, consciousness ends at death. These contradictions aren't reconcilable. If Christianity is true, Islam is false on central claims. If Hinduism is true, monotheistic religions are mistaken. If secular materialism is correct, all religions are false about afterlife. They can't all be right. Facts supporting available reality only fit the truth. Jesus either is or isn't God. Reincarnation either happens or doesn't. There's either one God or many or none.
Instead, belief tracks accidents of birth with remarkable consistency. This suggests religious belief results primarily from cultural conditioning, believing what your parents, community, and culture taught you, rather than from universal divine revelation. Imagine if scientific facts depended on geography. Physics worked one way in Europe, differently in Asia, differently in South America. We'd conclude something was wrong with the methodology. Yet religious truths seem utterly dependent on cultural context. What does this say about their claim to reveal universal truth? Moreover, throughout most of history, people had no access to alternative religious claims. Someone born in medieval Japan knew nothing of Christianity or Islam. Someone in pre-Columbian Americas couldn't have heard of Judaism or Hinduism. Were all these billions damned for not accepting revelations they couldn't possibly encounter?
Defenders of particular religions often believe their own religion alone offers salvation, and other religions are false. But this creates a moral lottery. Your eternal destiny depends on the accident of where and when you were born. Born in the right place and time, you hear the true revelation and can be saved. Born elsewhere, you hear false religions and are damned. This seems profoundly unjust, like punishing people for circumstances beyond their control. The problem of determining true revelation. Suppose you want to determine which religion, if any, is true. What criteria could you use? Sacred texts. Every religion has sacred texts it considers divinely inspired. The Bible, Quran, Vedas, and Buddhist sutras all claim divine authority. How do you determine which are genuine divine revelation versus which are human compositions falsely claiming divine origin? You can't check the claim, "This is God's word," against God directly. That's the question at issue. So how do you evaluate it? You might check internal consistency, but all major religions develop sophisticated theology reconciling apparent contradictions. You might check historical accuracy, but ancient texts from all traditions contain historical claims that are difficult to verify. You might check moral teachings, but this is circular. You're using your own moral intuitions to evaluate which revelation is true, rather than deriving morality from the revelation. Miracles. Perhaps miracles validate religious claims. Christianity points to Jesus' resurrection, Islam to the Quran as literary miracle, Hinduism to various miraculous events in its texts. But we've already seen the difficulties with miracle claims. They're based on testimony from believers, subject to legendary embellishment, and proposed by multiple contradicting religions. If Christian miracles prove Christianity true, do Islamic miracles prove Islam true? They can't both be right, yet testimony exists for both. Personal experience? Many people claim direct religious experience validating their faith. But people from all religious traditions report such experiences. Christians encounter Jesus, Muslims experience Allah's presence, Hindus experience various deities, Buddhists achieve enlightenment experiences. These experiences can't all be veridical if they support contradictory truth claims. Perhaps religious experience is universally valid, but culturally interpreted, like seeing a face in the clouds where Christians see Jesus, Hindus Krishna, etc. But this reduces revelation to human interpretation, rather than clear divine communication. Or perhaps only one tradition's experiences are genuine and all others are delusions or demonic deceptions. But how would you determine which tradition's experiences are veridical without circular reasoning? Number of believers? Christianity has about 2.4 billion adherents, Islam about 1.9 billion, Hinduism about 1.2 billion, Buddhism about 500 million. Should we believe Christianity because it has the most followers? But Islam is growing faster and may eventually have more. And numbers prove nothing about truth. For most of history, most people believed false things about medicine, astronomy, and biology. Moreover, these numbers largely reflect historical contingencies: colonialism spreading Christianity, Islamic expansion, cultural transmission, rather than people independently evaluating evidence and converging on truth. Fulfilled prophecy? Some point to fulfilled prophecies as validation.
But other religions make similar claims. Prophecies are often vague enough to fit many events, or written after the predicted events, or fulfilled through self-fulfilling prophecy, people making events happen because prophecy said they would. And failed prophecies can always be reinterpreted or declared unfulfilled yet. Philosophical coherence. Perhaps the most philosophically coherent religion is true. But philosophical theology exists in all major traditions, and sophisticated believers in each tradition find their own most coherent. A Christian philosopher finds Christian theology philosophically satisfying, an Islamic philosopher finds Islamic theology more coherent. Philosophical evaluation depends partly on background assumptions, and these assumptions often derive from the very religious tradition being evaluated. The problem is that every criterion for evaluating revelations either can be applied to support multiple contradicting religions or relies on assumptions from a particular religious tradition, making the evaluation circular. Possible responses. 1. Only one religion is true, others are false. The traditional response. One religion, mine, is genuinely revealed by God. All others are false, and evidence genuinely favors the true religion if examined honestly without bias. This response faces the challenge of explaining why evidence seems equally strong across traditions to their respective adherents. It also creates the moral lottery problem. Salvation depends on being born in the right place and time to encounter the true religion. Moreover, this response seems parochial. Each religion's adherents tend to believe their own tradition is uniquely true, yet the observer's perspective suggests they can't all be right. What is the neutral observer to conclude? That one tradition is correct and billions of people in other traditions are wrong. On what basis should they determine which one? 2. All religions point toward the same truth. Some propose religious pluralism. All religions are attempting to describe the same ultimate reality, but using different cultural languages and concepts. The differences are superficial, different ways of approaching the same transcendent truth. This approach has appeal. It's generous, respects all traditions, and explains why people of different religions report genuine experiences. God/ultimate reality reveals itself in culturally appropriate ways. As personal God to those expecting personal deity, as impersonal Brahman to those seeking ultimate unity, as emptiness to Buddhists, etc. However, this response minimizes real contradictions. It's not just different words for the same thing. Jesus either rose bodily from death or didn't. Reincarnation either happens or doesn't. God is either personal or impersonal. These are genuine contradictions that can't be resolved by saying they're different perspectives on the same truth. Moreover, pluralism is itself a theological position that contradicts most actual religious teachings. Christianity explicitly claims Jesus is the only way to salvation. Islam declares Muhammad the final prophet. These aren't culturally conditioned expressions of universal truth, but specific, exclusive claims. 3. All religions are human creations. The skeptical response. Revelations aren't genuinely divine communication, but human attempts to make sense of existence, provide meaning, establish social order, and cope with death. The diversity and contradictions are exactly what we'd expect from human creations shaped by different cultures, not divine revelation. This explains the geographic distribution, the contradictions, and the cultural shaping of religious beliefs. It also explains why religions evolve over time, split into denominations, and reflect the biases and limitations of their human founders. Of course, this response rejects all supernatural revelation, which many find difficult to accept. It must explain religious experience naturalistically and account for the persistent human tendency toward religious belief. But it handles the diversity of religious claims more parsimoniously than theistic alternatives that must explain why God's revelation is so inconsistent across cultures. 4. Progressive revelation. Some suggest God reveals truth progressively, appropriate to humanity's developing capacity to receive it. Earlier revelations were true for their time, but incomplete. Later revelations provide fuller truth. This is how Christianity views the Old Testament, preparatory for Christ, and Islam views previous prophets, leading to Muhammad as final prophet. But this creates the question, which revelation is most recent and complete? Christians say Christianity supersedes Judaism. Muslims say Islam supersedes both. Baha'is say their revelation supersedes Islam. Mormons claim additional revelation beyond the Bible. How do we determine where genuine revelation ended and false claims began? Moreover, this doesn't explain contradictory revelations happening simultaneously in different cultures. Christianity developing in the Mediterranean, while Buddhism was developing in India, for instance.
The outsider test for faith. Philosopher John Loftus proposed the outsider test for faith. Evaluate your own religion with the same skepticism you apply to other religions. When Christians hear about Joseph Smith's golden plates, they're skeptical. When Muslims hear about Jesus' resurrection, they're skeptical. When Westerners hear about reincarnation, they're skeptical. But each religion's adherents grant special treatment to their own tradition's claims, accepting evidence they'd reject if it supported a different religion. The outsider test asks, why? If the evidence for your religion wouldn't convince you if it supported a different religion, why does it convince you for yours? Applying this test consistently would require admitting that the evidence for any particular religion isn't actually stronger than for others. It just seems so because of cultural conditioning, childhood indoctrination, or emotional attachment. This pushes toward either skepticism about all religions or a pluralism that minimizes their distinctive claims. What this argument shows. The argument from inconsistent revelations doesn't prove no divine revelation exists. Perhaps one religion is true and others false. Perhaps a more sophisticated understanding of revelation accounts for the diversity. Perhaps the truth lies in synthesis or transcendence of current religions. But the argument does show that identifying true revelation among competing claims is far more difficult than religions typically acknowledge. The fact that billions of intelligent, sincere, well-intentioned people believe contradictory things about ultimate reality, largely depending on where they were born, suggests that clear divine revelation, if it exists, has failed to reach humanity effectively. This leaves us with unsettling choices. Accept that most of humanity has been wrong about religion throughout history, believe all religions equally valid despite contradictions, or conclude that religious claims are human constructions without divine revelation behind them. None of these options is comfortable, but the diversity and incompatibility of religious claims forces us to choose or to live in unresolved tension among them.
A partnership or a battleground. The relationship between faith and reason stands as one of philosophy's most enduring tensions. For millennia, thinkers have grappled with whether religious belief and rational inquiry complement each other or exist in fundamental opposition. This question shapes not only abstract theological debates, but also practical matters of education, ethics, and how we understand human knowledge itself. The historical landscape. The medieval period witnessed perhaps the most ambitious attempt to synthesize faith and reason. Thomas Aquinas, building on Aristotelian philosophy, argued that reason and revelation represent two distinct but compatible paths to truth. In his Summa Theologica, Aquinas maintained that certain truths about God, such as his existence, could be demonstrated through philosophical argument, while others, such as the Trinity, required divine revelation. This wasn't a compartmentalization, but an integration. Reason prepared the ground for faith, and faith elevated reason to contemplate mysteries beyond its natural reach. Anselm of Canterbury exemplified this integrated approach with his famous ontological argument. His phrase, faith seeking understanding, fides quaerens intellectum, captured the medieval conviction that belief naturally seeks rational articulation. For Anselm, faith came first chronologically, but not in opposition to reason. Rather, faith provided the framework within which reason could operate most fully. The believer uses reason not to generate faith from scratch, but to comprehend more deeply what faith already accepts. This medieval synthesis, however, contained inherent tensions. The more rigorously philosophers applied Aristotelian logic to theological questions, the more potential contradictions emerged. William of Occam's nominalism began to separate theological and philosophical domains more sharply, arguing that God's absolute power might transcend rational categories entirely. This set the stage for later divorces between faith and reason. The Enlightenment accelerated this separation. René Descartes, despite being a Catholic, grounded certainty in individual rational intuition rather than religious authority. His method of systematic doubt, while ultimately aimed at defending religious belief, established reason as the primary arbiter of truth. The empiricists went further. John Locke argued that religious claims must be evaluated by the same evidential standards as any other knowledge claim, while David Hume subjected miracles and design arguments to devastating rational critique. Immanuel Kant attempted a new synthesis by limiting reason's domain to the phenomenal world, the world as it appears to us, while suggesting that faith occupied a separate moral and noumenal realm. In his Critique of Pure Reason, Kant famously wrote that he had to deny knowledge in order to make room for faith. This solution, however, satisfied few on either side. Critics argued that Kant's faith seemed disconnected from reality, a mere postulate of practical reason, rather than genuine knowledge of the divine. Complementarian visions. Not all post-Enlightenment thinkers saw faith and reason as adversaries. Soren Kierkegaard, often misunderstood as anti-rational, offered a sophisticated account of their relationship. For Kierkegaard, reason operates excellently within its proper sphere, the sphere of objective, impersonal truth. But human existence involves dimensions that transcend objective analysis. The decision to commit oneself in love, to act ethically in ambiguous situations, to stake one's life on ultimate meaning, these require a leap beyond what reason alone can justify. Kierkegaard's leap isn't irrational, but transrational. It doesn't violate logic, but recognizes logic's limitations in matters of personal existence. When Abraham prepares to sacrifice Isaac in Kierkegaard's Fear and Trembling, he transcends ethical rationality not by abandoning rationality entirely, but responding to a higher call that reason cannot fully comprehend. The leap of faith isn't a blind jumping into darkness, but a commitment made in the light of reason's own acknowledgement of its boundaries. Blaise Pascal offered a different complementarian model. His famous wager argument doesn't abandon reason, but rather uses probabilistic reasoning to show that belief in God constitutes the rational choice when facing uncertainty about divine existence. More profoundly, Pascal distinguished between the spirit of geometry and the spirit of finesse, two different modes of knowing, both valid but suited to different objects. Geometric reasoning works through clear definitions and logical deduction. It applies admirably to mathematics and physics. But knowing persons, including the divine person, requires finesse, intuition, subtlety, and holistic perception. Pascal's distinction suggests that demanding geometric proof for God's existence represents a category mistake, like asking what color a musical note is or what a poem weighs. The failure isn't in the object, God, or in reason itself, but in applying the wrong rational mode to the question at hand. Faith and reason conflict only when we misunderstand which form of reason applies to which domain. Friedrich Schleiermacher proposed another reconciliation by locating religion's essence not in doctrinal propositions, but in a fundamental feeling or intuition, what he called the feeling of absolute dependence. This feeling isn't irrational or anti-rational, it's pre-rational, a basic mode of apprehending reality that precedes both faith assertions and rational arguments. Theological doctrines represent attempts to articulate this primordial experience in language, and philosophy can analyze these articulations. But the experience itself, like the experience of beauty or moral obligation, has its own validity independent of philosophical demonstration. The conflict model. Yet many thinkers insist that genuine tensions between faith and reason cannot be dissolved through clever distinctions. The logical positivists of the early 20th century, following in Hume's footsteps, argued that religious statements lack cognitive meaning altogether. A.J. Ayer's verification principle held that statements are meaningful only if empirically verifiable or true by definition. Since God exists fits neither category, it's neither a tautology nor empirically testable. It expresses at best an emotional attitude, not a truth claim about reality. While logical positivism's heyday has passed, its core challenge persists. What would make a religious claim true or false?
If no possible observation could disconfirm the claim, does it really assert anything about reality? Antony Flou's parable of the invisible, intangible gardener who leaves no traces illustrates the problem. When believers qualify God claims to avoid every empirical difficulty, God works in mysterious ways, operates outside natural causation, transcends empirical observation, the claim seems to die the death of 1,000 qualifications. Contemporary new atheists like Richard Dawkins and Sam Harris press similar objections with greater polemical force. For them, faith and reason stand in direct opposition because faith means believing without evidence or despite contrary evidence. Dawkins defines faith as belief in spite of, even perhaps because of, the lack of evidence. This renders faith not merely irrational but irrational, a willful rejection of proper epistemic standards. The new atheist critique extends beyond epistemology to ethics. If faith permits belief without evidence, it becomes indistinguishable from superstition and potentially enables harmful fanaticism. Only reason, subjected to empirical testing and public scrutiny, can correct its own errors. Faith, by contrast, insulates itself from correction through appeal to mystery, revelation, or authority. Hence, faith and reason represent fundamentally incompatible attitudes toward truth-seeking. Religious believers often protest that this characterizes faith as mere credulity, ignoring sophisticated theological traditions. William Lane Craig and other philosophical theists argue that Christianity, for instance, provides substantial evidence, cosmological arguments, fine-tuning, historical evidence for resurrection. These arguments can be rationally assessed, making religious belief no different epistemically from scientific or historical claims that rely on inference to the best explanation. But critics respond that this misses the point. Once belief becomes entirely dependent on philosophical arguments and empirical evidence, it's no longer faith but reasoned inference. The distinctively religious element, trust, commitment, worship, seems to require something beyond mere intellectual assent to probable conclusions. Nobody worships the most likely hypothesis.
The tension reemerges. Either faith adds something beyond reason, making it rationally unsupported, or it reduces to reason, ceasing to be distinctively religious. Middle paths and integrations. Some recent philosophers have sought middle positions that avoid both naive fideism and rigid evidentialism. Alvin Plantinga's Reformed epistemology argues that belief in God can be properly basic, rational without being based on arguments or evidence. Just as we rationally believe in other minds or the reality of the past without inferring them from more basic premises, we might rationally believe in God through immediate experience or intuition. Plantinga distinguishes between a belief being rational and having a rational argument for it. If our cognitive faculties are functioning properly in an appropriate environment aimed at truth, our beliefs can have warrant, the property that converts true belief into knowledge, even without supporting arguments. A child who believes in God's existence based on religious instruction and experience might be perfectly rational, even if she cannot articulate sophisticated theological arguments. Critics object that this makes rationality too subjective. Can't any belief be deemed properly basic if it seems obvious to the believer? Plantinga responds that proper basicality has constraints. The belief must be produced by cognitive faculties functioning properly in appropriate circumstances. But determining which circumstances are appropriate and which faculties reliable seems to require broader rational evaluation, potentially undercutting the claim that religious belief needs no evidential support. Michael Polanyi's epistemology offers another integration model. In personal knowledge, Polanyi argues that all knowledge involves a fiduciary element, a commitment or faith dimension. Even in science, researchers must trust their instruments, their community standards, and their own judgment about which problems merit investigation. The notion of purely objective, evidence-forced belief represents a myth. All knowing involves the knower personally dwelling in and committing to a framework. This doesn't reduce science to mere faith, but it does challenge sharp dichotomies.
Religious faith represents an extreme along a spectrum, not a categorically different enterprise from rational inquiry. Both involve evidence assessment, personal commitment, and trust in traditions and authorities. The difference lies in degree and in the specific standards different communities have developed for regulating these universal epistemic elements. Paul Tillich proposed a definition of faith that transcends the faith versus reason dichotomy entirely. For Tillich, faith isn't primarily propositional belief, but rather ultimate concern, being grasped by what concerns us ultimately. This has cognitive content, but isn't reducible to factual claims. Faith in this sense involves the whole person, intellect, emotion, will, oriented toward ultimate reality and meaning. Reason operates within this orientation, analyzing and articulating what faith apprehends. But reason cannot generate or replace faith because faith addresses different questions. Not what exists, but what matters ultimately. Not how do things work, but what is the meaning of existence itself. These questions aren't irrational, but answering them requires more than empirical investigation or logical deduction. They require existential commitment. Contemporary perspectives. Recent work in philosophy of religion increasingly recognizes that faith and reason each encompass multiple distinct concepts, making their relationship more complex than simple partnership or conflict. Faith might mean 1. Propositional belief, 2. Trust or confidence, 3. Commitment or loyalty, 4. Hope or expectation, or 5. Mystical experience. Reason might mean 1. Logical inference, 2. Empirical investigation, 3. Critical thinking, 4. Coherence seeking, or 5. Intuitive insight. Different combinations of these meanings generate different relationship models. Propositional faith and logical reason might conflict when religious doctrine seems self-contradictory. But faith as trust and reason as critical thinking might cooperate when religious commitment motivates honest examination of beliefs. Faith as experience and reason as inference might represent different but complementary ways of apprehending reality.
Contemporary virtue epistemology adds another dimension. Rather than focusing primarily on whether beliefs are justified by evidence, virtue epistemologists ask whether believers exercise intellectual virtues, open-mindedness, intellectual courage, humility, tenacity. Both religious believers and atheists can exhibit these virtues or their corresponding vices. A dogmatic atheist who dismisses religious claims without fair consideration displays intellectual vice just as much as a fundamentalist who refuses to examine their tradition critically. This shift from beliefs to believers, from justification to virtue, suggests that the faith-reason relationship depends partly on how people hold their convictions. Faith and reason conflict when believers embrace dogmatism, credulity, and closed-mindedness. They cooperate when believers and skeptics alike pursue truth with humility, openness, and rigorous honesty. The relationship isn't fixed by abstract philosophical analysis, but depends on concrete intellectual practices. The recognition that both religious and secular worldviews involve faith-like elements, unproven assumptions, trusted authorities, commitments beyond complete evidence, has also complicated the debate. Scientific realism, for instance, involves trusting that our best theories approximate mind-independent reality, a claim that cannot be empirically verified without circularity. Moral realism involves believing in objective values despite the difficulty of specifying their metaphysical status. These aren't irrational commitments, but neither are they conclusions forced by logic and evidence alone. If all comprehensive worldviews involve some faith-like commitments, then the question isn't whether to have faith, but what to have faith in and how much. Religious believers have faith in God. Naturalists have faith in nature's intelligibility and science's reliability. Moral realists have faith in objective values. The relevant question becomes which faith commitments are most reasonable given our total experience and reflection. This reframes the faith-reason relationship from dichotomy to a question of competing reasonableness. Conclusion of this section. Whether faith and reason partner or battle depends significantly on how we define these terms and what we expect from each. If we define faith as belief without evidence and reason as requiring empirical verification, conflict seems inevitable. But if we understand faith as trust in response to reality's deepest dimensions and reason as multifaceted inquiry, including but not limited to empirical science, cooperation becomes possible. The history of philosophy reveals both genuine tensions and false dichotomies. Some religious claims genuinely conflict with rational standards, internally contradictory doctrines, empirically refuted assertions, morally abhorrent teachings. But other religious dimensions, the sense of transcendent meaning, the commitment to ultimate values, the experience of mystery, may represent valid responses to reality that complement rather than contradict rational inquiry. Perhaps the most mature position recognizes both the legitimate authority of reason within its domains and the existence of questions and experiences that exceed purely rational analysis. This requires intellectual humility from both religious believers who must submit their claims to rational scrutiny and secular rationalists who must acknowledge reason's limitations and the complexity of human knowing.
The burden of proof. Who carries the weight of evidence? In courtrooms, the burden of proof rests squarely on the prosecution. The accused is presumed innocent until proven guilty. But in debates about God's existence, who carries the burden of proof? Must theists demonstrate God's reality, or must atheists prove God's non-existence? This seemingly procedural question has profound philosophical implications. The classical formulation. The question of burden of proof connects to broader epistemological issues about default positions and justified belief. In classical epistemology, one adopts a belief when sufficient reasons support it. The default position, absent compelling evidence either way, is suspension of judgment, agnosticism. From this perspective, anyone making a positive existence claim bears the burden of providing evidence. Bertrand Russell articulated this view forcefully. His celestial teapot thought experiment imagines claiming that a china teapot orbits the sun somewhere between Earth and Mars, too small for telescopes to detect. Russell notes that although no one could disprove this claim, no reasonable person would believe it. The burden of proof lies with whoever asserts the teapot's existence, not with skeptics to disprove it. Russell's point generalizes. We don't accept existence claims by default. The universe doesn't contain unicorns, leprechauns, or flying spaghetti monsters unless positive evidence indicates otherwise. Theism makes an existence claim. God exists. So theists bear the burden of providing evidence. Atheism simply declines to accept this claim absent sufficient proof, analogous to declining to believe in Russell's teapot. Carl Sagan popularized a similar example, the dragon in the garage. When someone claims an invisible, incorporeal, floating dragon lives in their garage, but this dragon leaves no evidence, no footprints, heat signature, or physical effects, the claim becomes unfalsifiable. Sagan asks, what's the difference between an invisible, incorporeal, floating dragon and no dragon at all? If there's no practical difference, the claim is empty. The burden lies with the dragon claimer to show why we should believe despite the absence of evidence. These thought experiments establish a principle. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. God's existence, if true, represents an extraordinary claim, an infinite, immaterial, all-powerful being who created the universe. Such a claim demands strong supporting evidence. In its absence, the rational default is disbelief or at least suspension of judgment. The atheist response. Atheist philosophers have refined this position considerably. Antony Flew distinguished between positive atheism, claiming God definitely doesn't exist, and negative atheism, lacking belief in God without asserting God's non-existence. The latter, sometimes called weak atheism or agnostic atheism, claims no burden of proof. It simply notes insufficient evidence for theism, analogous to being a unicornist without needing arguments against unicorns.
This distinction matters because it shifts the debate's framing. If atheism means merely not accepting theism rather than asserting God's non-existence, then atheism requires no evidence. It's simply the null hypothesis. Just as we don't teach children about non-existent entities before teaching them which entities do exist, we shouldn't begin with God belief and require atheists to disprove it. The burden lies entirely with theists. Michael Scriven articulated the presumption of atheism. Rational inquiry should begin from a position of not believing in God, just as we begin by not believing in ghosts, astrology, or crystal healing. Only when positive evidence emerges should we adopt belief. This doesn't mean atheism is certainly true, but that it's the rational starting point. Theists must provide sufficient evidence to overturn this presumption. Some atheists strengthen this by noting that God's existence, if unproven, explains nothing. Appealing to God as an explanation for the universe's existence or life's complexity simply pushes the question back. What explains God? If we're willing to accept God as unexplained, why not accept the universe itself as unexplained? Occam's razor, the principle that we shouldn't multiply entities beyond necessity, suggests we should prefer the simpler hypothesis that doesn't invoke God.
This means atheism holds the more parsimonious position, further supporting that theists bear the burden of proof. The theistic counter-response. Religious philosophers have challenged this framework on multiple grounds. First, they argue that absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence. That we lack decisive proof for God's existence doesn't mean God probably doesn't exist. For many propositions, historical events, distant astronomical phenomena, the inner lives of other people, we lack strong evidence but shouldn't therefore disbelieve. If God exists and has reasons for remaining partially hidden, the absence of overwhelming evidence doesn't count strongly against theism. Second, theists question whether atheism genuinely represents a mere absence of belief. In practice, most atheists seem to believe God doesn't exist, not merely lack belief that God does exist. If atheism makes the positive claim God does not exist, then atheists bear a burden of proof. They must show not merely that theistic arguments fail, but that God's existence is improbable or impossible. This requires positive argumentation, perhaps arguments from evil, from divine hiddenness, or from material sufficiency of natural causes. Third, some theists argue that belief in God is properly basic or default. Alvin Plantinga's reformed epistemology, discussed earlier, suggests humans possess a natural tendency or cognitive faculty, sensus divinitatis, that produces God belief in appropriate circumstances. If this faculty functions properly, belief in God has positive epistemic status even without explicit arguments. From this perspective, atheism represents the deviation requiring special explanation. Why have these people's God-sensing faculties malfunctioned? This inverts the burden of proof. Rather than theists needing to prove God exists, atheists need to explain why theistic belief is so widespread if false. Alvin Plantinga argues that if God exists and humans are designed to know God, then theistic belief might be rational by default. Atheists would then bear the burden of showing either that God doesn't exist or that this belief, though widespread, results from malfunction rather than proper cognitive operation. Richard Swinburne offers a different challenge to the standard burden of proof framework. He argues that the prior probability of theism, before considering specific evidence, isn't as low as atheists assume. Simplicity considerations, Swinburne claims, actually favor theism. A theory positing one infinite, all-powerful person is simpler than a theory positing countless brute physical laws and particles. If so, the playing field is more level than the Russell's teapot analogy suggests. Both theism and naturalism make substantial metaphysical claims. Both require evidential support. Problems with default positions. Deeper philosophical analysis reveals problems with the entire framework of default positions and burden of proof. First, what counts as the default depends on one's background assumptions. For someone raised in a religious tradition where God's existence is experienced as obvious, atheism might seem to require explanation, not theism. For someone raised in a secular environment, the reverse holds. There may be no neutral, culture-independent default position. Second, the notion of absence of belief proves psychologically and philosophically problematic. Actual humans don't exist in a state of pure suspension of judgment on important questions. We form views, even if tentative and revisable. These views shape how we interpret evidence and experience. A genuinely neutral stance, neither inclining toward theism nor atheism, may be psychologically impossible for beings like us, who must act on incomplete information. Fourth, focusing on burden of proof can become a way of avoiding substantive engagement. Rather than carefully examining arguments and evidence, participants argue about who must go first or whose position requires defense. This procedural wrangling replaces actual philosophical work. Perhaps we should abandon burden of proof rhetoric entirely and instead ask, what does the total available evidence suggest? What makes most sense of our experience, scientific knowledge, and philosophical reflection? Epistemic parity and peer disagreement. Recent epistemology has explored the problem of peer disagreement. When two equally intelligent, informed, rational people disagree, what should each conclude? If you learn that your epistemic peer, someone equally capable and knowledgeable, disagrees with you, should you revise your confidence downward? Applied to theism, this creates a puzzle. Highly intelligent, well-informed philosophers exist on both sides. Alvin Plantinga, Richard Swinburne, and William Lane Craig are theists. J.L. Mackie, Graham Oppy, and Paul Draper are atheists. If these represent epistemic peers, their disagreement itself suggests that the evidence doesn't decisively support either position. Perhaps the rational response is agnosticism, or at least reduced confidence in one's own view. This conciliationist position implies that burden of proof considerations miss the point. If epistemic peers disagree, this indicates the evidence is ambiguous or that different but legitimate standards of evidence are being applied. Rather than one side bearing a burden it has failed to meet, we face a complex situation where reasonable people can disagree. The task becomes understanding why disagreement persists despite shared evidence rather than declaring one side's failure to meet its burden. Alternatively, steadfast epistemologists argue that discovering peer disagreement doesn't require revising one's views. If I've carefully examined the evidence and reasoning, discovering that others disagree might tell me more about them than about the evidence. Perhaps they've made subtle errors, or perhaps the evidence is such that equally rational people can reasonably interpret it differently. In that case, I should maintain my view while respecting that intelligent people disagree. The steadfast view suggests that burden of proof talk is inappropriate for questions where reasonable disagreement persists among epistemic peers. No side bears a burden it has clearly failed to meet. Rather, the evidence permits multiple rational responses. This doesn't mean anything goes, but rather that different people, examining the same evidence with different background beliefs and weightings, can rationally reach different conclusions. The role of experience. Another complication. Religious believers often cite personal experience as justification for their belief. They've experienced God's presence, felt divine guidance, or witnessed what they interpret as miracles. For them, God's existence isn't a hypothesis needing external evidence, but an experienced reality. This experiential dimension problematizes standard burden of proof frameworks. William Alston's epistemology of religious experience argues that religious experiences provide prima facie justification for religious beliefs, just as perceptual experiences justify beliefs about the physical world. When I see a tree, I'm justified in believing a tree is present, even though I cannot prove I'm not hallucinating. Similarly, when someone experiences God's presence, they're prima facie justified in believing God exists. Critics object that religious experiences are unreliable. They vary across cultures, contradict each other, and lack the intersubjective verifiability of sensory perception. But Alston responds that sensory perception also has limitations and cultural variations in interpretation. We don't reject perceptual knowledge entirely because of occasional illusions or cultural differences in categorization. Why apply a stricter standard to religious experience? If religious experience provides prima facie justification, then believers may not bear a burden of proving God's existence to skeptics. They have their own justification through experience. The burden would instead fall on skeptics to show why religious experiences should be discounted, perhaps by providing alternative psychological explanations or pointing to reasons why God would remain hidden. This reverses the typical burden of proof assignment.
However, this creates an uncomfortable situation. If everyone's sincere experiences justify their beliefs, then conflicting religious traditions would each be justified despite mutual contradictions. A Christian's experience of Jesus and a Hindu's experience of Vishnu can't both correspond to reality if their theological claims contradict. This suggests that experiential justification needs supplementation, perhaps through consideration of which tradition has the most coherent theology, best moral teaching, or strongest historical evidence. Pragmatic considerations. Some philosophers argue that burden of proof debates miss crucial pragmatic dimensions. William James's The Will to Believe argues that for certain questions, what he calls genuine options, we must choose between alternatives even when evidence is insufficient. If the question is live, both options are real possibilities, momentous, it matters greatly, and forced, not choosing is itself a choice, then we may legitimately let our passional nature decide. God's existence, James argues, represents such a genuine option. Agnostic suspension of judgment functions practically as atheism, since religious practice requires belief and commitment. If God exists and we must choose to believe to gain the benefits of relationship with God, then waiting for more evidence means missing out. Pascal's wager makes a similar point. Given the stakes, it may be practically rational to believe, even if purely intellectual evidence is ambiguous. Critics respond that we can't simply choose to believe based on pragmatic considerations. Beliefs aren't under direct voluntary control. Moreover, this approach seems to license wishful thinking. Should we believe anything whose truth would be beneficial? This can't be right. James acknowledges that his argument applies only when intellectual evidence is genuinely ambiguous, when our passional nature chooses between live options, not when evidence clearly points one direction. Nevertheless, the pragmatic perspective suggests that burden of proof frameworks derived from theoretical contexts may not apply straightforwardly to existential decisions. Life requires choices and commitments on incomplete information. Demanding that one side prove its case before any commitment occurs may be both psychologically unrealistic and practically unwise. We must act, and our actions embody implicit beliefs about ultimate reality, whether or not we've met academic standards of proof. Shifting standards across domains. A final consideration, burden of proof standards vary across domains. In criminal law, we require proof beyond reasonable doubt because wrongful conviction is considered worse than wrongful acquittal. In civil law, we require only preponderance of evidence because errors in either direction are comparably bad. In scientific contexts, we require reproducible experiments and theoretical coherence. In historical contexts, we use documents, artifacts, and testimonial evidence. What standard should apply to God's existence? Some argue for scientific standards, reproducible evidence, predictive power, consilience with other established knowledge. By these standards, theism fares poorly. We can't run controlled experiments on God, and theological explanations don't generate testable predictions. Others argue for historical standards, testimony, explanatory power for known facts, coherence with other plausible beliefs. By these standards, theism might fare better. It explains why anything exists, provides a foundation for objective morality, and is supported by widespread testimony of religious experience. The choice of standard isn't neutral. Demanding scientific standards for theological claims may beg the question against theism if God, being non-physical, wouldn't leave physical traces amenable to scientific investigation. But accepting purely testimonial or experiential evidence seems too permissive, potentially validating contradictory religious claims. We need standards appropriate to the subject matter, but what those are remains contested.
Perhaps different aspects of religious claims require different evidential standards. Historical claims, did Jesus rise from the dead? Did Muhammad receive revelations? Should be evaluated by historical methods. Metaphysical claims, does God exist? Is the universe contingent? Require philosophical argumentation. Experiential claims, do people encounter the divine? Need phenomenological and psychological analysis. No single standard applies to all religious assertions.
Defining God. What are we actually debating? Before debating whether God exists, we must clarify what God means. Yet religious traditions, philosophical schools, and individual believers conceive divinity in remarkably diverse ways. Are we debating the existence of a personal creator, an impersonal absolute, a cosmic force, or something else entirely? The definition matters crucially because different conceptions face different philosophical challenges. Classical theism. Western philosophy's default conception is classical theism, God as an omnipotent, omniscient, omnibenevolent, eternal, and personal being who created the universe. This God possesses maximal perfection, unlimited power, complete knowledge, perfect goodness. Anselm defined God as that than which nothing greater can be conceived. Thomas Aquinas described God as pure actuality, ectos puris, without potentiality or limitation. Classical theism emphasizes God's transcendence. God exists outside time and space, unchanging and impassible, unaffected by the world. God's essence is identical with God's existence. God is being itself. Yet, this God also acts in the world, creating and sustaining it, revealing truths and potentially performing miracles. The challenge is reconciling transcendence with active engagement. This conception generates famous philosophical puzzles. Can an omnipotent being create a stone so heavy that he cannot lift it? If God knows the future infallibly, do humans have free will? If God is perfectly good, why does evil exist? These aren't merely academic puzzles, but challenges to classical theism's internal coherence. If the definition itself contains contradictions, then proving or disproving God's existence becomes moot. The concept is incoherent. Defenders of classical theism have developed sophisticated responses to these puzzles. Omnipotence doesn't include the power to do the logically impossible, not because God is limited, but because logically impossible actions don't designate real possibilities at all. God can't create married bachelors or square circles, but this reflects logic's constraints, not God's weakness. Similarly, God's foreknowledge is compatible with free will if we understand divine eternity properly. God doesn't foresee future choices, but sees all moments eternally present. The problem of evil generates more extensive debate, considered by many the strongest objection to classical theism. If God is all-powerful and perfectly good, why do innocent children suffer? Why do natural disasters kill thousands? Free will defenses explain moral evil, suffering caused by human choices, but struggle with natural evil. Theodicies attempting to justify God's permission of evil often strike critics as morally inadequate, suggesting God values abstract goods like soul building or cosmic balance over preventing horrific suffering. Personal versus impersonal conceptions. Classical theism's God is personal, possessing consciousness, will, and purposes. God loves, judges, commands, and relates to creation. This personal dimension grounds worship, prayer, and moral accountability. We don't worship impersonal forces. But conceiving God as personal raises anthropomorphism concerns. Are we projecting human characteristics onto ultimate reality? Eastern traditions often embrace less personal or explicitly impersonal conceptions. Brahman and Advaita Vedanta is the infinite, unchanging reality underlying all appearances. Brahman isn't a being among beings, but being itself, without qualities or limitations. Individual selves, Atman, are ultimately identical with Brahman. Apparent separation is illusion, Maya. This view avoids some problems facing personal theism. No theodicy is needed because Brahman doesn't intervene in the world, having no purposes or preferences, but loses the relational dimension many find essential to religion. Taoism's Tao represents another impersonal conception, the nameless, formless source and pattern of all things. The Tao Te Ching emphasizes that the Tao cannot be captured in words. The Tao that can be named is not the eternal Tao. This apophatic approach, defining divinity through negation, avoids anthropomorphism but risks making God so abstract as to be practically irrelevant. Can one pray to the Tao? Does the Tao care about justice or compassion? Buddhism often avoids God language altogether, focusing instead on sunyata, the lack of inherent existence in all phenomena.
Yet some Buddhist traditions develop quasi-theistic elements. Pure Land Buddhism's Amitabha Buddha functions somewhat like a personal savior, while Tibetan Buddhism's elaborate pantheon includes beings that resemble gods even if technically not conceived as ultimate reality. This diversity within traditions complicates simple categorizations. Process theology, developed by Alfred North Whitehead and Charles Hartshorne, offers a middle path. God is personal, having experiences and purposes, but not omnipotent in classical sense. God cannot unilaterally determine events, but rather lures creation toward greater value, working within constraints imposed by creaturely freedom and natural law. God experiences the world's suffering and joy, growing and changing in relationship with creation. This dipolar theism distinguishes God's abstract essence, eternal, unchanging, from God's concrete actuality, temporal, responsive. Process theology's advantages include solving the problem of evil. God couldn't prevent suffering because God lacks coercive power, and making divine-world relationship more coherent. But critics argue it's not clear this is the same God worshipped in traditional religion. A non-omnipotent God may not deserve worship, cannot guarantee ultimate justice, and may not explain the universe's existence. Process theology may solve some philosophical problems while sacrificing features many consider essential to divinity. Panentheism and pantheism. Panentheism distinguishes itself from both classical theism and pantheism. Pantheism identifies God with the universe. God is nature and nature is God. Spinoza's philosophy exemplifies pantheism. There's only one substance, which we can call either God or nature. Everything that exists is a mode or manifestation of this single substance. Pantheism avoids the problem of God's relationship to the world, there is no separate world, but seems to eliminate transcendence and makes evil part of God. Panentheism holds that the universe exists within God, but God transcends the universe. God is more than the universe, but includes it. The relationship resembles how human consciousness relates to the body. Your consciousness transcends your body, your more than physical parts, yet includes bodily experiences. God similarly transcends creation, yet intimately includes and experiences it. This maintains both transcendence and immanence, divine independence and intimate relationship. Panentheism appears in various traditions. Some Christian theologians interpret incarnation and indwelling of the Holy Spirit panentheistically. Hindu qualified non-dualism, Vishishtadvaita, conceives Brahman as the soul of the universe, with the cosmos as Brahman's body. Certain Jewish mystical traditions, Kabbalah, describe God's presence, Shekhinah, as permeating creation while God's essence remains transcendent. The philosophical attractiveness of panentheism lies in avoiding the dualism of classical theism, the sharp separation of creator and creation, while preserving transcendence that pantheism loses. If God includes the world, divine action becomes less mysterious than in classical theism, where God somehow acts in a world entirely separate from God. But panentheism faces its own puzzles. If the universe is in God, is God affected by cosmic evil? Does God suffer with creation? If so, is God still perfect? Apophatic theology. Many mystical traditions insist that ultimate reality transcends all concepts and descriptions. Pseudo-Dionysius the Areopagite, middle-aged Christian mystic, developed the via negativa, the negative way. We can only say what God is not,
not finite, not temporal, not material, not limited, not changeable. Every positive attribution fails because it compares God to creaturely things. Even existence may mislead if it suggests God is a being among beings rather than being itself. The 14th century text, The Cloud of Unknowing, instructs that God cannot be reached through intellectual knowledge, but only through love that pierces the cloud of unknowing, separating creatures from Creator. Medieval Jewish philosopher Moses Maimonides similarly argued that all we can properly say about God are negative statements. Saying God is wise really means God is not ignorant, without implying God has wisdom the way humans do. Islamic philosophy developed sophisticated apophatic theology.
El-Ghazali emphasized that God's essence, is unknowable, though we can know God through attributes and effects. Sufi mystics spoke of experiencing divine reality beyond words, with Ibn Arabi describing the ultimate as al-haq, the real or truth that transcends all determinations while manifesting in all forms. Apophaticism's strength is avoiding anthropomorphism and idolatry, mistaken concepts for the reality they attempt to designate. Its weakness is threatening to make God completely unknowable, raising the question, if we can't say what God is, what are we talking about when we say God? How does apophatic theology differ from atheism if all positive statements about God are denied? Sophisticated apophatic theologians navigate between complete negation and naive anthropomorphism. They distinguish between God's essence, unknowable, and energies or operations, experienceable. Or they employ analogical language. God is wise not univocally, exactly as humans are, nor equivocally, in a completely different sense, but analogically, in a higher but related sense. This preserves mystery while allowing meaningful God talk. The problem of moving targets. This definitional diversity creates a methodological problem. As objections are raised against one conception of God, defenders can shift to another conception. If divine omnipotence seems to create logical contradictions, one can adopt process theology's limited God. If divine impassivity seems to make God uncaring, one can emphasize divine pathos. If personal theism seems anthropomorphic, one can retreat to apophatic abstraction. If transcendence makes divine action mysterious, one can emphasize immanence or panentheism. Critics charge that this constitutes an illegitimate moving target. Each conception of God faces specific objections. Rather than defending any particular conception, theists move between them as convenience dictates. But different conceptions aren't interchangeable. They make different claims and have different implications. A God who cannot prevent evil because he lacks power differs fundamentally from a God who permits evil for mysterious reasons. These require different theological and ethical frameworks. Defenders respond that the diversity reflects appropriate sophistication. As understanding deepens, crude conceptions are refined. Early anthropomorphic ideas give way to more abstract philosophical theology, which itself gets corrected by mystical apophaticism. This isn't special pleading but intellectual progress. Science similarly refines concepts. Atom once meant indivisible, but now designates complex structures of subatomic particles. Conceptual evolution shows healthy self-correction, not inconsistency. Moreover, different conceptions may capture different aspects of a reality too rich for any single formulation. Classical attributes emphasize transcendence. Personal characteristics emphasize relationship. Apophatic negations emphasize incomprehensibility. These needn't contradict if ultimate reality genuinely transcends complete conceptualization. The diversity of conceptions might reflect divine complexity rather than human confusion. Yet this response has limits. At some point, God must have some determinate meaning for debate to be possible. If any conception goes, if objections to one view can always be met by shifting to another, rational evaluation becomes impossible. We need to identify core features that any conception must include to count as God versus merely a cosmic principle or impersonal force. Essential versus contingent attributes.
One approach distinguishes essential divine attributes from contingent theological elaborations. Perhaps certain features are necessary for something to count as God. Transcendence, being more than merely natural, ultimate ontological status, not dependent on anything else, worthy of worship. Other features might be additions specific to particular traditions. Three persons in one substance, Christian Trinity, compassion and wisdom, Buddhist qualities, revealing through prophets, Islamic. If we identify essential attributes, debates can focus productively. We can ask, does anything exist possessing these essential features? Then, secondly, we can evaluate which specific tradition's elaboration is most plausible. This avoids both the problem of moving targets and the opposite error of dismissing all conceptions because they differ from each other.
But even this approach faces challenges. Is personality essential to divinity, or does Eastern non-dual Brahman qualify as God? Is moral goodness essential, or might God be beyond good and evil as Nietzsche suggested? Different traditions give different answers. There may be no cross-culturally agreed upon essential divine attributes. Perhaps we should acknowledge that God functions differently across traditions, designating family resemblances rather than a single essence. Just as games includes board games, sports, and word games with no single common feature, God includes the Abrahamic personal creator, Vedantic impersonal Brahman, and Taoist ineffable Tao. These overlap in various ways without being identical. Debates must then specify which conception is under discussion. This pluralistic approach avoids false universalism, but risks fragmenting debates into separate conversations that don't engage each other. An atheist might reject personal theism while accepting something like Spinoza's pantheism. Is that person an atheist or not? The answer depends on definitions, potentially making the debate verbal rather than substantive. Practical implications. The definitional question isn't merely academic. Different conceptions have different practical implications. Classical theism's personal God justifies petitionary prayer, asking God to intervene. Deism's distant creator makes such prayer pointless. Panentheism's God who experiences with us encourages contemplative participation in divine life. Buddhism's emptiness doctrine promotes meditation to realize non-self. Ethical implications differ too. Classical theism grounds objective morality in divine commands or divine nature, making ethics dependent on theology. Non-theistic Buddhism grounds ethics in the nature of suffering and compassion, making ethics independent of God. Process theism sees ethical action as cooperating with God's aims without God being able to enforce outcomes. These differences matter for how believers orient their lives. Moreover, different conceptions are more or less vulnerable to specific objections. The problem of evil targets omnipotent, perfectly good personal deities most forcefully. It has less force against limited process God or impersonal Brahman. But these alternative conceptions face their own problems. Can a limited God be worshipped? Does impersonal Brahman provide meaning or moral grounding? Philosophical evaluation must be conception-specific. The limits of language. Can we truly speak about the divine? Even if we resolve definitional issues and burden of proof disputes, a deeper question lurks. Can human language successfully refer to or describe divine reality? Our words arise from embodied experience in the natural world. Can they reach beyond to designate something transcendent, infinite, and wholly other? This question has occupied philosophers of language, theologians, and mystics for millennia. Wittgenstein and language games. Ludwig Wittgenstein's later philosophy emphasized that meaning arises from use within specific contexts, or language games. Words don't have meanings independent of the practices in which they're embedded. Check means one thing in chess, another in banking, still another in casual speech. Check this out. Understanding requires grasping the relevant language game. Religious language constitutes its own language game with distinctive rules and purposes.
It functions to express devotion, shape communal identity, motivate ethical action, articulate experiences of transcendence, not primarily to make factual claims accessible by science's standards. Theological statements like God is love or Christ died for our sins must be understood within religious practice, not extracted and evaluated as if they were scientific hypotheses. This view makes religious language immune to scientific or logical critique because it operates in a different domain. Asking where is heaven or how does prayer work causally represents category confusion, like asking what color middle C is or whether justice weighs more than beauty. These questions misunderstand the language game. Critics object that this makes religious language too insulated from rational evaluation. If theological claims don't make factual assertions, what exactly do they do? Expressing attitudes or shaping community might be done more honestly without existential claims about God's reality. Moreover, religious believers clearly think they're making truth claims, not merely playing language games. Believers assert that God actually exists, Jesus actually rose, prayers actually matter. These seem like factual claims open to assessment. Defenders might respond that religious language does more than express feelings while remaining distinct from scientific discourse. Perhaps it expresses truth in non-propositional modes, through symbol, metaphor, narrative that communicate realities inaccessible to literal description. This requires distinguishing types of truth beyond simple correspondence to facts, a move that strikes empiricists as evasive, but that phenomenologists and existentialists find necessary. The via negative tradition. As discussed earlier, apophatic or negative theology holds that God transcends all positive description. We approach truth about God through negation, saying what God is not rather than affirmation. Pseudo-Dionysius argued that God is beyond assertion and denial, transcending even our negations. Every statement falls infinitely short of God's reality. This tradition recognizes language's limits while preserving the possibility of authentic relationship with the divine. We cannot comprehend or describe God adequately, but we can encounter God through practices that transcend verbal articulation: contemplative silence, liturgical participation, mystical union. Language plays a necessary but limited role, pointing beyond itself, evoking without capturing, guiding toward direct experience. This question has occupied philosophers of language, theologians, and mystics for millennia. Maimonides systematized negative theology philosophically. When we call God wise, we don't attribute a property God possesses, which would limit God by making wisdom in addition to God's essence. Rather, we deny that God is ignorant or lacks knowledge. All positive divine attributes are really negations of negations, removing limitations without positively determining God's nature. This approach handles anthropomorphism carefully. Biblical language about God's hand or anger uses metaphor we must not take literally. Yet even abstract terms like wisdom or goodness fundamentally fail if they suggest God possesses qualities analogous to creaturely properties. God's wisdom isn't supreme human wisdom, but something so different that wisdom barely applies, except to deny God's ignorance. The strength of negative theology is avoiding idolatry of concepts, mistaking ideas about God for God's reality. Its weakness is threatening to make God talk vacuous. If every predicate is denied, what content remains? How does God is not ignorant differ from God is not purple? Maimonides would say the former expresses a perfection, while the latter merely denies an inapplicable category. But the distinction itself requires some positive understanding of what kind of reality God is. Analogical language. Thomas Aquinas sought a middle way between univocal, words mean exactly the same applied to God and creatures, and equivocal, words mean completely different things, language. Analogy allows terms to mean something similar but not identical in different contexts. God's wisdom is analogous to human wisdom, related but incommensurate. Aquinas distinguished several types of analogy. In analogy of proportionality, wisdom means something appropriate to each nature. As humans are to human wisdom, so God is to divine wisdom. The relationship is parallel even if the realities differ. In analogy of attribution, qualities exist primarily in God and derivatively in creatures. Creatures possess goodness by participating in God's goodness, the primary instance. Analogical language preserves both similarity, allowing meaningful talk about God, and difference, respecting transcendence. When we say God is good, we affirm genuine goodness while acknowledging that divine goodness infinitely exceeds and differs from creaturely goodness. The analogy is grounded in creation. Creatures reflect their creator, making language apply to both related rather than equivocal. Critics question whether analogy really solves the problem. If we don't know how divine wisdom differs from human wisdom, knowing only that it does differ, then we don't really understand the statement, God is wise. The analogy seems to reduce to a sophisticated version of, God has something vaguely like wisdom, but we don't know what. This might express appropriate humility, but it's unclear how much cognitive content it preserves. Defenders respond that analogical knowledge, while limited, isn't vacuous. We can legitimately infer from creaturely perfections to divine perfections while recognizing that the divine mode exceeds our comprehension. A child understands Einstein was intelligent without comprehending the specific character of Einstein's intelligence. Similarly, we understand God is wise while acknowledging that divine wisdom's specific nature transcends our grasp. Symbol and metaphor. Paul Tillich argued that religious language is primarily symbolic. Symbols, unlike arbitrary signs, participate in the reality they represent. A national flag is a symbol. It represents the nation while evoking its reality in a way that makes disrespecting the flag feel like disrespecting the nation itself. Similarly, religious symbols participate in the sacred reality they designate. For Tillich, God symbolizes ultimate concern, that which concerns us ultimately. All language about God is symbolic because ultimate reality transcends literal description. God isn't a being, which would make God finite, but being itself, the ground of being. Statements about God are true insofar as they adequately symbolize this ultimate dimension, and false insofar as they literalize the symbols into idolatrous concepts. This view permits rich theological language while avoiding naive literalism. Biblical narratives, doctrinal formulations, liturgical expressions all communicate authentic religious truth through symbols that point beyond themselves. Asking whether God literally spoke to Moses or literally has three persons misunderstands religious language's symbolic nature. Critics charge that this evacuates religious language of definite content. If everything is symbolic, what distinguishes truth from falsehood? If God isn't literally personal, can we meaningfully pray? If resurrection is merely symbolic, why prefer Christianity to other symbolic systems? Tillich risks reducing theology to poetry, beautiful and evocative, but not making truth claims about reality. Tillich would respond that symbols do make truth claims, just not literal ones. A symbol is adequate or inadequate depending on whether it opens us to genuine encounter with ultimate reality. The cross symbolizes divine love, accepting human suffering. This is true if it authentically manifests how ultimate reality relates to finite existence. Truth here is existential, participatory, rather than literal representational, but no less real. Eastern silence traditions. Buddhist and Taoist traditions often emphasize silence over speech when approaching ultimate reality. The Tao Te Ching's famous opening, "The Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao," warns that verbal description distorts. True wisdom comes through direct realization, not conceptual understanding. Language serves primarily to guide practice, not to describe ultimate truth. Zen Buddhism develops this through koans, paradoxical questions or statements that break rational thought's hold. forcing practitioners beyond conceptual mind to direct insight. What is the sound of one hand clapping? Has no logical answer. The point is to exhaust discursive thought and awaken to non-conceptual awareness. Language here functions negatively, like a pointer directing attention or a ladder to be kicked away after climbing. Nagarjuna's Buddhist philosophy systematically deconstructs all conceptual positions. Through the doctrine of emptiness, sunyata, he shows that all phenomena lack inherent essence or self-nature. This applies to concepts as well as things. Any view we articulate, things exist, things don't exist, things both exist and don't exist, things neither exist nor don't exist, can be shown to involve contradictions or unfounded assumptions. The path to enlightenment involves transcending all views, not adopting correct ones. This radical apophaticism avoids language's limitations by abandoning the project of linguistic description. Ultimate reality isn't ineffable because it has some mysterious quality we can't name, but because the conceptual frameworks within which naming occurs are themselves empty constructions. Language works fine for conventional purposes, but cannot capture final truth. Yet Buddhist teachers use language extensively. Sutras, philosophical treatises, teaching dialogues, Buddhism is hardly silent. The response is that this language is pragmatic rather than representational. It's medicine for specific ailments, skillful means to guide practitioners toward direct realization. Once you cross the river, you discard the raft. Buddhist language is raft-like, useful for getting somewhere, not valuable in itself. Modern philosophy of language. 20th century philosophy of language raised additional challenges. Logical positivists, as mentioned earlier, held that meaningful statements must be either empirically verifiable or analytically true by definition. Since God exists is neither, it's not a definitional truth, nor can we empirically verify it, it lacks cognitive meaning. Religious language expresses emotion or evokes attitudes, but doesn't assert facts. This verification principle has been largely abandoned, partly because it fails its own test. The principle itself is neither empirical nor analytic. But related concerns persist. Saul Kripke's causal theory of reference holds that terms refer to objects through causal chains connecting users to the referent. Moses refers because there's a historical causal chain from current uses back to the actual person Moses. But how does God refer? If God doesn't causally interact with the world in empirically detectable ways, the causal chain breaks and God lacks a referent. Defenders might argue that religious experience provides the causal connection. God affects believers' minds, creating the experiential basis for referring. Or they might adopt descriptivist theories of reference, where God refers to whatever being, if any, satisfies certain descriptions, creator of universe, maximally perfect being, etc. These moves face their own challenges, but they show that modern philosophy of language doesn't necessarily doom religious discourse. W.V.O. Quine's indeterminacy of translation thesis suggests deeper problems. Quine argued that multiple mutually incompatible translation schemes could fit all observable behavior, making determinate meaning a myth. If meaning is radically indeterminate even for ordinary language, how much worse for religious language attempting to describe transcendent reality? Perhaps theological disputes arise not from real disagreement, but from using incommensurable conceptual schemes with no fact of the matter about correct translation. This radical view unsettles all language, not just religious.
If accepted, it makes theological indeterminacy no worse than scientific or ordinary indeterminacy. But it also suggests that debates about God's nature may lack determinate answers, not because God is mysterious, but because language itself doesn't work the way we assumed. Different theological systems may be incommensurable rather than genuinely contradictory. Language and mystical experience. Mystics across traditions report experiences that seem to transcend verbal articulation. Pseudo-Dionysius described divine union as unknowing. Meister Eckhart spoke of the divine darkness beyond all concepts.
Teresa of Avila reported experiences she could barely describe. Islamic Sufis use paradoxical language to hint at what lies beyond words. These reports suggest that while language fails, direct awareness succeeds. This raises questions about the relationship between experience and language. If mystics truly encounter divine reality beyond language, their reports, inevitably linguistic, might distort what they experienced. We might compare this to describing music to someone who has never heard. Words can point toward the experience but cannot replace or fully capture it. Religious language might function similarly, evoking, suggesting, inspiring without precisely describing. Yet critics note that mystical experiences are interpreted through linguistic conceptual frameworks. Christian mystics experience Christ or the Trinity. Buddhist mystics experience emptiness or Buddha nature. Hindu mystics experience Brahman. The experiences aren't pure and unmediated, but shaped by the experiencer's tradition, expectations, and concepts. This suggests that language doesn't merely report pre-linguistic experience, but partially constitutes it. This doesn't necessarily discredit mystical reports. Perhaps different traditions provide different but valid frameworks for interpreting genuine encounters with transcendent reality. Or perhaps the frameworks shape the experience itself, with ultimate reality manifesting differently depending on the conceptual, linguistic lens through which it's approached. Either way, we can't cleanly separate language from experience, complicating appeals to ineffable mystical knowledge. William James's Varieties of Religious Experience cataloged mystical phenomena across cultures and noted common features: ineffability, difficult to describe in words; noetic quality, sense of encountering truth; transiency, temporary duration; and passivity, sense of being grasped by something beyond oneself. If these features characterize mysticism generally, maybe they reveal something about transcendent reality itself, that it exceeds verbal capture while being genuinely knowable through direct encounter. Pragmatic approaches. Some philosophers adopt pragmatic attitudes toward religious language's limitations. Rather than asking whether God talk accurately describes reality, ask whether it effectively serves religious purposes, orienting lives toward transcendence, fostering communities of practice, motivating ethical action, providing consolation and hope, expressing gratitude and awe. On this view, language doesn't need to picture reality accurately to function successfully. Scientific language works not by mirroring nature, but by enabling prediction and control. Similarly, religious language works by enabling meaningful spiritual life. Questions about whether it really describes God become less central than questions about whether it facilitates authentic relationship with ultimate reality. Critics see this as conceding too much. If religious language doesn't describe reality, what distinguishes it from fiction or mythology? Myths can orient lives and foster community without anyone believing they're true. If that's what religious language does, why not just acknowledge it as noble fiction rather than maintain pretensions to truth? Pragmatics might respond that the description-fiction dichotomy is too simple. Language can be true in multiple senses: correspondence to facts, descriptive truth; internal coherence, logical truth; practical effectiveness, pragmatic truth; existential authenticity, revealing truth about human condition; symbolic adequacy, appropriately manifesting ultimate reality. Religious language might exhibit several of these without necessarily corresponding to facts in the way scientific claims do.
Why we disagree: the psychology of belief and skepticism. After examining logical arguments and linguistic issues, we must ask, why do equally intelligent, informed, well-intentioned people reach opposite conclusions about God's existence? Psychology, neuroscience, and sociology illuminate factors shaping belief and skepticism beyond purely rational considerations. Understanding these doesn't resolve debates, but clarifies why resolution proves so difficult. Cognitive biases in belief formation. Human cognition systematically deviates from ideal rationality in predictable ways. These cognitive biases affect belief formation on all topics, including religion. Confirmation bias leads us to seek,
interpret and remember information confirming pre-existing beliefs, while dismissing or forgetting contrary evidence. A believer interprets answered prayers as evidence for God, while dismissing unanswered prayers as mysterious divine wisdom. A skeptic notices occasions when prayer fails while discounting apparent successes as coincidence. Availability heuristic makes vivid, recent, or emotionally powerful examples disproportionately influence our judgments. Someone who experiences a dramatic healing after prayer may overweight this single vivid case against statistical base rates. Conversely, someone deeply affected by religious abuse may overweight personal experience against broader patterns. Pattern recognition served our ancestors well, detecting predators, finding food, understanding social dynamics. But it also produces false positives, seeing faces in clouds, agency in random events, meaning in coincidences. Humans are hyperactive agency detectors, evolutionarily biased toward over-attributing events to intentional agents rather than impersonal causes. This might explain religious beliefs' ubiquity. We instinctively interpret ambiguous phenomenon, natural beauty, existential meaning, unexplained events as products of divine agency. Cognitive dissonance theory explains how people reduce psychological discomfort from conflicting beliefs. When evidence challenges cherished convictions, people often reinterpret evidence rather than revise beliefs. This affects both believers and skeptics. A believer confronted with theodicy arguments might develop elaborate rationalizations rather than abandon faith. An atheist confronted with fine-tuning arguments might posit untestable multiverse theories rather than consider theism. In-group bias makes us favor members of our own group and their ideas while viewing out-group members skeptically. Religious communities foster strong group identity, making members resistant to criticisms from outsiders while accepting co-religionist claims uncritically. Secular communities exhibit parallel tendencies. These biases affect evidence evaluation. The same argument seems more persuasive from an in-group member than an out-group critic. The role of religious experience. For many believers, abstract arguments matter less than direct experience. They report experiencing God's presence, receiving divine guidance, witnessing miracles, or undergoing transformative spiritual events. Such experiences carry immense psychological weight, often outweighing philosophical arguments. William James distinguished once-born from twice-born religious personalities. Once-born souls find religion through gradual development and positive experiences. Twice-born souls experience dramatic conversion, often preceded by crisis. For twice-born believers, their conversion experience provides unshakable conviction. No argument can dislodge what they experience directly. But religious experiences are phenomenologically diverse and often contradictory. Christians experience Jesus, Muslims Allah, Hindus experience various deities, Buddhists experience emptiness. If experiences validate beliefs, we face competing validated claims. Either all are veridical, suggesting religious pluralism or perennialism, some subset is veridical while others are delusional, requiring criteria to distinguish, or none are veridical, all are psychological phenomena misinterpreted as divine. Neuroscience has identified brain correlates of religious experience. Temporal lobe stimulation can produce sensations of presence, out-of-body experiences, and mystical feelings.
Psychedelic compounds reliably induce experiences subjects describe as spiritually profound, often indistinguishable from spontaneous mystical experiences. Does this naturalistic explanation debunk religious experience? Or does it merely identify the neural mechanisms through which genuine divine encounters occur? Believers often argue that explaining the mechanism doesn't eliminate the reality of what's experienced. Finding neural correlates of perceiving trees doesn't mean trees aren't real. Similarly, identifying brain activity during religious experience doesn't prove God isn't real. The neural activity might be the means by which God communicates with humans. Skeptics respond that there's an asymmetry.
We have independent evidence for trees beyond perceptual experiences, photographs, other observers' testimony, physical interactions. We lack similar independent evidence for God. When brain stimulation produces religious experiences indistinguishable from spontaneous ones, this suggests that such experiences are generated internally rather than caused by external divine reality. Cultural and social factors. Geography dramatically predicts religious affiliation. Born in Saudi Arabia, you're likely Muslim. In India, likely Hindu. In Tennessee, likely Christian. This correlation between birthplace and belief troubles many. If religion reflects truth about reality, why does it track cultural accidents so closely? This suggests that social conditioning, not rational evaluation or divine revelation, primarily determines belief. Believers might respond that God works through cultures, revealing truth through forms appropriate to each context. Or they might grant that most believers haven't carefully examined alternatives, but insist this doesn't invalidate their beliefs, just as most people's scientific beliefs are culturally transmitted without independent verification, yet remain mostly true. The genesis of a belief doesn't determine its truth. One must evaluate the belief's merits, not just its origins. But the cultural relativity of religious belief seems different from scientific belief's cultural transmission. Science converges. Physicists in different cultures agree on quantum mechanics basics even if they frame it differently. Religion diverges. Different traditions make incompatible metaphysical claims. This suggests that culture shapes religious belief more profoundly than it shapes scientific belief, where reality's constraints force convergence. Social psychology reveals powerful conformity pressures. Solomon Ash's experiments show that people will deny obvious perceptual truths to conform to group consensus. Stanley Milgram's obedience studies demonstrated willingness to harm others when authority figures direct it. These tendencies affect religious belief. Growing up in a religious community creates powerful pressures toward conformity. Doubt risks social ostracism, family conflict, identity loss. These pressures operate largely unconsciously, making it difficult to evaluate beliefs objectively. Exit costs vary across communities. Leaving a moderate tolerant religious community might cost some relationships, but leave social identity largely intact. Leaving a tight-knit fundamentalist community can mean complete social isolation, family rejection, loss of livelihood. These asymmetric costs affect belief maintenance. People in high exit cost communities face enormous pressure to rationalize doubts rather than leave, creating persistent belief even when internal doubts multiply. Motivated reasoning. Humans don't just want true beliefs, we want comforting beliefs, identity-affirming beliefs, socially acceptable beliefs. Motivated reasoning describes how desires and goals shape belief formation. We're better at generating arguments for conclusions we want to accept and finding flaws in conclusions we want to reject. Terror management theory suggests that awareness of mortality creates anxiety that people manage through cultural worldviews and self-esteem. Religion addresses death anxiety particularly effectively by promising afterlife or cosmic meaning. This creates motivation to believe regardless of evidence. Skeptics might note that motivation explains belief's persistence despite weak arguments. Believers might respond that motivation doesn't preclude truth. Perhaps we're motivated to believe what's actually true. Dan Kahan's research on cultural cognition shows how people process information through identity-protective lenses. Information threatening one's identity or cultural values gets scrutinized skeptically. Identity-affirming information gets accepted readily. For people whose identity centers on religious faith, arguments against God trigger motivated reasoning to protect that identity. For people whose identity centers on scientific rationalism, arguments for God similarly trigger skepticism. This affects both sides equally. New atheists might be as motivated to reject theistic arguments as fundamentalists are to accept them. The identity of rational skeptic or critical thinker creates its own motivated reasoning, where accepting theism feels like identity betrayal. Recognizing motivated reasoning's ubiquity should foster humility about one's own objectivity. Epistemic virtues and vices. Virtue epistemology shifts focus from justified beliefs to intellectual virtues, character traits that make one a good thinker. These include open-mindedness, willingness to consider alternatives, intellectual courage, following evidence despite social pressure, intellectual humility, recognizing one's limitations, intellectual perseverance, sustained careful thinking, and fair-mindedness, charitable interpretation of opponents. Both religious believers and skeptics can exhibit these virtues or corresponding vices. An intellectually virtuous believer examines objections seriously, acknowledges difficulties in their position, and interprets critics charitably. An intellectually vicious believer dismisses objections without consideration, refuses to acknowledge problems, and caricatures critics. The same applies to skeptics. From this perspective, disagreement about God's existence may persist not because evidence clearly favors one side, but because the evidence is genuinely ambiguous, permitting different interpretations depending on how one weights various considerations. Intellectually virtuous people on both sides can reach opposite conclusions because they prioritize different values: simplicity versus explanatory power, parsimony versus comprehensiveness, empirical evidence versus existential coherence. Linda Zagzebski argues that epistemic communities matter. We can't evaluate all evidence personally, so we trust epistemic authorities, teachers, experts, traditions. Which authorities one trusts dramatically affects one's beliefs. Religious believers trust their tradition's authorities. Skeptics trust scientific and philosophical authorities. Both rely on trust, but they trust different sources. Neither can fully justify why their authorities are more reliable without circular reasoning. This suggests that persistent disagreement might result from different but defensible choices about which epistemic communities to trust. Rather than one side being irrational or intellectually vicious, both might represent legitimate responses to the human epistemic predicament. We must trust authorities, but choosing which requires judgments that themselves can't be made from a neutral standpoint. The neuroscience of belief. Brain imaging studies reveal neural differences between believers and non-believers. Religious believers show heightened activity in brain regions associated with social cognition when thinking about God, suggesting they represent God similarly to how they represent people. They also show reduced activity in regions associated with skeptical, critical thinking. Some interpret this as showing belief results from suppressing rational faculties. Others interpret it as showing that relating to God involves social cognitive systems rather than purely abstract reasoning. Research on cognitive styles suggests that analytical thinking correlates with religious disbelief, while intuitive thinking correlates with belief. One influential study showed that inducing analytic thinking through priming with difficult cognitive tasks reduced religious belief temporarily. This might suggest that belief results from insufficient critical thinking. Or it might suggest that religious truth is apprehended intuitively rather than analytically, and excessive analysis disrupts intuitive insight. Twin studies find moderate heritability for religiosity. Perhaps 40 to 50% of variance in religious belief has genetic components. This doesn't mean there's a God gene, but rather that personality traits affecting religiosity, openness to experience, need for cognitive closure, intuitive versus analytical thinking, are partly heritable. If belief is partly genetic, this complicates the narrative that it results purely from rational evaluation. But it also complicates the narrative that it results purely from social conditioning. Developmental psychology reveals that children naturally develop teleological thinking, everything has a purpose, and dualist intuitions, minds and bodies are separate. These cognitive tendencies might make religious concepts intuitive. Children effortlessly accept that invisible beings exist, that purpose explains natural phenomena, and that minds can exist without bodies. Critics see this as showing religion exploits immature cognitive patterns. Defenders argue it shows humans are naturally equipped to apprehend religious truth. Epistemic humility and reasonable pluralism. Given cognitive biases, motivated reasoning, cultural conditioning, and the difficulty of achieving epistemic neutrality, intellectual humility becomes crucial. Humility means recognizing that one's own beliefs might be wrong, that others might have insights one lacks, and that many factors beyond pure rationality shape what we believe. Reasonable pluralism acknowledges that people examining the same evidence with equal intelligence and honesty can reach different conclusions, because evidence underdetermines conclusions. The inference from evidence to conclusion requires judgments about what counts as evidence, how to weight various considerations, which authorities to trust, and which values to prioritize. These judgments themselves can't be made from a neutral standpoint. They reflect one's background, experience, and prior commitments. This doesn't lead to relativism, the view that all beliefs are equally valid. Some beliefs are better supported than others, some arguments are stronger, some intellectual practices are more reliable. But it does suggest that for some questions, including God's existence, multiple competing positions might be reasonable, supported by rational arguments even if not decisively proven. If reasonable people can disagree about God's existence, what follows? Not that we should abandon our beliefs, but that we should hold them with appropriate tentativeness, remain open to reconsideration, and treat those who disagree with epistemic respect rather than contempt. The fact that your epistemic peer disagrees should give you pause, prompting reflection on whether you've overlooked something rather than immediate dismissal of their position. Conclusion: living with the ultimate question. After exploring faith and reason's relationship, burden of proof disputes, definitional complexities, language's limits, and belief psychology, we return to where we began. Does God exist? Perhaps surprisingly, after all this analysis, we haven't reached a definitive answer. But this shouldn't be seen as failure. The journey through these questions reveals something more valuable than a simple yes or no. A deeper understanding of what's at stake and how to approach ultimate questions with wisdom. The value of uncertainty. Our culture often treats uncertainty as weakness. We're expected to have firm opinions, decisive answers, unwavering convictions. But on questions as profound as God's existence, uncertainty might represent intellectual honesty rather than failure. The evidence is genuinely ambiguous, permitting multiple interpretations. Acknowledging this doesn't mean anything goes, but recognizing the limits of human knowledge. Religious traditions themselves often embrace mystery. Christian theology speaks of sacred mysteries, truths that can be affirmed but not fully comprehended. Buddhism's emphasis on non-conceptual direct realization suggests that ultimate truth exceeds intellectual certainty. Islamic tradition includes the concept of tawhid, divine unity, which humans can affirm without completely comprehending. Uncertainty about details doesn't prevent meaningful religious life. Even atheists can embrace uncertainty. One can lack belief in God while acknowledging that definitive proof of God's non-existence is impossible. Agnosticism represents not merely confusion, but a principled position. We don't know, perhaps can't know, whether God exists. This needn't paralyze action or prevent commitment. We make profound life choices on incomplete information regularly. Religious or secular orientations toward life can be adopted provisionally, held with appropriate tentativeness. Uncertainty has practical benefits. It fosters intellectual humility, making us less dogmatic and more open to others' perspectives. It encourages continued inquiry rather than premature closure. It permits change. We can revise our views as we learn more without admitting error in our earlier position, since we held it tentatively all along. In a diverse world, uncertainty creates space for peaceful coexistence despite deep disagreements. Practical wisdom beyond the debate. Obsession with proving or disproving God's existence can distract from more pressing questions. Regardless of metaphysical truth, we must decide how to live. What values will guide us? How should we treat others? What gives life meaning and purpose? These practical questions require answers whether or not we've resolved God's existence. Many ethical systems, religious and secular, converge on core values: compassion, justice, honesty, courage, dignity. A Christian's belief that humans are made in God's image and an atheist's belief that humans are the only source of meaning and value can both ground respect for persons. Religious imperatives to love one's neighbor and secular commitments to human rights overlap significantly in practice. This practical convergence suggests that ethical wisdom might be accessible independently of settling theological disputes. Similarly, meaning and purpose don't require definitively answering whether God exists. A believer finds meaning in serving God's purposes. A humanist finds meaning in contributing to human flourishing. An existentialist creates meaning through authentic choice. These represent different philosophical frameworks, but each can structure a meaningful life. The question isn't only what's metaphysically true, but what kind of life each framework enables and whether that life embodies genuine human flourishing. This isn't to dismiss truth-seeking. Whether God exists matters profoundly. But it suggests that while continuing to explore this question, we needn't wait for certainty before living wisely and well. We can commit to values and practices while maintaining appropriate tentativeness about ultimate metaphysics. This represents mature wisdom rather than intellectual evasion. Coexistence of different approaches. Perhaps multiple approaches to truth-seeking can coexist, each offering partial insight. Science excels at discovering empirical patterns and causal mechanisms. Philosophy excels at conceptual analysis and logical argumentation. Religious practice excels at cultivating moral character and relating to transcendence. Mysticism excels at direct experiential encounter. None monopolizes truth, each illuminates different aspects of reality. This pluralistic view doesn't require believing all religions are equally true or that contradictions don't matter. Rather, it recognizes that different methods address different questions. Science can't tell us what gives life meaning. Religion struggles to predict planetary motion. Respecting each domain's integrity while acknowledging its limitations allows multiple forms of knowing to complement rather than compete. In practice, this means believers needn't fear science or reason. These can deepen understanding without threatening authentic faith. Skeptics needn't dismiss all religious insight. Wisdom traditions might offer valuable perspectives on human nature, ethics, and meaning, even if their metaphysical claims seem doubtful. This requires discernment, distinguishing what we can learn from a tradition from what we might reasonably doubt. Interfaith dialogue models this approach. Practitioners from different traditions can learn from each other, share spiritual practices, work together on ethical issues, all while maintaining distinctive theological identities. They don't need to resolve whose conception of ultimate reality is correct to cooperate and mutually enrich each other. This suggests that religious diversity might be valuable rather than merely an unfortunate state awaiting resolution. The question itself as valuable. Perhaps the ultimate question's value lies not primarily in finding the answer, but in how pursuing the question shapes us. Wrestling with God's existence forces us to confront existence's deepest dimensions. Why does anything exist?
What, if anything, grounds morality? Is consciousness merely material? Does the universe have meaning? These questions have value independently of specific answers. Pursuing these questions with honesty and rigor cultivates intellectual virtues. It teaches us to think carefully, question assumptions, consider alternatives, tolerate ambiguity. It exposes us to diverse perspectives, expanding our understanding of human experience and thought. It connects us to millennia of philosophical and theological reflection, locating us within traditions larger than ourselves. The question also has existential value. Asking whether God exists is really asking what kind of universe we inhabit, meaningful or absurd, personal or impersonal, oriented toward good or indifferent to value. Wrestling with this question forces us to examine our own lives. What do we truly value? Where do we find meaning? What are we willing to commit to despite uncertainty? The question thus becomes a lens for self-examination and transformation.
Moreover, maintaining the question, keeping it alive rather than resolving it prematurely, preserves space for mystery and transcendence. A life without ultimate questions risks becoming shallow, concerned only with what can be measured and controlled. Keeping alive the question of God reminds us that reality might exceed our comprehension, that existence might hold depths we haven't plumbed. This sense of transcendence can be valuable even for those uncertain whether any specific God exists. Living authentically with uncertainty. How then should we live given uncertainty about ultimate questions? First, with humility, recognizing that our beliefs, however carefully formed, might be wrong. This humility should make us gentle with others who believe differently, since we cannot claim certainty. Second, with integrity, aligning our lives with our best understanding while remaining open to revision. This means taking our provisional commitments seriously without treating them as beyond question. Third, with courage, making commitments despite uncertainty. Uncertainty doesn't require paralysis. We can commit to religious practice even if we're not certain God exists, just as we commit to relationships despite uncertainty about others' inner lives. These commitments are made in good faith, based on our best judgment, held with appropriate tentativeness. This represents existential courage, acting meaningfully despite lacking guarantees. Fourth, with curiosity, continuing to explore, learn, and question. The fact that we've reached a provisional position doesn't mean inquiry ends. We can stay open to new evidence, arguments, experiences. We can listen to those who disagree, not to be polite, but because they might see something we've missed. This ongoing inquiry enriches life and prevents our positions from calcifying into dogma. Fifth, with generosity, assuming good faith in those who disagree. Both believers and skeptics often demonize the other side. Believers see skeptics as arrogant and closed-minded. Skeptics see believers as irrational and superstitious. But most people on both sides are trying their best to understand reality and live well. Recognizing this shared humanity, despite divergent conclusions, makes productive dialogue possible and enriches our own understanding. A path forward. The faith-reason relationship need not be either simple partnership or bitter battle. It can be a complex, dynamic interaction where faith and reason challenge, correct, and enrich each other. Faith without reason risks fundamentalism and superstition. Reason without faith, understood broadly as trust, commitment, intuition, risks sterile abstraction disconnected from human wholeness. Together, they offer complementary approaches to reality. The burden of proof matters less than we often assume. Both theism and atheism involve substantive metaphysical commitments requiring support. Rather than arguing about who must prove what, we do better examining the actual evidence and arguments. This includes not just abstract philosophy, but also religious experience, moral intuitions, scientific discoveries, existential considerations, the full range of human knowing. Definitional clarity helps conversation, but we needn't agree on a single conception of God for debate to be meaningful.
Recognizing that God encompasses family-resembling concepts rather than a single essence allows us to specify which conception we're defending or challenging, while remaining aware of alternatives. This precision makes arguments stronger and disagreements more productive. Language's limits in describing the divine should foster appropriate humility without silencing theological discourse. We can meaningfully speak about God through analogy, symbol, metaphor, and negation, while acknowledging that our words never fully capture divine reality. This invites poetic and contemplative approaches alongside analytical philosophy, recognizing that different modes of discourse offer different insights. Understanding belief psychology doesn't resolve the truth question, but helps us recognize factors beyond pure reason shaping our conclusions. This should make us more charitable toward those who disagree and more critical of our own certainty. It reminds us that intellectual virtue matters, not just what we believe, but how we believe, with openness, honesty, humility, and fairness. The ultimate takeaway.
The question, does God exist, may be unanswerable with the kind of certainty we have about mathematical theorems or physical laws. But this doesn't make it meaningless or pointless. It's a question that shapes how we understand ourselves, our world, and our place in it. It's a question that demands our best thinking while reminding us of thinking's limits. It's a question that has occupied some of humanity's greatest minds and will likely continue doing so. Living well means taking this question seriously without letting the inability to answer it definitively paralyze us. It means examining arguments carefully, being honest about difficulties in our own position, treating those who disagree with respect, and making provisional commitments that guide our lives. It means combining intellectual rigor with existential courage, certainty about some things with appropriate uncertainty about others, commitment to truth with recognition of truth's complexity. Perhaps the deepest wisdom is recognizing that some questions are more valuable to live with than to solve. The question of God's existence is such a question. It orients us toward transcendence, demands our intellectual best, connects us to millennia of human reflection, and shapes how we live. Whether we answer with faith, skepticism, or suspension of judgment, we participate in one of humanity's most profound ongoing conversations, a conversation that enriches us regardless of whether we find definitive answers. In the end, the relationship between faith and reason, belief and skepticism remains a partnership and a battleground, a synergy and a tension. Both elements are necessary for full human flourishing. Neither alone suffices. And the question of God, ultimate, mysterious, profound, continues to call forth our best efforts at understanding, even as it reminds us that some dimensions of reality may forever exceed our complete comprehension. That very excess, that perpetual invitation to deeper understanding, may be among the strongest hints of the transcendent reality religious traditions have sought to name and skeptics have sought to question throughout human history.